Naoki led Larry out onto the open field at the heart of the ranch. The sun was dipping low in the sky, painting everything in soft hues of amber and rose. The air was crisp, the kind that made you want to stretch, breathe deep, and appreciate life. Larry adjusted his tie slightly as he walked beside Naoki, still carrying a slight slouch in his shoulders. Even after a nap and tea, he looked like a man forever burdened by deadlines. Naoki, meanwhile, stopped by a patch of trimmed grass and turned to face him with a grin. "This should be a good spot." Larry nodded. "Fine by me. Just a friendly match. Nothing too flashy." Naoki chuckled. "I can't promise that. Goldingo is, well, kind of dramatic." Almost on cue, Goldingo twirled into view, balancing atop its own conjured gold coin like a street performer on a unicycle. With a musical chime, it leapt off and landed beside Naoki with flair, striking a dazzling pose. "Gold!" Larry stared. "Is that normal for Goldingo?" "Very." Around them, the Pokémon from the ranch began to gather, curious eyes peeking from behind trees, bushes, and even from the rooftop of the Pokémon Tavern. Ogerpon swung on the nearby swing, watching with anticipation. Palmot sat cross-legged with popcorn made by alchemy. Even Koraidon perched on a boulder, its tail swishing with interest. Naoki stepped back slightly, giving Goldingo space. "Let's go with a one-on-one battle." Goldingo's first proper match. Larry sighed, but cracked a faint smirk. "All right, but don't say I didn't warn you." With a flick of his wrist, Larry tossed a Pokeball into the air. It opened in a flash of light, revealing Komala, the sleepy Pokémon clutching its ever-present log. The audience murmured in surprise. "Komala?" Naoki asked. Larry nodded. "It may not look like much, but trust me, it never wakes up, but it never loses either." Goldingo's golden form shimmered in the fading sunlight. It looked more amused than intimidated. Naoki raised a hand. "Ready?" Larry nodded. "Begin." "Goldingo, use Make It Rain. Let's go all out." Goldingo's smile widened. Its body began to glow as it conjured dozens of golden coins, spinning them into a swirling cyclone above its head. With a triumphant pose, it launched them skyward. Then, like a meteor shower, they came crashing down in waves of gold, striking the field in a dazzling storm of sound and light. Even Larry had to shield his eyes. "Kamala," he said coolly, "use sleep talk." Still snoozing peacefully, Kamala murmured something unintelligible. Then, without waking, its log suddenly spun like a propeller, deflecting some of the coins mid-air. The impact was still strong. Kamala was pushed back, eyes closed as ever, but it didn't fall. Goldingo hovered in midair, impressed. Naoki blinked. It withstood that. Larry shrugged. "Sleep talk lets it act in its dreams. I've seen it defeat dragons this way." Naoki grinned. "Then let's up the tempo." "Goldingo, use Shadow Ball." With a gleeful spin, Goldingo launched a pulsing sphere of ghostly energy. It streaked toward Komala, colliding with its log in a flash of purple light. Komala again. Komala, still fast asleep, rolled sideways midair and slammed its log down like a hammer, the energy bursting around it in a ring. The ranch Pokémon gasped and cheered. Goldingo recovered midair and zipped back into position, unfazed. "Let's finish this," Naoki called. "One more Make It Rain." Goldingo threw its arms wide, summoning a final blinding storm of coins. The sun caught each one mid-fall, casting dancing sparkles across the field like falling stars. When the gold shower ended, Kamala lay in the grass, log still in hand, but this time it didn't get up. "Kamala is unable to battle," Larry muttered, raising a hand with mock solemnity. "Victory goes to the golden show-off." Naoki exhaled. "That was amazing, Goldingo." "Gold," the Pokémon sang, twirling dramatically before bowing to its audience. The crowd of Pokémon erupted into joyful cries and excited chatter. Larry returned Kamala to its Pokeball and stepped forward. "Well done," he said. "Your Goldingo isn't just flashy. It's strong. You've trained it well." Naoki gave him a sheepish grin. Honestly, most of the training was just feeding it coins. Larry almost smiled. "Still counts." He turned to leave, but paused. That'll do it for now. I'll report back to the league that your ranch and Pokémon are thriving. Naoki walked with him a few steps. Tell them thanks for the coins, too. I will. As Larry crossed the bridge out of the ranch, the sun dipped below the horizon. A warm breeze swept across the fields, and Goldingo floated beside Naoki, twinkling like a star. Looks like you've got a bright future ahead, Naoki said. Goldingo gave a thumbs up. Made of coins, of course. Let's get started. Larry adjusted his tie with a quiet nod. Right. One match. One winner. They stepped onto the grassy battlefield at the center of the ranch. The sun was setting, casting golden rays across the open field. Apt, Naoki mused for the debut of a golden Pokémon. Larry pulled a Pokeball from the inner pocket of his blazer. Let's make it count. He tossed it high into the air. Show me what you've got. From a flash of light, Staraptor emerged, its wings spread wide, feathers rustling in the breeze. Its sharp eyes locked onto Naoki. Naoki smiled and whistled. Goldingo, let's go. With a clinking sound like wind chimes, Goldingo floated in, a glowing ribbon of gold trailing behind it. Its bright body shimmered like treasure under the sunset. Larry blinked. What kind of Pokemon is that? Naoki smirked. Goldingo, the evolved form of Gimmighoul. Took me almost 1,000 coins to get here. Realization dawned on Larry. So that's what all the coin collecting was for. No wonder the chief took interest in you. Naoki laughed, scratching the back of his neck. It wasn't exactly subtle, was it? Larry adjusted his cuffs. Guess I'll stop holding back then. Staraptor, battle ready. NDD stepped forward and raised a little red flag. The match begins. Larry wasted no time. Quick attack. Staraptor vanished in a blur, streaking toward Goldingo. But as it struck, its beak passed right through. Normal moves don't affect ghost types, Naoki said calmly. Goldingo is ghost and steel. Larry's jaw tightened. So that's how it is. Metal sound, Naoki called. Goldingo lifted its hands, and its entire body began to hum violently. Metallic echoes rang out across the field like 1,000 coins crashing together. The grating screech rattled Staraptor, feathers fluffing up in agitation. Push through it, brave bird, Larry commanded. Make it rain, Naoki countered. The air changed. Staraptor, wings glowing blue, soared into the sky, encased in burning energy. At the same moment, Goldingo summoned a storm of coins. They shimmered as they surged forward, like a golden tsunami. The two attacks collided mid-air, brave bird piercing through the wave of gold, but the impact scattered coins in every direction. Staraptor emerged, singed and staggering. Now, Power Gem, Naoki shouted. A barrage of dazzling, gem-like beams surged forward. The beam struck Staraptor before it could recover. In a final burst of brilliance, the bird fell to the ground. NDD's flag shot up. Staraptor is unable to battle. Larry returned his partner with a nod. I lost, he said simply, brushing dust from his coat. You've got a remarkable team. Naoki offered a hand. Your Staraptor was incredible. Without that type advantage, we might have lost. Larry shook it. Still, I'll need to report back. The league want to hear about that Goldingo of yours. As the sun dipped low, Naoki invited. It's getting dark. Want to stay the night? Larry chuckled. Tempting, but home's where I keep my pillow. He turned to leave. Naoki grabbed a gold coin from the field, polished it between his fingers, and offered it to Larry. Take this, a token from our newest friend. Larry held it up, its golden sheen catching the last light of day. This will be the rarest thing I own. Goldingo, what a wild Pokemon. As he walked down the road, Larry paused and looked skyward. For just a moment, he felt young again, like the rookie trainer he once was, dreaming under the stars. Then he whispered to himself, time to go home. That night, the Pokemon Tavern was aglow with laughter and clinking cups. Goldingo was at the center, throwing gold coins like confetti. Naoki sat nearby, sipping tea, Koraidon curled beside him. Coins rained from the ceiling. He sighed, watching the scene with both awe and mild concern. Is this how billionaires live? Palmont looked up from the floor, gold coin on its head. Pa, Umbreon gently carried a coin to Naoki, as if asking, "What now?" Naoki stared at the pile around him, calculating. Each coin is worth about 5,000 poke dollars. He looked around. There's at least 100 on the floor. That's 500,000 poke dollars in one night, he murmured. At this rate, Goldingo's going to crash Paldea's economy. He stood and approached Goldingo. "Hey, buddy, we need to talk." Goldingo turned with a smile, holding another fistful of coins. Naoki crouched. "I know you're happy, and you want to celebrate. But we've got to slow down. Giving gold coins to everyone makes them less special." "Goldie," it chimed softly, lowering its hand. Naoki pointed to the scattered coins. "See? They're everywhere. No one's even picking them up anymore." Goldingo looked around, finally realizing the mess. Its glow dimmed a little. Naoki smiled gently. "How about this? From now on, only give coins to Pokémon or people you really like. That way it means something." "Gold," it nodded understanding. Then it patted its chest proudly. "Great." Naoki chuckled. "Now, want to come home or stay here tonight?" Goldingo looked around the warm tavern, still buzzing with joy. "Goldie," it decided firmly. Naoki grinned. "Okay, from tonight on, you're the lucky charm of the ranch." Goldingo struck a pose. As Naoki returned home, he noticed something strange. Every Pokémon in the house had a gold coin, even Calyrex, who was holding one delicately in its antlers. Naoki blinked. Was there a coin meteor shower I missed?" "Alchemy," chimed Alchemy cheerfully. Calyrex turned, eyes thoughtful. "These coins remind me of an old companion. Melmetal. Melmetal." Naoki repeated. Calyrex nodded solemnly. "Long ago, I ruled the Galar region. When the darkest day came, two heroes arose, but they lacked weapons. Melmetal provided the sacred metal that forged the sword and shield they carried into battle." Naoki listened in awe. "After the battle, I slumbered and lost many memories," Calyrex said. "I don't know what became of Melmetal, but seeing Goldingo, something about its presence brings those memories back." Naoki smiled gently. "Melmetal has a long life, doesn't it? Maybe it's still out there, resting. Like you were." Calyrex nodded slowly. "Yes, perhaps one day you'll find it." Naoki looked down at the gold coin in his hand. From mythical swords to modern riches, from Galar to Paldea, some legends lived on not in power, but in the hands that held them. And tonight, Naoki's ranch wasn't just a place of peace. It was a place of history, of gold, of
Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Naoki recalled Melmetal's incredible contribution during the fight against the Darkest Day in Galar, providing the materials needed to forge Zacian's sword and Zamazenta's shield. Though the world might have forgotten its role, Naoki hadn't, and now the idea of bringing Melmetal to the ranch began to take root in his mind. Melmetal was an unsung hero, Naoki thought. It deserves a peaceful life, alongside others who helped shape history. He turned to the king of bountiful harvests, who looked wistful as it recounted its memories of the legendary Pokémon. Naoki's voice carried a mix of determination and hope as he spoke. "Someday, let's travel to Galar together and find Melmetal. It would be amazing to get a place to rest here at the ranch." Calyrex paused, its gaze softening as it realized Naoki's intentions. His little believer wanted these heroes to live a better life. "I'd like that," the king replied with a chuckle. "I, too, would like to see Melmetal again." Naoki grinned. "It's settled, then." The next day dawned bright and clear, autumn's golden hues painting the countryside. Naoki began his morning tending to the orchard, accompanied by Corraden and Cyclizer. They worked together to pick the ripened fruits, packing any excess into crates to be sold in town. Meanwhile, the other Pokémon gathered in Snorlax Park for a meeting. The air was lively as Palmot, Glacian, Umbreon, Alchemy, and others jumped on a Snorlax's enormous belly, while larger Pokémon like Dragonite stayed nearby. In the center of their circle was a shimmering pile of gold coins, courtesy of Goldingo. The Pokémon had decided it was time to do something for Naoki. After all, he always took care of them, bringing gifts and surprises. Now that they had money, thanks to Goldingo, they wanted to return the favor. Palmot scratched his head nervously. Palmot, but I've never been to the market before. How do humans buy things? The Pokémon looked at one another, equally clueless, until Dragonite stepped forward with confidence. Oh, I know. Humans just give money, and they get what they want, like when they buy milk from the farm. The younger NDD clapped her hands, her eyes sparkling. Then who will go to town and buy the gift? This was the tricky part. None of them were human, and Naoki was the only person who could understand them. At that moment, Ogerpon, who had been listening quietly, floated forward with an idea. Pon, how about I go? I can wear a mask to blend in. No one will know I'm a Pokémon. The Pokémon buzzed with approval, Alchemy twirling happily. Marie, that's a great idea. Dragonite nodded as well. Oh, I'll fly you there. I know the town like the back of my wing. The elder NDD gave a solemn nod. The rest of us will stay behind to avoid arousing suspicion. However, the younger NDD furrowed her brow. But is this money enough to buy a gift? The Pokémon exchanged uncertain looks. None of them fully understood the concept of money or how much things cost. Goldingo confidently patted its chest, its golden body gleaming under the sunlight. Goldie, leave this to me. If we run out of gold coins, I can make plenty more. After a quick but focused discussion, the Pokémon team divided their tasks. Dragonite would escort Ogerpon and Goldingo to town, while the others stayed behind at the ranch to avoid drawing Naoki's attention. The younger NDD located a small pouch, carefully filled it with gold coins, and secured it to Ogerpon's arm. As Naoki remained occupied in the orchard, Dragonite crouched low, allowing Ogerpon and Goldingo to climb onto its back. With a powerful flap of its wings, the trio quietly departed the ranch through a discreet back route. The rest of the Pokémon remained at Snorlax Park, eagerly awaiting their return. Naoki, busy collecting fruit in the orchard, suddenly paused. He straightened and glanced across the river, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Did I just hear Dragonite's roar? He asked aloud. Cyclizer and Coraden, who had been assisting him, exchanged confused glances. Not sure. Naoki shook his head, dismissing the thought. It's probably nothing. Doesn't sound like trouble. He gestured for Cyclizer to help load a large basket of fruit onto the pickup truck. Meanwhile, Dragonite, Ogerpon, and Goldingo landed in the bustling streets of Kosagi Town. To avoid being recognized as Pokémon, Ogerpon donned an EV mask that Naoki had purchased during a recent festival, while Dragonite and Goldingo posed as Ogerpon's Pokémon companions. As they strolled through the lively streets, their unique group quickly attracted attention. Ogerpon fidgeted nervously. Pon, why does it feel like everyone is staring at us? Dragonite, however, was unfazed, its wings raised confidently. Probably because I'm Dragonite. Having made many delivery runs before, Dragonite was no stranger to the awe it inspired. People often stared or even chased it down streets just to catch a closer glimpse. Hearing Dragonite's casual explanation, Ogerpon relaxed a bit, reassured that its disguise hadn't been compromised. Meanwhile, Goldingo soaked in the attention, waving enthusiastically at the crowd. Goldie, the passers-by gasped in amazement. Did you see that? That Pokémon waved at us. Wow, it's solid gold. So shiny and beautiful. Goldingo puffed out its chest even more, delighted by the admiration. The group continued onward, cutting a striking figure among the townsfolk. Suddenly, a fiery-eyed young man stepped into their path. Ogerpon flinched, startled by the sudden intervention. The young man's eyes sparkled with excitement as he scanned the group. His gaze lingered on Dragonite, then shifted to Goldingo, its golden body gleaming brilliantly under the sunlight. Finally, he looked directly at Ogerpon, standing between the two. You're a trainer, aren't you? The young man exclaimed, his enthusiasm palpable. That's incredible. You've managed to catch a Dragonite and this golden Pokémon. It's amazing. I'd love to challenge you to a battle. Please, let me test my Pokémon against yours. Ogerpon hesitated, glancing at the persistent young trainer blocking their way. They hadn't come to town to battle, but it seemed there was no other way to proceed. Ogerpon exchanged a look with Dragonite and Goldingo, both of whom seemed equally perplexed by the situation. Pon, let's just get this over with, Ogerpon muttered to itself. It reached up to adjust the EV mask and mimicked the nod of a human trainer agreeing to a battle. Seeing the masked trainer's acknowledgement, the boy's face lit up with excitement. Without hesitation, he pulled a Pokeball from his pocket and raised it high. Thank you. Please, let's have a good match, he said, the enthusiasm clear in his voice. Ogerpon, trying to act the part, extended its hand forward awkwardly, as if issuing a challenge. Dragonite stood beside it, confused for a moment, until Ogerpon's gaze shifted to it expectantly. Realizing what was happening, Dragonite let out a determined roar and stepped forward, taking its place on the battlefield. I'm ready, Dragonite roared, stomping its foot for emphasis. The boy hesitated for a moment, a puzzled look crossing his face. Something about the masked trainer seemed off. Was it their silence? Their oddly hesitant movements? He couldn't help but ask, can you not talk? Ogerpon froze, unsure how to respond. After a brief pause, it simply shook its head. The boy's eyes widened. Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to be rude, he apologized, bowing his head quickly. I didn't know. Ogerpon waved its hands dismissively, signaling that it wasn't offended and urging him to start the battle. The boy straightened, still somewhat unsure but eager to proceed. All right then, let's have a great match, he said, leading them to a nearby battle square in the center of the bustling town. Trainer culture thrived in this world, and public battlefields were a common feature in towns and cities to accommodate passing trainers. The square they arrived at was already surrounded by a handful of onlookers curious about the masked trainer and their imposing Dragonite. Standing at one end of the battlefield, Ogerpon tried to mimic Naoki's stance as best as it could, while Dragonite took its position on the field, flexing its wings confidently. Across from them, the boy held his Pokeball high, brimming with excitement. All right, let's get started, he called out. Go, my friend. Dance through the waves with elegance. With a brilliant flash of light, the Pokeball released a Pokémon onto the battlefield. An elegant, blue-bodied Pokémon with flowing feathers and a graceful stance emerged. It was a Quaxwell, its feathers glistening as it struck a poised dancer's pose. Your move, the boy declared, graciously giving the first turn to the masked trainer. He watched closely, curious about how the silent trainer would command their Dragonite. However, to his surprise, Dragonite didn't wait for a command. Dragonite flapped its massive wings, summoning a powerful storm that barreled across the battlefield. The fierce winds engulfed Quaxwell, striking with such intensity that it was knocked out instantly. What just happened? The boy stood frozen in shock, unable to process the overwhelming strength of the move. That was Hurricane, and it was unbelievably powerful. Seeing their victory, Ogerpon let out an excited cheer. Without wasting another moment, the trio, Ogerpon, Dragonite, and Goldingo, turned and left the battlefield, eager to resume their quest to find the perfect gift for Naoki. Meanwhile, the boy remained rooted in place, his mind spinning. What had just happened? That battle was over in mere seconds, and he still couldn't fully grasp what he'd witnessed. Back on the bustling streets, the three Pokémon strolled through the town, pausing every so often to peer into shop windows at the dazzling array of goods on display. With no further interruptions, their shopping progressed much more smoothly. Before long, Ogerpon spotted something that caught its eye. An elegant bouquet of vibrant flowers displayed in the window of a quaint flower shop. Curious, the trio entered the shop, where they were greeted by a kind woman wearing a plaid apron. She smiled warmly at Ogerpon, who was still wearing its EV mask, and gestured to the bouquet. This is the famous Gracidia flower, she said, her voice gentle. Ogerpon tilted its head, murmuring in curiosity. The florist hesitated, her eyes narrowing slightly as she studied the masked trainer. A flicker of realization crossed her face. "Wait a moment. Are you a Pokémon?" she asked, her tone a mix of surprise and amusement. Ogerpon froze, its eyes wide. Realizing it had been exposed, it hastily raised its hands to cover its mouth, unsure of what to do next. The florist chuckled, her laughter soft and reassuring. "Don't worry," she said kindly. "I don't know why you're dressed as a human, but I'm guessing you're buying these flowers for someone important to you, aren't you?" Seeing no hostility in her words, Ogerpon relaxed and nodded enthusiastically. "Pon, Pon, that's right." Dragonite and Goldingo chimed in with their own cheerful noises, showing their agreement. The woman's gaze softened as she looked at the trio. "You must have a wonderful trainer," she said. "It's clear that you're all so well cared for." Her gentle smile grew as she turned her attention back to the bouquet. "These flowers, Gracidia, are quite special. They come all the way from the Sinnoh region, which is far from here. In Sinnoh, people give Gracidia flowers to express gratitude or celebrate meaningful occasions, like birthdays or anniversaries." The Pokémon listened attentively, their expressions thoughtful. Dragonite, who had initially been skeptical about Ogerpon's choice of flowers, reconsidered after hearing the florist's explanation. While there were plenty of flowers on the ranch, none carried the same significance as these. "Owo, this is perfect for Naoki," Dragonite thought, nodding firmly. Beside it, Goldingo shared the same sentiment, its golden body gleaming brightly in approval. Goldingo, with its love for golden treasures, had initially planned to pick a gift of that hue for Naoki as a token of gratitude for the gold coins that enabled its evolution. But as it stared at the vibrant Gracidia flowers, a thought clicked. "This flower, it's perfect," Goldingo decided, setting aside its usual preference. With their choice made, it was time to pay for the bouquet. When the newly hatched EVs had their fill of milk, they snuggled into Naoki's arms, their tiny bodies warm and soft. One by one, they began to drift off to sleep, their soft paw pads pressed gently against Naoki's legs, and soon a few of them were in a deep slumber. The remaining EVs, though equally tired, leaned against their siblings, nodding off intermittently. They blinked sleepily, their little heads bobbing with drowsiness. Watching them, Naoki felt his heart swell with tenderness. He gently scratched the chins of the drowsy EVs and whispered softly, "Go to sleep." In real life, Pokémon hatching was vastly different from the instantaneous readiness seen in games. Newly hatched Pokémon couldn't battle right away. These EVs were tiny, delicate, and utterly dependent, resembling infants. According to the Pokémon care books Naoki had read, newly hatched Pokémon required ample rest and nutrition. Thankfully, Pokémon developed quickly, with their larval phase lasting only about a week before they reached their normal size and strength. Once the EVs had fallen asleep, Naoki carefully lined them up on a soft blanket. He began examining their tails to determine their genders. "Male, male, male, female, male, female, female," Naoki murmured, counting. "For males and 3 females. Female EVs are so rare. Considering the typical male-to-female ratio of EVs was 7-to-1, having 3 female EVs in a single clutch was extraordinary." Naoki smiled, marveling at his good fortune. He turned to Glacian and Umbreon, who had been watching over the eggs. "You two will be the leaders of this group of EVs from now on," he declared. "Boy," Glacian blinked in surprise, while Umbreon tilted its head in confusion. The two older Pokémon exchanged unsure glances, their expressions showing their apprehension. "You'll get the hang of it," Naoki reassured them. He was about to add something when he suddenly froze. A realization struck him like lightning. "Oh no, I asked NDD to help with the eggs. Who's watching the chicken soup downstairs?" Naoki bolted down the stairs and into the kitchen. There, he found Flutter Mane flapping its wing-like appendages frantically, trying to manage the stove. Naoki face-bombed. My goodness, Sister and ED left the soup in the care of someone who clearly has no idea what they're doing. Thankfully, the soup was not ruined. Naoki quickly took over, reducing the heat and simmering the soup properly. Flutter Mane sighed in relief, happy to relinquish the task. By evening, the EVs stirred awake. Naoki and the NDD siblings fed them another round of milk, ensuring they were well-nourished. The curious little EVs, their bellies full, began exploring their surroundings. They sat in a neat row on the wooden floor, their large, bright eyes fixed on Naoki, the NDD siblings, and Palmot. Naoki crouched to their level, pointing to himself. "I'm Naoki," he introduced warmly. "Bowie," the EVs chorused, tilting their heads in unison. Naoki gestured to the NDD siblings. "This is the younger NDD, and this is the elder NDD." The younger NDD waved enthusiastically. "Ike." The elder NDD gave a calm, polite nod. "Aye." The EVs blinked in wonder, their tails wagging as they chirped, "EV." Before Naoki could continue, Palmot, Alchemy, and Glacian enthusiastically introduced themselves. The room became a flurry of cheerful voices and names as each Pokémon eagerly tried to befriend the EVs. However, the overwhelming number of introductions left the baby EVs thoroughly confused. They tilted their heads, their expressions bewildered. Before long, one or two of them began to whimper softly, calling out, "Pew, pew," as they scurried away from the group. The chaos quickly spread as the other EVs followed suit. One darted under the bed, two squeezed themselves under a cabinet, and the rest scattered through the room and into the hallway. Naoki's heart jumped in alarm. The corridor connected to the staircase, and he feared an EV might accidentally fall. "Quick!" he called to the NDD siblings. "Catch them." The psychic-type siblings exchanged a knowing glance. A faint blue light glowed in their eyes as they used telekinesis to gently retrieve the fleeing EVs, floating them back onto the soft blanket. The baby EVs blinked in confusion, unsure how they had been caught so effortlessly. Naoki placed them back in their makeshift nest, but he realized they had too much energy to settle down. "They've been asleep all afternoon," he muttered. "No wonder they're so lively now." Deciding it was better to let them burn off some energy, Naoki carried the EVs downstairs and placed them on the sofa. "Go ahead and play here," he said with a smile. "Bowie," the EVs chirped happily. The next moment, they clambered up onto Naoki's shoulders and even onto his head, their tiny paws playfully batting at his hair. Naoki observed the tiny EVs as they nestled close to him, seemingly comforted by his presence. Taking advantage of the calm moment, Naoki brought out some toys to play with them. For a while, the room was filled with happy squeaks and playful energy. But as the clock neared 8 or 9 in the evening, the little EVs began to tire. Their play slowed, their eyelids drooped, and soft yawns punctuated the quiet air. Feeling a bit drowsy himself, Naoki decided it was time to rest. "Let's sleep here tonight," he said, leading the EVs to his bed. However, as the EVs climbed onto the bed, their attention was drawn to Koraidon resting nearby. Their tiny bodies stiffened, and they trembled with visible fear. Koraidon was speechless. "Reo," Naoki chuckled softly. "It's Koraidon, your companion. There's no need to be scared." Palmot chimed in enthusiastically. "Palmot, Palmot." Despite the reassurances, the EVs remained wary, slowly backing into the safety of Naoki's quilt. Naoki watched them with amusement. "Ah, the universal belief, beds can keep out all evil. It looks like Pokémon know this too," he teased gently. Turning to the nervous EVs, he added softly, "It's okay, you're safe. Let's sleep." Cuddling into the warmth of the blanket and Naoki's comforting presence, the EVs soon drifted off to sleep. Naoki smiled as he watched their tiny forms rise and fall with each breath. "They're so small, so soft," Naoki thought fondly. Pokémon are truly at their cutest when they're little. The days passed quickly, and the EVs began to grow. Their fur thickened, their movements became more coordinated, and they developed a lively curiosity about their surroundings. During this time, The ranch celebrated Cyclizer's birthday. Naoki organized a party, allowing all the Pokémon to join in the festivities. Cyclizer even got to enjoy a special cake to increase its stats, a rare treat. The day after Cyclizer's birthday, the EVs fully transitioned from their newborn stage, becoming standard-sized EV. While trainers might typically begin training at this stage, Naoki believed it was still too early. They were only 7 days old. After all, the young EVs, now more energetic and curious, began exploring every nook and cranny of the house. Naoki often found them in the most unexpected places, under the sofa, inside cupboards, behind the television, or even in the heating vent used by Slugma. On one memorable occasion, a startled Naoki encountered an EV popping out of the bathtub. Naoki groaned, running a hand through his hair. "If this keeps up, it'll be chaos," he muttered. He resolved to let the EVs explore the pasture soon, where they could roam freely and safely under supervision. However, until the outdoor space was ready, the EVs continued their indoor adventures. One bright morning, Naoki noticed that the food supplies at the ranch were running low. He decided to head into town to restock. In the living room, 2 of the calmer female EVs were napping contentedly on the sofa. Around the sofa, 2 EVs darted back and forth, playing an energetic game of chase. Glacian and Umbreon, sitting calmly nearby, watched the lively little ones with expressions of quiet resignation. They exchanged a knowing glance, as if sharing an unspoken sentiment about the exuberance of youth. "Bui," Umbreon sighed, its tone carrying a maturity that belied its small frame. It couldn't help but think back to its own childhood, convinced that it had never been this mischievous or prone to diving into dusty corners just for the thrill of exploration. Elsewhere in the house, 3 of the most adventurous male EVs had formed a makeshift exploration team and were rummaging through Naoki's treasure room. This was the room where Naoki stored items like rare stones, trinkets sent by friends, and other miscellaneous treasures. The trio eagerly buried their heads into boxes and piles of items, searching for anything that caught their interest. Before long, one of the EVs let out an excited squeak. "Boo-wee!" Its cry immediately drew the attention of the other 2, who scrambled over to see what it had found. The curious trio peered into a box, their wide eyes fixed on a small collection of brightly colored stones. One particularly curious EV reached down with its paw to grab something shiny, but lost its footing and tumbled headfirst into the box. "Boo-wee!" It yelped, startled by its fall. In its scramble, its paw brushed against an orange-yellow stone. Suddenly, a dazzling light engulfed the EV, and the energy within the stone flowed into its body. The other 2 EVs froze in surprise, their mouths open in silent awe as they watched their companion transform. When the light faded, the EV was gone. In its place stood a Pokémon with fiery red fur and a large, bushy tail, Flareon. "Boo-wee!" The 2 remaining EVs squeaked in alarm at the sudden change. Flareon, now standing confidently outside the box, turned to look at them, its expression mirroring their confusion. Flareon stared down at itself in disbelief, examining its new form. It moved its paws, shook its fluffy tail, and finally opened its mouth to let out an incredulous cry. "Boo! Boo-wee!" One of the EVs cautiously approached, reaching out with a small paw to poke at the tuft of creamy yellow fur on Flareon's forehead. Flareon blinked, feeling a strange sense of understanding settle within it. The energy from the stone had not only transformed its body, but also unlocked new genetic knowledge. "Oh, that's it," Flareon thought. "I've evolved, and now I can use fire moves." Excited by the realization, Flareon let out an elated cry. "Pew!" The other 2 EVs tilted their heads in confusion. They looked from Flareon to the box and back again. "Pew-wee," one of them asked hesitantly, as if seeking confirmation. "Pew!" Flareon nodded enthusiastically. It gestured at the stones in the box, indicating that the mysterious transformation had been caused by the orange-yellow stone. Intrigued and eager to experience the same change, the 2 remaining EVs scrambled into the box. Each selected a stone that seemed to resonate with them, one blue and shimmering, the other yellow and crackling faintly with energy. As soon as their paws touched the stones, the room lit up again. Brilliant beams of light enveloped both EVs, their small forms absorbing the stone's energies. Their bodies began to change, growing sleek and streamlined. When the light faded, Flareon stood face to face with its two transformed companions. One had become a Jolteon, its yellow fur spiky and bristling with electricity. The other had evolved into a Vaporeon, its smooth blue skin adorned with fins and a crest. "Boy!" Flareon exclaimed, staring in awe at its brothers. Jolteon and Vaporeon exchanged curious glances before looking at Flareon. They seemed just as surprised by their transformations. Boo-ee-boo! The newly evolved Flareon, Jolteon, and Vaporeon were thrilled with their transformations. Brimming with excitement, they bolted out of the room, eager to show Naoki their new forms. When Naoki returned to the ranch, his arms full of grocery bags, he immediately noticed something unusual. The living room, which should have been full of playful EVs, now had three unfamiliar Pokémon: Flareon, Jolteon, and Vaporeon. Naoki's eyes widened in confusion. What happened here? The trio of evolved Pokémon rushed over, tails wagging and eyes sparkling as they excitedly recounted their adventure. "Pew pew! We went on an incredible adventure and found magical stones. Those stones made us stronger and turned us into these forms." Naoki tilted his head, perplexed. Thankfully, Calyrex was nearby, watching TV, and promptly translated their words via telepathy. Upon understanding their story, Naoki groaned, pinching the bridge of his nose. "An adventure? You mean rummaging through the storage room?" He looked at the three mischievous Pokémon with exasperation and gently flicked their foreheads with his fingers. "You little troublemakers." The three brothers, however, immediately put on sad, guilty faces. "Boy, it's because you never let us go outside to play. We didn't mean any harm." Naoki froze, their words hitting him like a bolt of lightning. He bit back the scolding he'd been about to give. They weren't wrong. He'd kept them indoors out of fear they might wander off and get lost outside the ranch. After a moment of silent reflection, Naoki let out a long sigh. "Okay, fine. From now on, you can go outside to play, but only within the fenced area of the ranch." "Bye." The EV's eyes lit up with joy. Naoki nodded firmly. "But listen carefully. You must never leave the fenced area. If you wander off, you might encounter danger and won't be able to return home. Promise me you'll stay safe." The EVs exchanged nervous glances but quickly nodded. We promise." With a smile, Naoki opened the door, and the group of EVs poured out into the open fields, Glacian and Umbreon leading the way to keep an eye on them. Flareon and Jolteon immediately began racing each other across the grass, their new forms filling them with boundless energy. Vaporeon, driven by instinct, sprinted toward the ranch's central lake and dove into the water, creating playful ripples on the surface. The remaining EVs scattered throughout the ranch, exploring their surroundings with wide-eyed wonder. Two found themselves drawn to the flower fields, where Combi buzzed busily among the blooms. Another pair wandered into the vegetable patch, their noses twitching curiously as they ran along the rows of crops. Two others made their way to a shady fruit tree, where they flopped onto the soft grass and basked in the cool autumn breeze. Naoki stood at the door, watching the scene unfold with a sense of relief. He sighed contentedly. They'll be happier this way. He mentally took stock of the EV evolutions he now had. Water, fire, electric, ice, and moon were already accounted for. That left grass, psychic, and fairy forms to complete the lineup. Leafeon should be simple, he mused aloud. Just a leaf stone or a spot with strong grass energy, like near a mossy rock, will do the trick. But when it came to Espeon and Sylveon, things weren't as straightforward. Espeon will need a high bond with me and must evolve during the day under the sun, Naoki noted. Sylveon, it'll need to learn a fairy-type move and also develop a strong bond. Naoki believed that evolving Pokémon was not just about power. It was about understanding and respecting their choices. While he hoped the remaining EVs would evolve into forms not yet present on the ranch, he knew the decision ultimately belonged to them. When the EVs returned from their outdoor play, Naoki gathered them in the living room. The 9 Pokémon sat in a neat row, their curious gazes fixed on him. Flareon, Jolteon, and Vaporeon sat in the middle, their evolved forms a source of fascination for the others. Ahem! Naoki cleared his throat, drawing their attention. Glacian and Umbreon exchanged knowing glances, while the unevolved EVs waited eagerly to see what Naoki had to say. Koraidon wheeled in a small blackboard, and Naoki began pinning pictures of EVs' evolutionary forms onto it. Each image was carefully categorized and labeled, making it easy for the EVs to follow along. I wasn't planning to introduce this topic so soon, Naoki began, his tone slightly exasperated, but 3 mischievous EVs stumbled into my treasure chest, found the evolution stones, and evolved ahead of schedule. The unevolved EVs turned their wide eyes toward the trio in question. Flareon, Jolteon, and Vaporeon glanced away sheepishly, sticking out their tongues in an attempt to look endearing. Bye, sorry, we didn't mean to. Naoki sighed, shaking his head, but a small smile tugged at his lips. He continued, EV, each of you holds unlimited evolutionary potential. Evolving means becoming stronger, just like Flareon, Jolteon, and Vaporeon have. The EVs listened intently, their tails wagging in anticipation. Naoki pointed to the first image on the blackboard. Let's start with Flareon, just like our fiery friend here. All eyes turned to Flareon, who puffed out its chest proudly. Flareon, as the name suggests, has the power to control fire. It can release high-temperature flames to attack its enemies and even roast berries to perfection. Pew! Flareon nodded enthusiastically to confirm Naoki's words. To demonstrate, it inhaled deeply and exhaled a small flame. The flame, unfortunately, landed directly on the carpet, igniting it instantly. Naoki froze. Flareon, what have you done? The room erupted into chaos as Naoki scrambled to extinguish the flames. Thankfully, Vaporeon acted swiftly, using its water gun to douse the fire. When the smoke cleared, Naoki surveyed the scorched carpet with a grim expression. From now on, no one is allowed to use moves indoors. Is that clear? Booey! Flareon lowered its head, its ears drooping in guilt. Naoki softened, rubbing Flareon's head. I'll let it slide this time, but never again, okay? Flareon nodded vigorously, its eyes shining with determination. Booey! Naoki adjusted his focus back to the lesson. You've all seen what Flareon can do. Now, let's talk about Vaporeon. Vaporeon perked up at the mention of its name, its fin-like tail wagging happily. Vaporeon, Naoki explained, gains the ability to live in water after evolving. It can freely control water and use moves like Water Gun to attack. In daily life, Vaporeon is incredibly helpful. It can water crops or even extinguish fires, as you've just seen. Naoki observed the EVs as they curiously studied Vaporeon. Some seemed intrigued by its aquatic abilities, while others appeared less interested. Sensing their shifting focus, he turned his attention to another EV evolution. Next, let me introduce you to Glacian, Naoki said, his gaze landing on the cool and collected Pokémon. Glacian wields the power of ice and snow. It's especially useful during summer. You won't need to worry about heat stroke if Glacian is nearby. In short, Glacian is a reliable and refreshing companion. Glacian gave a subtle nod, a quiet confirmation of Naoki's description. Its reserved demeanor added to its charm, leaving the younger EVs in awe. Now, on to Jolteon, Naoki continued, pointing to the spiky-furred electric-type Pokémon. Jolteon evolves through the Thunderstone. It's capable of generating powerful electrical attacks that can paralyze opponents. Jolteon's strength is undeniable. Jolteon, known for its high-strung nature, surprisingly appeared calm in Naoki's presence. Perhaps because it had hatched from an egg under his care, Jolteon was unusually docile. To demonstrate its abilities, it stored electricity in its fur, causing tiny sparks to crackle and light up the room. The other EVs watched in wide-eyed amazement. Next up is Umbreon, Naoki said, shifting to the elegant, moonlit Pokémon. Umbreon evolves when bathed in the light of the moon. It's nocturnal and prefers to roam under the stars, blending seamlessly with the shadows. Additionally, Umbreon's black fur helps it camouflage at night, making it almost invisible to opponents in darkness. Umbreon emitted a soft, melodic cry, Umbree, as the blue rings on its body glowed faintly, creating a magical ambience. Naoki smiled at Umbreon's display, then turned his attention to the remaining unevolved EVs. Now, let's talk about some evolutions we don't have on the ranch yet. At this, the 4 unevolved EVs perked up, their ears twitching with excitement. First, there's Leafeon, Naoki said, pointing to the corresponding picture on the board. Leafeon is a grass-type Pokémon that can photosynthesize like a plant. Because of this, it always smells fresh and carries a unique, grassy aroma. One little EV tilted its head and stood up, curiosity shining in its eyes. "Phew! What does grass smell like?" Naoki paused to think before calling Karaden, who quickly summoned the nearby Gagote. "Let's show them," Naoki said, gesturing for Gagote to activate its grassy terrain. A soft green light spread across the room, accompanied by the faint, earthy scent of freshly grown grass. The EVs twitched their noses, sniffing eagerly. "That's what grass smells like," Naoki explained. "Phew!" One EV cried happily, clearly enchanted by the scent. Meanwhile, another EV wrinkled its nose, less impressed. Naoki quickly instructed Gagote to disperse the energy from its grassy terrain, shifting focus to the next evolution. "Now, let me introduce Espeon," Naoki announced, pointing to the image of a sleek Pokémon with lavender fur. Espeon is the opposite of Umbreon. It absorbs sunlight and converts it into psychic energy. Not only that, Espeon has an exceptional ability to predict the future. The EVs turned their attention to the photo, their eyes lighting up with awe. Boy, the Pokémon in the picture radiated elegance, its soft, velvety fur glinting faintly. A beautiful ruby embedded on its forehead gleamed with an otherworldly glow. The EVs were visibly enchanted by its beauty. Naoki chuckled at their reaction and moved on. And next, I'd like to introduce Sylveon. The EVs shifted their gaze to the next image. Sylveon's photo depicted a Pokémon with pristine white fur accented by soft pink tones. Adorned with a bow and ribbon-like feelers, Sylveon exuded a graceful charm. "This is Sylveon," Naoki explained. "A fairy-type Pokémon. It may look gentle and cute, but it's incredibly powerful. Sylveon can hold its own even against fearsome dragon types that are much larger than itself. It fearlessly jumps into battle to protect its trainer and friends." Naoki paused, observing the EV's reactions. Some were clearly intrigued, while others seemed thoughtful. "Well," he said, "have you thought about what kind of EV evolution you want to become in the future?" Before they could respond, Naoki remembered an important point and added, "Of course, evolving isn't the only path. Staying as an unevolved EV is perfectly fine too. Even without evolving, EV can grow into a strong and reliable partner." He smiled warmly at the group, continuing, "And let's not forget EV's ultimate move, Extreme EVA Boost. This special Z move, used with the help of all 8 evolved forms, combines their powers with EVs to create a spectacular attack." The EVs tilted their heads in curiosity. In the Alola region, this move doesn't just deal damage. It raises EV's attack, defense, special attack, special defense, and speed by 2 stages, making it incredibly powerful. To perform this move, I need a Z Crystal and EVMZ. The EVs listened intently, their eyes shifting between Naoki and the photos on the blackboard. They seemed intrigued by the possibilities, but hesitant to make a decision. Naoki didn't rush them. "It's your choice," he said gently. "You don't have to decide right now. What's important is that you're happy with the path you choose. However, before the unevolved EVs could respond, Flareon bounded forward enthusiastically. Bui, Naoki, Naoki. I want to become the partner EV. Naoki blinked, startled, then sighed heavily. Flareon, you've already evolved. You can't de-evolve. Flareon's ears drooped, disappointment clear in its posture. Naoki felt a pang of guilt seeing its dejection. It's my fault, he muttered to himself. I should have introduced all the EV-volutions earlier, or at least kept those evolution stones out of reach. Naoki sighed, knowing there was no way to change what had already happened. He decided to comfort Flareon instead. Don't be upset, Flareon, Naoki said with a reassuring smile. You're incredibly powerful just the way you are. When winter comes, you can help us make a fire to keep warm. You're an important part of the team. Flareon's ears perked up, and its fiery tail wagged excitedly. Bew. Really? Does Naoki like me? Naoki chuckled, reaching out to pat Flareon's fluffy head. Of course. The thought seemed to cheer Flareon up immensely. Bew, I'll do my best. Flareon puffed out its chest proudly. Bew. I love being Flareon. I don't want to be anything else now. Meanwhile, the remaining 4 EVs seemed to have made their decisions as well. One of the little EVs stepped forward and exclaimed, Bew, I want to evolve into Leafeon. Naoki smiled warmly. Good choice. Leafeon has a soothing presence and smells like a fresh meadow. Another EV looked up at Naoki with curiosity. Bew. Can Espion EV really predict the future? Naoki nodded, recalling the information from his book. That's right. Espion has a unique ability to sense and predict what's about to happen. He explained further. Espion's fur is incredibly sensitive, allowing it to detect changes in the air. It can sense approaching weather, enemy movements, and even small changes around it. Hearing this, the EV's eyes sparkled with excitement. Bew, then I want to become Espion. That way, I can know when Naoki's coming home. Naoki raised an eyebrow, amused. Why would you need to know when I'm coming home? The EV froze, its eyes darting nervously. Bew, so I don't get caught eating the ice cream in the refrigerator. Oops. Realizing it had said too much, the EV quickly covered its mouth with its paws. Naoki's expression shifted to a mix of disbelief and amusement. I don't stop you from eating too much because I want to be mean, Naoki explained patiently. I'm just worried you'll get an upset stomach. Eating too much ice cream can make you feel sick. The EV drooled at the thought of the delicious treat. Bew, but it's so tasty. Naoki sighed deeply, rubbing his forehead. Fine. If you get a stomachache, I'll ask my sister and DD to use Heel Pulse or Crescent Dance. And if that doesn't work, I'll take you to Nurse Joy at the Pokémon Center. Naoki turned to the remaining 2 EVs, his eyes filled with curiosity. What about you two? Have you decided what kind of EV you'd like to evolve into? One of the EVs immediately puffed out its chest and looked at Coraden, its eyes blazing with determination. Bew, I want to evolve into Sylveon. Naoki tilted his head, intrigued. Why Sylveon? The little EV's expression was brimming with resolve. Bew, because Fairy EV can defeat Dragon Pokémon. Naoki stifled a laugh as understanding dawned on him. So that's what this was about. He recalled an incident from a few days ago when Coraden had tried to join him and the EVs on the bed. Naoki had gently refused, worried that the bed was too small and that Coraden's large size might accidentally crush the tiny EVs. Jealous, Coraden had taken one of the EVs off the bed, keeping it close as if staking a claim. The poor EV had been so frightened it burst into tears, waking Naoki in the middle of the night. It had taken a lot of soothing to comfort the little Pokémon, and ever since then, it seemed this particular EV had decided Coraden was its rival. Naoki glanced at Coraden, who appeared completely unbothered. He couldn't help but laugh softly. Sure, you can evolve into Sylveon, he said, patting the determined EV on the head. But I have to warn you, Coraden isn't just any dragon Pokémon. He's incredibly strong. Beating it won't be easy. But I'll do my best, the EV declared, its fighting spirit unwavering. Koraiden let out a soft, amused rumble. Ugh. Finally, Naoki turned to the last EV, who had been quiet throughout. And you? What kind of EV would you like to evolve into? The little EV glanced around nervously, its ears twitching. It seemed unsure, taking its time to deliberate. After a long moment, it spoke hesitantly. EV, I want to be a partner, EV. Naoki crouched down, his voice gentle. You don't have to choose partner EV if you don't want to. There are so many other evolutions, and I'll train you to be whatever you want to become. The EV hesitated, but eventually shook its head firmly. Its small face lit with determination as it declared, EV. I want to be a partner, EV. Naoki blinked, momentarily stunned. You don't want to evolve into anything else. The EV shook its head again, this time more vigorously. But why BUI? No, I want to be the most powerful partner, EV. More importantly, it didn't want to evolve into any of the other forms like its companions. It wanted to stand out, to be unique among all the Pokémon on the ranch, not just in its appearance, but also in its bond with Naoki. This little EV desired to remain as it was, an EV, not out of fear of change, but because it cherished its individuality and the special place it already held in Naoki's heart. Naoki was slightly surprised when he heard EV's declaration. He hadn't anticipated that one of the little EVs would have such a determined idea. But on further thought, it made sense. In many ways, Pokémon were not so different from human children. Just as every child in a family wants to stand out and feel unique, every EV also wishes to carve out its own identity. Naoki's gaze swept over the group of EVs. Each one looked up at him with earnest eyes, their expressions full of trust and curiosity. Understand, Naoki said with a warm smile. Exhaling softly, he added, All right, I'll help you work toward your goal of becoming partner EV. But first, you'll all need to wear this stone. He reached into his bag and pulled out several Everstones. Gently, he placed one on each unevolved EV, tying the smooth stones securely around their necks. The EVs glanced down at the stones with puzzled expressions. EV, what's this? Naoki crouched to their level and explained, These are Everstones. They'll prevent you from evolving accidentally due to environmental factors. EV's genetic instability made them highly susceptible to evolution in certain conditions. At Naoki's ranch, there were many such conditions, areas rich in energy that could trigger evolution, such as the grassy fields near Gagot, the icy cave that housed Glacian's ice stone, or the natural deposits of elemental stones scattered across the land. Without the Everstones, it was all too easy for an EV to accidentally evolve simply by wandering into the wrong area. Naoki felt the stones were a necessary precaution, especially since he wanted to wait until the EVs were at least 1 or 2 years old before helping them evolve. For now, however, he planned to focus on preparing for their future evolutions. Leafian's evolution was straightforward, but Sylveon and Espion required special conditions. I'll have to start teaching them baby doll eyes soon, Naoki mused. The move was a fairy-type technique, and mastering it was one of the prerequisites for evolving into Sylveon. With the EV's future plans settled, Naoki moved on to another task. He grabbed a bag of supplies and set out with Dugtrio and Calyrex, heading toward the lake on the ranch. Passing through a shimmering portal created by Giratina, they entered the distortion world. In this surreal and chaotic realm, the majestic world tree stood tall, its lush greenery radiating a quiet, awe-inspiring power. Naoki gazed at the tree, marveling at its progress. More than 20 days had passed since Calyrex last nurtured the world tree. According to Naoki's calculations, tomorrow would mark the next scheduled cultivation. As his eyes roamed the massive tree, information surfaced in his mind. World tree, mature a seedling that has absorbed vast amounts of grass-type energy. Enhanced by Gagot's influence, it has undergone a unique mutation, giving it immense vitality. Said to support an entire ecosystem, it requires 64,054 years to reach full maturity. Naoki let out a breath. It's nearly halfway there. Over the past months, Calyrex had been visiting the distortion world regularly to accelerate the world tree's growth. Each month, its efforts reduced the tree's remaining growth time by approximately 4,000 years. At this rate, Naoki estimated 64,054 divided by 4,000. It'll take about 16 more months. That meant the world tree could potentially reach maturity by December of the 200th year of the Alliance calendar, just over a year away. Considering the tree's natural timeline, this accelerated pace was nothing short of miraculous. Reflecting on this, Naoki felt a deep sense of gratitude. Without Calyrex's help, he likely wouldn't live to see the world tree reach its full potential. But Naoki wasn't in the distortion world today for the world tree. Instead, he had another experiment in mind. Since the current season in the outside world wasn't suitable for cultivating Gracidia flowers, Naoki decided to plant a batch here to see if they could thrive in the unique conditions of this realm. Being careful not to disturb Giratina, who was resting among the flowers, Naoki led Dugtrio and Calyrex to an untouched island within the distortion world. The three set to work immediately. Dugtrio tilled the soil, Naoki scattered the seeds, and Calyrex used its powers to accelerate the flower's growth. Before long, a breathtaking sea of pink blossoms stretched out before them. Dugtrio stared at the scene with sparkling eyes. Dig, dig, how beautiful. Calyrex was equally moved. This is the first time I've seen flowers as enchanting as these. Yeah, Naoki agreed, smiling warmly. After all, these are magical flowers capable of attracting mythical Pokémon. While Shaman might not be as well known as legendary Pokémon like Mew, Jirachi, Shalebi, or Diancie, it was still a mythical Pokémon in its own right, with a special connection to these flowers. At that moment, Giratina glided over, drawn by the spectacle. The imposing dragon-like Pokémon observed the island blanketed in vibrant pink blossoms and asked in its deep, resonant voice, "What are these flowers?" "They're Gracidia flowers," Naoki replied, turning to Giratina with a mischievous look. The sight of Naoki's half-smile made Giratina uneasy. It narrowed its glowing red eyes. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Naoki snapped out of his thoughts and chuckled. "Nothing. I just remembered something amusing." "What is it?" Giratina asked, curiosity evident in its tone. Naoki avoided giving a direct answer. "Just protect this sea of flowers well. When the time comes, you'll understand." He couldn't help but wonder what Shaman's reaction would be upon seeing this transformed corner of the distortion world. With that, Naoki left the island, accompanied by Calyrex and Dugtrio. Giratina remained behind, gazing silently at the sea of pink flowers. A gust of wind swept through the island as Giratina moved its massive body. Countless petals were lifted into the air, dancing like a pink snowfall against the surreal backdrop of the distortion world. The spectacle left Giratina momentarily awestruck. The mighty Pokémon leaned down, sniffing the flowers delicately. To its surprise, the blossoms carried a pleasant and soothing fragrance. Feeling unexpectedly relaxed, Giratina laid down amidst the flowers, curling its massive body around the sea of pink, and soon drifted off into a peaceful slumber. That evening, Naoki was in the Pokémon Tavern, inspecting the fruit wines aging in barrels, when a distant siren pierced the air. Curious, he stepped outside to find Officer Jenny driving past the ranch in her police car, with Grolai trotting alongside her. "Officer Jenny, where are you headed?" Naoki called out. Jenny stopped the car and got out, letting Grolai hop down beside her. She approached Naoki with a calm but determined expression. "I'm leaving the patrol car here for a while," she explained. "Grolai and I are heading to the forested area behind the ranch for a patrol." Naoki tilted his head. "Why the sudden patrol?" Jenny sighed, brushing her uniform absently. "It's autumn again, and we want to prevent another forest fire like the one we had last year. The police station has stepped up patrols to monitor the backwoods." Naoki nodded in understanding. "That makes sense. Would you like me to keep an eye on the car while you're gone?" "That would be helpful. Thank you." Jenny smiled. The fire department is also involved this year, but the forest ranger is stretched thin. The backwoods are vast, and there's only so much one person can do. It sounds like everyone's working hard, Naoki said, kneeling to pat Grolide's head. Thanks for keeping the area safe. Ginny's smile softened. It's our job. All right, I'll get going now. Naoki watched as Jenny and Grolide disappeared into the forest, their silhouettes fading into the golden hues of the autumn evening. He couldn't help but admire the dedication of the police and fire department in this world. Naoki shook his head, turned back to the Pokémon Tavern, and refilled the empty barrels of fruit wine. He also brought out some berries and sandwiches to stock up for the evening. Once guests arrived, the tavern could officially begin its operations for the night. After setting things up, Naoki returned to his home. The clock read 4:30 in the afternoon. As far as he knew, Officer Ginny wouldn't return until at least 9 p.m. Naoki's thoughts wandered. It was currently summer vacation for the students of Paldea Academy, but unlike the summer breaks in his past life, he doubted these students would simply stay home to rest. Most of them were likely traveling across the Paldea region, challenging gyms and honing their skills as trainers. After all, gym leaders in the Paldea region only got their holidays after November, following the conclusion of the annual Pokémon League Conference. It was only during this downtime that gym leaders could enjoy a well-deserved 2-month break. Naoki sighed, shaking his head. While Gita had always been kind to him, he couldn't imagine ever wanting to be a gym leader himself. The life of a free man, without the constraints of such responsibilities, was far more appealing. Smiling at the thought, Naoki pulled out a cookbook titled 300 Unique Recipes from his bag. He had purchased it earlier that morning while in town, intent on learning some new dishes. Cooking for his Pokémon had become a daily routine, but he realized the meals he prepared often lacked variety. Even if the Pokémon didn't complain, he himself was growing bored of the same repetitive menu. He flipped through the pages, his eyes lighting up at the colorful photos of delicious-looking meals. Mushroom soup requires shiitake, button mushrooms, king oyster mushrooms, and bamboo shoots. Spicy meat broth needs fatty cuts of meat, salad oil, minced garlic, and mashed ginger. Wine braised Paldea tomatoes, vodka steamed Carlos eggplant, Paldea crab meat, and ham dumplings. Paldea-style seafood rice. The pictures were mouth-watering, and Naoki's enthusiasm grew. Many of the recipes seemed feasible with the ingredients he already had on hand. He decided to try the mushroom soup, spicy meat broth, wine-braised tomatoes, and vodka-steamed eggplant first. However, the crab meat and ham dumplings seemed out of reach for now. The recipe required raw ham slices to replace the dumpling skin, a luxurious and extravagant twist that Naoki wasn't prepared for. "Let's keep it simple for now," he muttered, closing the book. Naoki stood up and began pulling ingredients from the refrigerator. With a growing sense of excitement, he set to work cooking. The warm aroma of simmering sauces and roasted vegetables soon filled the kitchen. Time passed, and as dusk began to fall, the Pokémon who had spent the day playing outside started returning home. By then, Naoki had finished preparing dinner. One of the dishes he'd made was the mushroom soup, a creamy concoction that looked inviting in its bowl. A notification in his mind popped up as he finished plating it. Mushroom soup, see? A thick and hearty soup made by blending various mushrooms into a flavorful broth. A popular specialty from a certain village, this dish is both comforting and nutritious. Cooking effect. Mushroom Hunter. Pokémon with the pickup ability become better at finding mushrooms after eating this dish, with a high probability of bringing mushrooms to their trainer. Naoki blinked, slightly baffled. Mushroom Hunter? Really? He glanced around the room, realizing the only Pokémon on the ranch with the pickup ability was Baby Bear, who had been away on an extended journey for quite some time. "Well, that's oddly specific," Naoki murmured, scratching his head. However, this seemingly niche dish sparked an idea. Naoki mused over an idea. Maybe he could train a group of Pokémon with the pickup ability and send them out to gather mushrooms and rare items. It reminded him of the feline expedition teams in Monster Hunter, where the hired feline helpers would venture out to collect herbs, mushrooms, and other useful materials for hunters. The more Naoki thought about it, the more he felt that the pickup ability in Pokémon served a similar purpose. This idea intrigued him. Setting that thought aside, he focused on the next dish. Spicy meat soup, C+. A hearty soup made with tender cuts of meat. Chicken essence and soy sauce are added to a rich beef broth, simmered slowly with mashed ginger to infuse it with a robust, spicy flavor. Cooking effect. Sprint level 1. Drinking this reduces stamina consumption during running and battles for both humans and Pokémon. Effect lasts for 15 minutes. Naoki raised an eyebrow, impressed. Reduced stamina consumption? This is perfect for intense training sessions or long treks. He made a mental note to prepare this dish during moments when endurance was key. Next, he turned his attention to the wine-braised Paldea tomatoes. This dish had a simple yet enticing effect. It stimulated the appetite. As the name implied, it was ideal for humans or Pokémon who had lost their appetite. The recipe involved simmering cherry tomatoes in white wine until they softened, their natural sweetness blending with the wine's aroma. The result was a tangy sweet dish that could coax even the pickiest eater into taking a bite. This will be perfect for any Pokémon that's reluctant to eat, Naoki thought. He decided to save this recipe for when the need arose. The next dish was vodka-steamed eggplant. Its effect was similar to hot soup dishes, warming up the body. While practical, Naoki found it less exciting compared to the others. Finally, Naoki studied the most complex dish of the bunch, paella, Paldea's seafood rice B, a fragrant delicacy made with head-on shrimp, mussels, and rice that absorbs the essence of a rich seafood broth. Infused with the blessings of the sea, this dish embodies the culinary spirit of Paldea. Cooking effect. Blessing of the sea. For humans, this increases the chance of catching rare fish when fishing. For Pokémon, it significantly boosts the effectiveness of sea-based special training. Effect lasts for 3 hours. Comments. A dish imbued with the blessings of the sea. Perfect for anglers and sea-dwelling Pokémon alike. Naoki's eyes lit up with excitement. Finally, a dish that benefits Pokémon directly. This dish was not only versatile, but also incredibly useful. For humans, it enhanced their chances of catching rare fish, a boon for fishermen. In the Pokémon world, rare fish often referred to elusive aquatic Pokémon. Common ones like Magikarp, Goldeen, and Finneon were easy enough to find, but rarer species like Wishiwashi, Carvania, and Relicanth required effort and a bit of luck. This dish could even improve the odds of encountering powerful aquatic Pokémon like Gyarados or Milotic. Naoki chuckled at the thought. Who knows? With enough courage and luck, maybe someone could even fish up Kyogre. After all, there was that one memorable moment in the anime where Lana managed to reel in a little Kyogre with her fishing rod. For Pokémon, the dish's effect was equally impressive. It significantly enhanced the efficiency of water-based special training, making it ideal for Pokémon like Dragonairs aiming to evolve into Dragonites. Naoki immediately called over the Dragonair who had not yet returned to Dragonite Island and served them generous portions of the Paldea seafood rice he had prepared. The Dragonair's eyes sparkled as they took in the aromatic dish brimming with the essence of the sea. They curiously leaned forward, sniffing the delectable aroma with their large snouts, before happily picking up a shrimp and savoring it. Delicious! At a nearby table, Koraidon and Dragonite also began enjoying their portions of the vibrant seafood dish. The paella, filled with rich flavors and the happiness of shared meals, was a feast not only for the palate, but for the eyes. Dragonite, particularly enchanted by the dish, eagerly picked up its plate and began devouring the rice in large, hearty bites, leaving the plate spotless. The rest of the Pokémon joined in the meal, eating with equal enthusiasm. Watching the joyful scene, Naoki smiled warmly. This, he thought, was the true purpose of cooking, bringing happiness to those around him. Turning his attention to the Dragonair, Naoki crouched to their level and said with a knowing smile, "Tomorrow morning, I'll take you all to a special place for some intense training." The Dragonair tilted their heads, their curiosity piqued. Naoki chuckled, deliberately leaving them in suspense. You'll see when we get there. The next morning, after observing Calyrex nurture the world tree, Naoki got to work preparing more Paldea's seafood rice for the day's training session. Though the dish greatly enhanced the effectiveness of special training in the sea, its effects only lasted 3 hours. To ensure the Dragonair had enough energy for the entire session, he packed extra portions in advance. The Dragonair were eager and had already gathered around Naoki by the time the sun had risen. Their anticipation was palpable as they encircled him. "All right, we'll set out soon," Naoki assured them, carefully packing the prepared paella into containers. He also grabbed his fishing rod and a small bucket, deciding to spend the training session testing the dish's effects on fishing while the Pokémon trained. For this session, Naoki chose to switch instructors. Instead of Koraidon, Dragonite would lead the special training. With its ability to summon storms and create ocean whirlpools, Dragonite was the perfect choice to challenge and guide the Dragonair in their exercises. After securing everything, Naoki climbed onto Koraidon's back, signaling the Dragonair and Dragonite to prepare for takeoff. However, before they could leave, the EVs playing in the pasture noticed Naoki gearing up and rushed over to him. "Biu, take us with you." Naoki glanced down at the excited group of EVs swarming around him. "I'm heading to the beach to help the Dragonair with their training," he explained. "Biu. We want to go too," the EVs chorused, their eyes sparkling with hope. Naoki chuckled softly. These EVs hadn't left the ranch since they'd hatched, and their curiosity was understandable. After a moment's thought, he nodded. "All right, you can come, but you have to promise to behave and not wander off." "Got it, Bui. We promise." "All right then, climb aboard," Naoki said, patting Koraidon's back. With delighted cries, the EVs quickly clambered onto Naoki, finding spots on his shoulders, arms, and lap until he was completely surrounded by their fluffy forms. Naoki adjusted his arms protectively around them to ensure they wouldn't fall. "Hold on tight, everyone," Naoki said, preparing for takeoff. He glanced over at Dragonite and the Dragonair, who were ready to accompany him. "Rayo!" Koraidon let out an enthusiastic cry. In about 3 minutes, the group arrived safely at their destination. Naoki turned his head, surveying the surroundings. The beach was relatively quiet during the day, with only a handful of fishermen scattered along the shore, their fishing rods planted in the sand. He recalled his last visit to this beach when he had brought Dragonite and the others to enjoy the summer fireworks festival. This time, however, the atmosphere was tranquil. As Koraidon landed gracefully on the golden sand, the group of EVs quickly jumped off Naoki, their wide eyes brimming with excitement. The sight of the glimmering sea and the endless expanse of sand fascinated them. It was their first time experiencing such a view. Naoki pulled a small stool and a folding fishing rod from his backpack. Turning to Glacian, Umbreon, and Koraidon, he instructed them with a smile. "I'm counting on you 3 to look after the EVs. Let them enjoy playing in the sand, but make sure they stay out of the water." "Bye," Glacian responded with a calm nod. "Aga," Koraidon added enthusiastically, puffing out its chest in assurance. The trio of Pokémon then led the excited EVs a short distance away, where they began building sand sculptures with playful energy. Naoki glanced over the happy group, satisfied that they were in good hands. He then retrieved the still warm paella from his backpack and fed it to the eager Dragonair. "Dragonite," he called to the large, dependable Pokémon. "They're under your guidance now. Take them to the sea and use your powers to create a tidal wave so they can undergo special training." "Oh," Dragonite patted its belly confidently, signaling its readiness for the task. After the Dragonair finished their meal, Dragonite led them toward the sea. Once they reached a considerable distance from the shore, Dragonite plunged into the water with a mighty splash. The scene was idyllic, sunlight reflecting off the waves, the soft cries of Wingull echoing in the distance, and the rhythmic sound of the tide rolling onto the beach. Naoki cast his fishing rod toward the horizon, settling into a comfortable position on his stool. Behind him, the EVs were energetically playing in the sand under the watchful eyes of their caretakers. Naoki allowed himself to relax, enjoying the serenity of the moment. Suddenly, the buoy attached to his fishing line bobbed sharply. "A bite!" Naoki exclaimed, his focus snapping back to the fishing rod. He pulled hard, reeling in a white fish-like Pokémon with wavy, yellow markings on its body. It soared out of the water in a graceful arc, landing on the sand near Naoki. "Is that a Tynamo?" Naoki recognized the Pokémon immediately. Tynamo itself wasn't particularly famous, but its evolved form, Electros, was renowned for its strength and versatility. Naoki recalled and has referred to a Tynamo's transformation into Electros as a metaphor for a trainer's own growth and development. The tiny Pokémon flopped about on the sand, emitting a faint but sharp electric current in a bid to escape. Naoki winced as the weak electricity tingled against his hand. Deciding not to stress the Pokémon further, he gently released it back into the sea. At that moment, a sudden commotion drew his attention to the ocean. Far from the shore, a violent whirlpool had formed, its swirling waters creating an intense current. The Dragonair were already in action, fearlessly diving into the whirlpool. The seawater surged around the Dragonairs, tempering their bodies as they pushed against the relentless vortex. To them, it felt as though the world had dissolved, leaving only the roaring whirlpool and the deafening sound of rushing water in their ears. Amid this intensity, a peculiar sensation stirred within the hearts of the 5 Dragonairs. It was as though they could distinctly sense the flow of the water surrounding them, a newfound awareness that sparked a flicker of understanding. One Dragonair, enthralled by the sensation, instinctively began swaying its body in rhythm with the water's currents. The moment its body moved in sync, a sudden, powerful wave of energy erupted from within, causing the surrounding seawater to vibrate in response. However, the unexpected force rippled through the vortex, catching the other 4 Dragonairs off guard. Still deeply focused, they had no time to react before the water's turbulence overwhelmed them. The whirlpool pulled them under, pummeling them mercilessly with its fierce currents. The instigator of the wave panicked upon realizing the chaos it had caused. Watching its companions struggle against the powerful currents, it let out a distressed cry and surged forward in an attempt to help them. "Whoa!" The Dragonair roared, determination blazing in its eyes as it rushed toward its floundering companions. But just as it reached out to grab them, the Dragonair froze, struck by a sudden realization it had no hands. For a brief moment, it hesitated, but then a thought formed in its mind. "If I need hands, I'll grow them." As the thought solidified, a brilliant white light enveloped the Dragonair, radiating outward with intense energy. The evolution light was so strong it dispersed Dragonite's whirlpool entirely. Within the radiant glow, the Dragonair's form shifted and transformed. Moments later, the light faded, revealing a majestic Dragonite in its place. Without missing a beat, the newly evolved Dragonite stretched out its powerful arms, swooping in to catch its 4 companions just in time. With care and precision, it cradled them in its strong embrace, lifting them above the turbulent waters. Meanwhile, time passed swiftly for Naoki as he focused on his fishing. When only 5 minutes remained of the 3-hour training session, he glanced down at his fishing bucket, now brimming with his catch. Peering inside, Naoki noted 5 flopping Magikarp and 2 dull-looking Feebas. He chuckled softly, remembering how a few aggressive Basculin had made their way into the bucket earlier. However, their fiery tempers quickly turned the situation chaotic. The feisty Pokémon had launched themselves at Naoki, striking his chest repeatedly until he had no choice but to release them back into the water. Now, the bucket only held the docile Magikarp and the sluggish Feebas, both of which lacked the ferocity of the Basculin. These 2 types of Pokémon were so placid that they hardly resisted being caught, instead accepting their fate with a resigned air. Examining his catch, Naoki couldn't help but muse. With these Magikarp and Feebas, I could almost cosplay as the festival Magikarp seller. He sighed wistfully. It's a pity I didn't manage to reel in a Gyarados or Milotic. Both Pokémon were rare in the shallower waters near the beach. To find them, he'd need to venture much deeper into the sea, a task for another day. Still, Naoki felt satisfied with his efforts. The paella of Paldea had worked wonders, amplifying his fishing luck. Though it was technically his fortune that had improved rather than his skill, the results spoke for themselves. This might be my ticket into next summer's fishing competition, Naoki mused with a smile. In previous years, he had avoided the competition due to his lackluster fishing abilities. Early on, it had been Karaden's efforts that brought in the fish for the ranch, though the townspeople mistakenly believed Naoki himself was the talented angler. Naoki had once been given the honorary title of fishing master by the townspeople, though it was more exaggeration than truth. But now, with the blessing of his special paella de Paldea, his imagination ran wild. He pictured himself at the upcoming fishing competition, skillfully reeling in fish after fish, including rare and extraordinary Pokémon. A crowd of townsfolk would gather around him, their faces alight with amazement and admiration. "What a true fishing master!" they would exclaim. Naoki's daydream was abruptly interrupted by the jerking motion of the float on his fishing line. The float bobbed wildly. Another fish had taken the bait. He grabbed the rod and began to pull. However, the line didn't budge. The resistance was immense. This is a big one, Naoki thought, his heart pounding with excitement. He braced himself and increased his effort, gripping the rod tightly as he struggled to reel in whatever had taken the hook. The commotion quickly drew the attention of nearby fishermen. Seeing the tension in the line and the activity on the surface, they instantly knew Naoki had hooked something enormous. "Come on, young man," one of them shouted. "Don't give up. Fishing is a test of patience and perseverance," another added. "You've got this," they cheered. Encouraged by their enthusiasm, Naoki gritted his teeth and kept pulling. But just as he felt he was making progress, the line suddenly slackened. Before he could process what was happening, a massive figure burst out of the water with a splash. The sunlight reflected off its wet, orange body as it soared into the air. It was a Dragonite. Not just any Dragonite. A cheerful, slightly mischievous-looking Dragonite with a radiant smile and a fishing hook clasped in its mouth. Naoki froze. "Huh." Behind him, the fishermen stood in stunned silence, their mouths agape in identical O shapes. The Dragonite landed gracefully on the beach, its tail swishing happily as it spat out the hook. "Dragonite." Naoki blinked, dumbfounded. The fishermen erupted into chatter. "This young man actually caught a Dragonite. What kind of fishing skills does he have? That's unheard of." Naoki's own Dragonite soon flew over from the sea, carrying 4 dripping wet Dragonairs in its strong arms. As it approached, realization dawned on Naoki. "Dragonair," Naoki called, addressing the Dragonite. The playful Dragonite wagged its tail and gave a delighted cry. "Oh," Naoki sighed and ran a hand through his hair. "You were the one on the line? Were you playing a joke on me?" Dragonite chirped happily in response, clearly unrepentant. Naoki turned to the fisherman, whose expressions had shifted from awe to confusion. "It's just my own Dragonite," he explained sheepishly. "It was messing with me." At that moment, one of the fishermen recognized Naoki's Dragonite. "Wait a minute, that's the milk carrier Dragonite from town." Another fisherman's face lit up in recognition. "Are you Naoki from Naoki Ranch?" Naoki nodded with a modest smile. "That's me." "Ah, that explains everything," the fisherman said with a grin. "I've heard a lot about you, young man. They say you're a fishing master. Last spring, didn't you supply half the seafood market all by yourself in just 2 weeks?" Naoki's smile stiffened. "That's definitely an exaggeration." The fishermen, however, were clearly impressed. They began discussing amongst themselves, and a competitive glint appeared in their eyes. "You've got some serious skills, kid," one of them said. "You should join us for a fishing competition sometime." Naoki could only manage a wry smile. "Sure, maybe next time." With that, the fishermen started packing up their gear. It was noon, and time for them to head home. As they left, one of them turned back to Naoki and waved. "Don't forget, We're expecting you to show us those skills next time. Naoki chuckled softly and waved back. He finally let out a sigh of relief. The fisherman's reactions had been so over the top that it left him feeling amused and a little embarrassed. He turned back toward the sea, gently releasing the Magikarp and Phoeba he had caught. Watching them swim away, he smiled, satisfied that his fishing trip had still been fruitful. With his fishing rod now packed away, Naoki turned to his Pokémon and asked, "So, what did you all gain from today's special training?" "Woo, we're so close to evolving," came the enthusiastic reply from the 4 remaining Dragonaires, who had not yet evolved. Their eyes sparkled with confidence and anticipation. They could feel it, their strength growing, their bodies preparing for the transformation they longed for. The training in the ocean whirlpool had pushed them to their limits, and now evolution seemed closer than ever. Meanwhile, the newly evolved Dragonite could hardly contain its excitement. Its orange body practically glowed with pride as it realized its new role on the ranch. From today onward, it would officially join the ranch's delivery team, working alongside the other senior Dragonites to help Naoki with the daily tasks. Naoki caught the eager gleam in Dragonite's eyes and couldn't help but chuckle. "What kind of Pokemon gets so excited about work?" he muttered, shaking his head in disbelief. "Work is tough, you know," Naoki said, raising an eyebrow at the enthusiastic Dragonite. But Dragonite shook its head vigorously, its eyes blazing with determination. "Oh, well, I'm not afraid of hard work." Naoki paused, his expression softening. He couldn't help but admire Dragonite's enthusiasm. It wasn't just about wanting to work, it was about wanting to contribute, to be a part of the team that supported the ranch. "All right, then," Naoki said with a small smile, patting Dragonite on its head. "If you're that determined, I'll make sure to prepare even more delicious meals for you and everyone else. You're all working so hard, and I want to make sure you're rewarded for it." Naoki sighed with relief as the group finally arrived back at the ranch. From the air, he could see thin wisps of smoke rising from the chimney of his house. He knew immediately what it meant. NDD must have been busy preparing lunch for everyone. He couldn't help but think how much easier life was with a butler-like Pokemon at home. Having a Pokemon like that really takes the load off, Naoki mused. Deciding to leave lunch preparations to NDD, Naoki headed straight to the cupboard upon entering the house. He grabbed a small bag of roasted seed crisps and munched on them as he walked back to the yard. "So, what did everyone gain from today's training?" Naoki asked, turning to the group of Pokemon gathered in the yard. Standing in front of him were the newly evolved Dragonite, whom Naoki decided to call Dragonite 5, and the 4 Dragonaires that had yet to evolve. Naoki had a simple naming system for his Dragonites. His original Dragonite was Dragonite 1, and the 3 older Dragonites who helped with deliveries were 2, 3, and 4. Now, Dragonite 5 had joined the ranks. With 5 Dragonites and 4 Dragonaires on the ranch, it was an impressive lineup, even for Dragon types. Compared to the others, Dragonite 5 had a slightly goofy demeanor. It scratched the back of its head and proudly said, "Oh, woo. I evolve into Dragonite." Naoki smiled warmly. "I know. You did great." He knew how much effort this Dragonite had put into training under the guidance of Koraidon and his own care over the past months. If it had been left on Dragonite Island, it might have taken years to reach this stage. Turning his attention to the Dragonaires, Naoki asked, "And what about you?" In unison, the Dragonaires chorused, "Woo-woo. We learn new moves." Curious, Naoki gestured for them to demonstrate. One by one, the Dragonaires showed off their progress. The first Dragonair gathered water energy on its tail and swung it powerfully, creating a torrent of water. Waterfall. Naoki identified the move immediately. "Nice work." The second Dragonair opened its mouth, water swirling as it charged energy. With a loud roar, it unleashed a powerful stream that blasted forward in a high-pressure torrent. Hydro Pump. Naoki's eyes sparkled with approval. "That's a super move." The third Dragonair summoned ripples of water, manipulating them into a series of focused waves aimed at an imaginary target. "Water Pulse. That's another great addition to your arsenal," Naoki praised. Finally, the fourth Dragonair raised its body high and summoned a massive wave, which crashed down with impressive force. Unfortunately, the wave soaked Naoki and several nearby Pokémon in the process. "Surf," Naoki said, drenched but still smiling. "It's a fantastic move, but let's try to avoid soaking everyone next time, okay?" The guilty Dragonair whimpered, flapping its tail nervously in apology. "It's fine," Naoki reassured it, laughing. "Just be more careful. You're all doing amazingly well." Satisfied with their progress, Naoki turned to Dragonite 5 and called over Dragonite 1. "Dragonite, explain the delivery routines to your new teammate, all right?" Dragonite 1 saluted with a confident "Whoa," and took Dragonite 5 aside to explain the duties of the ranch's delivery service. Meanwhile, Naoki went inside to change into dry clothes. Reflecting on the training session, he was thrilled with how effective the Paldine Paella had been. Its ability to enhance ocean-based training results was undeniable, though it was a shame that it wasn't useful for all Pokémon types. After changing, Naoki headed to the living room. There, a group of EVs was chasing each other around, tumbling and yipping happily. Watching them, Naoki was struck by a thought. He recalled a detail from his studies. Evolving Pokémon too early could sometimes prevent them from learning critical moves. To avoid that, he wanted to find ways to support their growth without rushing their evolution. Pulling out his recipe notebook, Naoki flipped through its pages. He paused at a section and muttered, "Zapdos Feather Lightning Buns for Jolteon." These steamed buns could enhance Jolteon's electric capabilities, potentially compensating for any disadvantages of early evolution. But the recipe presented a problem. Zapdos was currently off traveling, and it wasn't easy to procure its feathers. "Forget it. There's no need to rush this," Naoki thought after some consideration. Eventually, Zapdos would return to roost near the World Tree. When that happened, Naoki figured he could visit its nest regularly and might find naturally shed feathers. While he was at it, he could even offer Zapdos a lightning bun to enhance its strength. Naoki knew this particular Zapdos was just a wild Pokémon, not the legendary Thunder God referenced in myths or the one featured in The Power of One. Its strength likely didn't compare to the Zapdos guarding the thunderous skies near Shamudi Island in the movie. But with the lightning bun, it could grow closer to that level. However, figuring out something similar for Flareon and Vaporeon presented more challenges. Naoki had never encountered molters, nor did he have access to its feathers to create flame buns. As for Vaporeon, its unique physiology posed a different problem entirely. There wasn't an established method to boost its water-based abilities with food. Maybe I'll just have to experiment and come up with something simple yet effective like grass dumplings, Naoki thought optimistically. When NDD called from the kitchen to announce lunch was ready, Naoki closed his recipe notebook. Stepping outside, he called all the Pokémon back to the house for their meal. That evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, the Dragonites and Dragonairs who had spent their day working and occasionally napping on the ranch returned to Dragonite Island. Each carried a box filled with poffins and poke blocks. They landed near the central lake on the island and sat in a circle, eagerly munching on the snacks. The sight of the working Dragonites feasting had become a familiar scene for the wild Dragonites living on the island. Compared to these workers, the wild Dragonites were less interested in food and more focused on training. Their primary goal was to grow stronger and evolve into even more powerful Dragonites. However, tonight, the wild Dragonites noticed something unusual. Among the team of working Dragonites was a newcomer, a Dragonite they didn't recognize. Intrigued and a little suspicious, 3 particularly fierce Dragonites approached. They surrounded the newcomer, their faces full of confusion. "Whoa, how did you evolve so quickly?" Dragonite 5 blinked at them innocently. Still chewing on a poffins, it replied through a mouthful of food, "Whoa, Naoki helped me train with special methods." Naoki, the wild Dragonites were in. Strangers to the name. They remembered the human who had sent Dragonite 1 to their island and later took a particularly clumsy Dragonite under his wing. Naoki had visited Dragonite Island several times, but they hadn't paid much attention to him back then. They hadn't considered the human particularly remarkable. But now, things seemed different. This human had apparently found a way to help Dragonairs evolve into Dragonite faster than they had ever thought possible. The three dragon brothers exchanged glances, their expressions a mixture of shock and awe. Their amazement didn't stop there. After finishing dinner, the remaining Dragonairs began their nightly routine, sparring with each other. This wasn't just casual play. Each clash was a determined effort to grow stronger, to push their limits, and to one day evolve into Dragonite themselves. Their goal wasn't just evolution. It was to become strong enough to help Naoki manage the ranch and contribute to its daily operations. The three dragon brothers, known for their intimidating presence, were accustomed to watching the Dragonairs spar on Dragonite Island. However, today's training battles were noticeably different. The Dragonairs were using new moves they had recently mastered. One of the brothers asked, "Whoa, are those the new moves you just learned?" The Dragonairs nodded enthusiastically. "Woo, that's right. These moves are the result of Naoki's special training." Hearing this, the three Dragonites widened their eyes in disbelief. Naoki was truly impressive. The Dragonite trio moved to the top of a nearby cliff, overlooking the waves crashing against the rocks below. They began to murmur among themselves. "Whoa, big brother, do you think we could also ask the human for help?" The Dragonite, referred to as Big Brother, had a solemn expression. A long scar ran across its face, a testament to the battles it had endured. The scar was a reminder of the time it had been attacked by Gyarados while fishing, mistaken as an intruder in the Gyarados territory. At the mention of seeking help, Big Brother Dragonite hesitated. Its pride as a powerful Pokémon weighed heavily on its heart. It remembered the fierce battle with the Gyarados. At the time, it had only just evolved into Dragonite and was no match for the sea serpent. But through sheer determination and an unyielding spirit, it had driven the Gyarados away, eventually claiming dominance over that stretch of the sea. From that day forward, Big Brother Dragonite dedicated itself to the pursuit of strength. It fought countless battles, sharpening its skills and building a reputation. Its unwavering determination inspired the two younger Dragonites to follow it, forging a bond of loyalty and camaraderie. But lately, Big Brother Dragonite felt as though it had reached its limit. No matter how hard it trained, it couldn't seem to grow any stronger. The thought of stagnation frustrated it deeply. When it observed Naoki's influence, how the human had helped other Pokémon like Dragonite and Dragonairs evolve and reach new heights, it saw a glimmer of hope. Perhaps Naoki could help it break through the barriers holding it back. But the idea of asking a human for help was daunting. Big Brother Dragonite's pride rebelled against the notion. The two younger Dragonites, seeing the conflict in their elder brother's eyes, exchanged knowing looks. One of them spoke up, "Whoa, then let's all go together and see what happens." Big Brother Dragonite's resolve wavered. It was tempted, but still hesitant to take the leap. The sun dipped below the horizon, and the three brothers remained deep in thought. The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight painted the sky, the working Dragonites took flight from Dragonite Island, heading toward Naoki Ranch. The two younger Dragonites called out to their elder brother, urging him to follow them. Finally, with a reluctant huff, the eldest brother Dragonite gave in and joined them. It wanted to see for itself what made this human, Naoki, so remarkable. Naoki Ranch, 6:30 a.m. In a world without smartphones or modern distractions, Naoki had developed the habit of going to bed early and rising with the sun. After a quick breakfast, he began his daily chores at the ranch. His first task was to prepare the milk and vegetables for delivery to customers in town. As the ranch grew in popularity, orders had surged, from just a handful of customers in the beginning to nearly 100 now. Although the ranch hadn't expanded significantly in size, the crops benefited from the unique nurturing abilities of the go-goats. With their help, the fields yielded mature produce in just over half a month, ensuring a steady supply for the town. As Naoki finished packing the milk and vegetables into crates, the familiar sight of the delivery Dragonites descending from the sky brought a smile to his face. Great job as always. Naoki greeted them warmly as he handed out the goods. The Dragonites took their deliveries and soared off toward the town. Among them was his own Dragonite, who seemed particularly eager. It wasn't just about the deliveries. Dragonite relished its visits to town, especially to greet Mrs. Dantes, who often baked cookies for it. Naoki suspected the Pokémon felt Mrs. Dantes would worry if it didn't make an appearance. With the Dragonites off on their deliveries, Naoki turned his attention to the apple orchard across the river. Just as he was about to set out, 3 more Dragonites appeared, their silhouettes cutting through the morning sky. The trio landed in the ranch, and the leader, a fierce-looking Dragonite with a long scar across its face, stepped forward. Its intense gaze and battle-scarred appearance immediately set it apart. Naoki froze for a moment. "Who are you?" he asked cautiously. The scarred Dragonite narrowed its eyes, its intimidating presence amplified as it let out a low growl. "A woof." Naoki's heart skipped a beat, but as he observed their posture and expressions more closely, he realized they weren't here with hostile intentions, at least not outright. Relaxing slightly, he ventured a guess. "You're here to apply for a delivery job, right?" It wasn't an unreasonable assumption. After all, this wasn't the first time wild Dragonites had shown up looking to join the ranch's delivery team. "If that's the case, it's pretty straightforward," Naoki continued, gesturing to the crates. "You just deliver milk and vegetables to town each morning. The rest of the day is yours to do as you please. In return, I'll provide poke blocks and poffins." The 3 Dragonites, however, didn't look like they were here for a job interview. Their intense stares and domineering aura felt more suited for a gang of troublemakers than delivery workers. Naoki couldn't help but wonder if their fierce demeanor might scare away customers. Behind him, several Pokémon from the ranch had gathered, curious about the new arrivals. The scarred Dragonite, clearly the leader, grew impatient. Seeing Naoki continuing to explain, it lashed out at a nearby fruit tree with its sharp claws, the sound of splintering wood snapping everyone's attention back to it. "Oh, enough!" Naoki's eyes widened. A sudden realization struck him, and his thoughts raced. Are they here to pick a fight? The scarred Dragonite's gaze swept over the Pokémon behind Naoki, its eyes brimming with fiery determination. Naoki, feeling the weight of that gaze, pointed to himself incredulously. "You want to battle me?" The Dragonite's nod was slow but deliberate. "Oh, that's right." Naoki was perplexed. Why would these 3 Dragonites come all the way from Dragonite Island just to challenge his Pokémon? Seeing the serious demeanor of the 3 Dragonites, Naoki decided to take a moment to prepare. He turned to Palmot, who was standing nearby. "Palmot, could you fetch me some of those translated seed crisps?" "Palmot, on it." Palmot nodded enthusiastically and dashed off. Meanwhile, the 3 Dragonites stood silently, their ferocious expressions betraying no emotion. Coraden, who was watching from the side, glanced at the 3 Dragonites with a mixture of annoyance and disbelief. It couldn't understand why they were making such a big deal about a simple challenge. Palmot returned in record time, carrying the seed crisps Naoki had requested. Naoki patted its head affectionately. "Good work." He took the crisps, popped one into his mouth, and turned to address the scar-faced Dragonite. Breaking the silence, he asked, "Why do you suddenly want to fight me?" The eldest Dragonite, its scar adding a fierce edge to its otherwise docile appearance, replied in a deep, solemn voice, "Oh, because you are strong." Naoki raised an eyebrow. "So, you want to test yourself against stronger opponents?" He studied the Dragonite closely. It was clear this wasn't an ordinary Dragonite. The scar running diagonally down its face spoke of countless battles, each one honing its skills and hardening its spirit. This wasn't the kind of Pokémon that followed orders lightly. It had earned its power through sheer determination. Naoki couldn't help but compare it to Iris's grumpy Dragonite from the anime. But even that Dragonite paled in comparison to the commanding presence of this one. Dragonite nodded again, its voice low and firm. "Oh, if you defeat me, I will work for you like the other Dragonites." Naoki's eyes widened in surprise. "So that's the deal." This Dragonite wasn't here for rewards like Poffins or Pokeblocks. It wanted to become stronger, and it believed that having a human trainer could help it achieve that. Naoki scratched his head, slightly overwhelmed by the turn of events. You want me to train you? The eldest Dragonite's response was direct and unwavering. A woo. Yes. Naoki glanced around nervously, relieved to see that his own Dragonite wasn't back yet. He sighed and shook his head. Look, I can help you become stronger, but I don't want you to think of me as your trainer. Just see me as your boss. The Dragonite didn't seem to care about the semantics. A woo. That's fine. All right then, Naoki said, stepping forward. If I defeat you, you'll stay and help with the work here at the ranch. Deal. The eldest Dragonite nodded solemnly. It was clear this was a Pokémon that valued honor and kept its promises. Naoki grinned. Good. If you join us, you'll be a great asset to Dragonite Express. As for helping Dragonite grow stronger, Naoki knew he would find a way, whether through special training, new recipes, or other creative means. Naoki decided to ask one final question. Which of my Pokémon do you want to battle? The Pokémon gathered around eagerly, awaiting the Dragonite's choice. Among them were Koraidon, Cyclizer, Fluttermane, Palmot, Alcremie, the EVs, Garganacl, Butterfree, and Ogerpon. The eldest Dragonite's sharp gaze scanned the group, assessing each Pokémon. Finally, its eyes locked onto Koraidon. Its dragon instincts told it that the Crimson Pokémon was the strongest. The aura Koraidon exuded, the glint of determination in its eyes. Everything pointed to a battle-hardened warrior. Naoki followed the Dragonite's gaze and let out a soft whistle. Wow, it went straight for the top contender. Koraidon is incredibly strong, Naoki warned. Hearing this, Dragonite's stance only grew firmer. It clearly wanted to challenge the most powerful opponent. Naoki sighed. Well, if that's your choice, turning to Koraidon, he added, I'm counting on you. Rayo. Koraidon stepped forward confidently, facing Dragonite. Naoki thought for a moment. Typically, he'd allow the challenger to make the first move, but considering Dragonite's personality, that might come across as dismissive or disrespectful. Instead, he decided it would be best for both sides to give it their all from the start. Once both Pokémon were ready, Naoki gave the signal. Let's begin. Dragonite wasted no time, spreading its massive wings and unleashing a roar. A vortex of purple, dragon-type energy swirled in its mouth before surging outward in a devastating dragon pulse. Dodge it, Naoki commanded calmly, confident in Koraidon's unmatched speed. Koraidon responded instantly, its form blurring as it dodged the oncoming attack with ease, dashing toward Dragonite from the side like a streak of lightning. Realizing its attack had missed, Dragonite pivoted quickly, its wings flaring to halt its momentum. Electricity crackled along its right fist as it prepared a thunder punch, thrusting it toward Koraidon with immense power. The two Pokémon collided with immense force, creating a gust of wind that rippled outward in all directions. The sheer power of their clash left the surrounding Pokémon in awe. It was their first direct confrontation, so Koraidon held back slightly, testing its opponent's strength. Dragonite, however, did not yield an inch. Its unrelenting nature shone through as it closed the distance and unleashed its most powerful move, Outrage. A fierce purple aura enveloped its body, its eyes glinting with a crimson light as it began an indiscriminate assault, embodying its raw, untamed power. Counter with Dragon Claw, Naoki commanded firmly. Rayo. Koraidon responded instantly. Although Outrage was an incredibly powerful move, it came with a glaring weakness. The attacking Pokémon would leave itself wide open and fall into confusion once the move ended. Koraidon capitalized on this flaw. Its claws glowed with a brilliant energy as it slashed at Dragonite with precision. The impact shattered Dragonite's offensive rhythm, sending it flying across the field. The powerful hit left the Dragonite sprawled on the ground, unable to continue the battle. The two younger Dragonites, who had watched the fight from the sidelines, stared at Koraidon in stunned silence, their expressions filled with disbelief and awe. Naoki approached the defeated Dragonite, kneeling to check its condition. NDD, can you bring some of the goat milk? Naoki called to his NDD, who quickly hurried over with a bottle of revitalizing milk. While waiting, Naoki turned his attention to the two remaining Dragonites. Do you two want to battle as well? He asked, raising an eyebrow. The two Dragonites shook their heads vigorously. Oh, whoa, we follow Big Brother. Whatever he does, we do too. Naoki was attracted by this title. Why are these three Dragonites acting like gangsters? He glanced down at the unconscious Dragonite, his gaze falling on the long scar running across its face. Curiosity piqued. He reached out and gently touched the scar. How did your eldest brother get this scar? Naoki asked, looking back at the younger Dragonites. The two Dragonites puffed up their chests, eager to share their brother's heroic tale. Oh, whoa, Big Brother got it while fighting a Gyarados. Oh, that Gyarados was incredibly strong. It took all of Big Brother's strength to defeat it and become the ruler of that area. Oh, even though Big Brother looks scary and the Pokémon there fear him, he's not a bad dragon. He never hurts those who don't challenge him. Naoki listened quietly, a small smile playing on his lips. The admiration these two had for their elder brother was palpable. He noted how they even mimicked their older brother's ferocious expressions, trying to look as intimidating as him. After drinking the goat milk, the eldest brother Dragonite slowly got back on its feet. Its gaze was steady, its expression serious, and it let out a low, determined cry. Oh, whoa. The look in its eyes clearly conveyed, from now on, you are my trainer. The two younger Dragonites stepped up behind their leader and nodded enthusiastically. Oh, whoa. Yes, you're a trainer too. Naoki broke into a nervous sweat, his thoughts racing. Why does this feel like a buy one, get two free deal? Later that afternoon, when Naoki's own Dragonite returned to the ranch after completing its delivery route in Kosaji Town, it was greeted by an unusual sight, a trio of unfamiliar Dragonites standing in front of Naoki with wide, eager smiles. Dragonite's eyes narrowed suspiciously, and it immediately swooped down to land between Naoki and the three newcomers, shielding him from their view. The eldest brother Dragonite noticed this defensive stance and shifted its gaze from Naoki to his Dragonite. The tension in the air was palpable as the two Dragonites locked eyes, each sizing the other up. The eldest brother Dragonite said nothing, and Naoki's Dragonite remained silent as well. The two stood on the grass, their expressions stern and unyielding. Ahem! Naoki awkwardly cleared his throat, stepping between them to break the standoff. These three Dragonites are here to apply for jobs at the ranch. Dragonite blinked in confusion. Oh, whoa, jobs? Naoki placed a reassuring hand on Dragonite's shoulder. Yes, they're here to work. And as per the usual process, it's your job to show them the ropes. Take them to town, familiarize them with the delivery routes, and help them settle in. Dragonite tilted its head, still puzzled. It knew the eldest brother Dragonite was powerful and proud, so much so that it seemed impossible for someone like it to come all the way to the ranch for simple delivery work. Oh, whoa, are they really here just to work? Dragonite asked, its tone skeptical. Naoki nodded with a smile. It's true, they're here to work, but their real goal is to become stronger. That's why I promised to help them grow in exchange for their work. Dragonite's eyes lit up in realization. Working to become stronger. That sounded like a pretty good deal, and it would save a lot of resources like Poffins. Now understanding there was no competition for Naoki's attention, Dragonite relaxed. Its expression softened, and it nodded cheerfully. Oh, well, all right, leave it to me. Great. Off you go, Naoki said with a grin, patting its head. Dragonite turned to the three newcomers and motioned for them to follow. Together, they flew off toward Kosaji Town, with Dragonite explaining the delivery process and the areas they would be covering. The next morning, the three new Dragonites officially joined the Naoki Ranch delivery team. From this day forward, the townspeople of Kosaji Town would begin to experience firsthand the unique personalities of ranch Dragonites. For the most part, the Dragonites of Naoki Ranch were known for their gentle and kind demeanor. Over time, This reputation led to the assumption that all Dragonites were like this. However, this assumption was quickly shattered when, early that morning, one of the townspeople opened their door to receive their delivery. Standing on the doorstep was none other than the eldest brother Dragonite, its fierce gaze unyielding, its scars stark and intimidating, and its expression as serious as ever. "Ah!" A white-haired, elderly woman gasped, stumbling back in shock. For a brief moment, she felt as if she had been transported back to her youth. During her younger years, while venturing into the wild, the elderly woman had an unforgettable encounter with a grumpy, ferocious-looking Ursaring. The bear caught her off guard and attacked her, leaving her severely bruised and hospitalized for several weeks. The traumatic experience left a deep scar on her memory. Now, seeing the stern and intimidating appearance of the Dragonite before her, those old fears came rushing back. The eldest brother Dragonite, noticing her fear, furrowed its brow, its expression becoming even more serious. However, instead of reacting aggressively, it quietly placed the milk on the ground and turned away, walking back toward the path it came from. The old woman stared at the milk on the ground, gradually realizing what had happened. This Dragonite was here to deliver milk? Meanwhile, back at the ranch, Naoki kept himself busy with other tasks while waiting for the Dragonites to return from their delivery routes. His nerves remained on edge, particularly regarding the 3 new Dragonites. Their naturally fierce and serious expressions might give the townspeople the wrong impression. When all the Dragonites finally returned safely, Naoki let out a breath of relief. "It looks like their delivery work went smoothly," Naoki said to himself. He had been half expecting a flood of complaint calls about the robber-looking Dragonites, but no such calls had come. He was impressed and a little surprised that the townspeople seemed to handle the encounters well. Now, it was time for Naoki to fulfill his end of the bargain. As the Dragonites rested on the meadow, some chatted with each other, others dozed off, and a few feasted on treats with contented expressions. The 2 younger Dragonites, who followed their eldest brother, were particularly engrossed in their newfound love for Poffins, enjoying them with reckless abandon. The eldest brother Dragonite, however, remained indifferent to the food. Its focus lay elsewhere, driven by a deeper desire to grow stronger. Its self-discipline and ambition set it apart from its siblings. Naoki called the eldest Dragonite into the living room. On the table was a neat row of fruit wines, each labeled with its unique properties: resistance to paralysis, poison, burns, and freezing. "Drink these," Naoki said with a warm smile. "They're my special brews made from berries. They'll help enhance your strength." The eldest brother Dragonite stared at the glasses of wine skeptically. "Could something like this really make me stronger?" It hesitated for a moment, uncertain. "You don't need to fight. Just drink this to become stronger." After a moment of silence, it reasoned that Naoki had no reason to deceive it. With that thought, it cautiously picked up a glass and took a sip. 1 glass turned into 2, then 3, and before long, the Dragonite had polished off over a dozen glasses of fruit wine. Its eyes started to glaze over, and a hazy, light-headed sensation washed over it. The mighty Dragonite, renowned for its stoicism, now swayed slightly, its balance unsteady. Naoki stood frozen, wide-eyed. How could this happen? The alcohol content in these fruit wines wasn't supposed to be that strong. To him, the drinks tasted more like juice, similar to the mild pineapple beer he'd occasionally enjoyed in his previous life. By looking at the patrons in the Pokémon Tavern, Naoki noticed that none of them had ever been drunk. Is this Dragonite's alcohol tolerance really this poor? He wondered. With a resounding thud, the mighty Dragonite collapsed to the ground, sound asleep and thoroughly intoxicated. "Naoki!" The commotion caught the attention of the curious EVs, who padded over to inspect the unconscious Dragonite. They prodded its large body gently with their tiny paw pads. "Boo-ee!" One of them squeaked inquisitively. Naoki chuckled and explained, "It's drunk." Fetching a soft blanket, Naoki covered the Dragonite, letting it rest peacefully. The EVs, however, didn't understand what it meant to be drunk. 2 of them clambered onto the table, noses twitching as they sniffed the remnants of the fruit wine in the glasses. Quickly step. Oh, ping forward, Naoki whisked the glasses away. No drinking for you. You're too young. Maybe when you turn 1 year old, he said, wagging his finger at them. Evie, protested one of the little troublemakers, its eyes fixed on the wine. The fruity aroma was simply too enticing. Seeing Naoki's firm stance, one particularly cunning Evie darted its gaze toward the basement door, the place where Naoki stored his wines. Its tiny eyes gleamed with mischief as it began a plot. Naoki immediately caught on. Don't even think about sneaking into my wine cellar, he scolded. Marching over, he securely locked the cellar door. When Big Brother Dragonite finally woke up, the sun was high in the sky, and it was already nearing lunchtime. Stretching and blinking groggily, the Dragonite's first sight was Naoki, who greeted it with a warm smile. Awake? How do you feel? Naoki asked, his tone lighthearted. The Dragonite closed its eyes briefly, focusing on its body. In mere moments, it noticed subtle yet significant changes. Its muscles felt stronger, its energy reserves replenished, and there was a faint but undeniable sense of growth, both physical and internal. Its pupils widened slightly in amazement. Those drinks were incredible. Naoki noticed its expression and chuckled. Each glass of that wine has a different effect, he explained, outlining the benefits of the various fruit wines. But while your strength is impressive, it seems like you're lacking in technique and strategy. Naoki's observation came from the Dragonite's battle with Koraidon earlier. Big Brother Dragonite clearly subscribed to the philosophy of brute strength, charging headlong into fights without much consideration for tactics or precision. Against a seasoned opponent, such recklessness became a glaring weakness. After lunch, Naoki decided to help. He called over his own Dragonite and suggested a sparring match between the two. The ensuing battle only confirmed Naoki's suspicions. Big Brother Dragonite launched itself forward with raw, unbridled power, relying on sheer physicality. Meanwhile, Naoki's Dragonite employed a well-coordinated strategy, using Rain Dance to summon a downpour and then striking decisively with a powerful thunder attack. The clash was over in moments. Big Brother Dragonite was left defeated, stunned, and sitting on the sidelines, its face a mix of disbelief and frustration. How could that clumsy Dragonite surpass me? Naoki carefully reviewed Big Brother Dragonite's recent battles, identifying its strengths and areas needing improvement. Now that he had diagnosed the symptoms of the elder Dragonite's struggles, it was time to provide the right treatment. The plan was multifaceted, teaching Big Brother Dragonite about type matchups, practicing combination moves, refining its fighting style, and instilling the importance of observing opponents' actions instead of charging in recklessly. To achieve this, Naoki enlisted the help of Koraidon and his own Dragonite as sparring partners. Each battle was a chance for Big Brother Dragonite to learn something new, whether it was a tactical adjustment or how to better manage its immense strength. Time passed quickly, and before long, it was September 20th of the 199th year in the Alliance calendar. In that time, Big Brother Dragonite's progress was remarkable. It had evolved from a reckless powerhouse into a more calculated and versatile fighter. The lessons learned from Naoki had a profound impact, shaping it into a wiser Pokémon. But Big Brother Dragonite's growth wasn't limited to battle skills. Over the past month, it had experienced many things that were completely new to it, and one change stood out more than anything else: the way the townspeople viewed it. At first, its intimidating appearance had frightened everyone it encountered during deliveries, much like wild Pokémon feared it in the wilderness. Yet, as it continued delivering goods, the people slowly began to warm up to it. Instead of fear, they started greeting it with gentle smiles and waves. One incident stood out vividly in Dragonite's memory. During a delivery, an elderly woman's Meowth had climbed a tall tree and become too scared to come down. Before leaving, the woman had shyly asked for help. Without hesitation, Dragonite rescued the Meowth, earning the heartfelt gratitude of both the woman and her Pokémon. As thanks, They offered Dragonite a plate of freshly baked cookies, a gesture that left a deep impression on it. What had begun as a job, driven by the desire to grow stronger, had become something more. Big Brother Dragonite realized it genuinely enjoyed its role as a delivery Pokémon. The simple joy of helping others, the gratitude it received, and the sense of community made every day fulfilling. It finally understood why the other Dragonites were so eager to work at Naoki's ranch. It wasn't just about the delicious poffin. It was about the sense of purpose and the respect Naoki showed every Pokémon under his care. One evening, as the moon cast its silvery glow over Dragonite Island, Big Brother Dragonite quietly returned to its nest. It rummaged through its belongings until it found a precious keepsake, a shimmering scale from its own reverse scale. This was no ordinary scale. During a fierce battle in the past, the scale had been dislodged, causing Dragonite great pain. After the fight, it had kept the scale as a treasured memento, a symbol of its trials and growth. But now, it decided to give this cherished scale to Naoki as a token of its gratitude. The following morning, Big Brother Dragonite approached Naoki at the ranch, carefully presenting the glimmering scale. Naoki blinked in surprise, his gaze shifting between the Dragonite and the scale in his hand. "For me?" he asked, incredulous. Big Brother Dragonite nodded, its deep voice rumbling softly. "Awooh." For a moment, Naoki and the Dragonite locked eyes. In that brief exchange, Naoki understood the unspoken message. This was Dragonite's way of saying thank you. A warm smile spread across Naoki's face. Reflecting on the Dragonite's journey, Naoki felt his heart swell with pride and affection. Despite its fierce appearance and thirst for strength, this Dragonite had a kind heart. It never bullied weaker Pokémon and was always ready to help those in need. The phone call he'd received from the elderly woman, thanking him for Dragonite's assistance, echoed in his mind. Naoki couldn't help but feel a deep fondness for this Dragonite. "I understand," Naoki said softly, exhaling as he spoke. Then, with a warm smile, he added, "From now on, live with us on the ranch." Big Brother Dragonite regarded him seriously for a moment, then let out a low, resolute cry. "Whoa." Without further hesitation, it turned and headed off to spar with Naoki's Dragonite, eager to improve itself even further. Naoki watched it go before lowering his gaze to the crescent-shaped scale resting in his palm. A moment later, a familiar sensation filled his mind, and information about the scale surfaced. Dragonite's reverse scale, a unique item imbued with Dragonite's deep trust and gratitude. This reverse scale carries the essence of a dragon's power. If used as an ingredient in cooking, it may grant special effects. Naoki froze. Another sentimental item? The last time he received something similar was from the forest Pokémon he'd helped. They had gifted him berries imbued with gratitude, which, when used in cooking, significantly enhanced the quality of his dishes. But this was different. His expression grew serious as he examined the scale. This wasn't just any ordinary item. It was a reverse scale, a piece of Dragonite's very being. For Dragon-type Pokémon, their reverse scale was incredibly significant, a physical and symbolic representation of their strength and spirit. Dragonite had entrusted something so precious to him. Naoki felt a mixture of awe and concern. How could such an important part of Dragonite have come off? His thoughts quickly turned to the only plausible explanation: battle. The idea made his heart ache. Losing a reverse scale wasn't just symbolic. It was undoubtedly painful, a wound both physical and emotional. Naoki found himself imagining the agony Dragonite must have endured when it lost the scale. He gripped the scale tightly, his expression firm. He couldn't bring himself to use it for cooking. This wasn't just a tool. It was a token of trust, one he couldn't tarnish. Naoki made his decision. He would keep the scale as a treasure, a reminder of the bond he shared with Big Brother Dragonite. Back in the living room, Naoki gently placed the scale on the table. Sitting on the sofa, Calyrex glanced up from the television, noticing Naoki's pensive expression. "What's on your mind?" Calyrex asked, his tone curious. Naoki held up the shimmering scale. This is Dragonite's reverse scale. It gave it to me as a gift. Intrigued, Calyrex leaned forward, his eyes narrowing slightly as Naoki explained the significance of a reverse scale to Dragon-type Pokémon. Under normal circumstances, Naoki continued, a reverse scale doesn't fall off naturally. The only way it could have come off is if it was forcibly knocked off during a battle. I can't imagine how much pain Dragonite must have been in at that moment. Calyrex's expression turned solemn. Nodding slightly, he reached out toward the scale. His eyes glowed faintly with a blue light as he activated his psychic abilities, delving into the past and future of the scale. Images flooded Calyrex's mind. In one vision, he saw Dragonite mid-battle, roaring in anguish as the scale was torn from its body. The pain was palpable, yet Dragonite persevered, refusing to give up despite its suffering. In another vision of the future, Calyrex saw the scale transform into a radiant force, merging with Naoki. This newfound power enabled Naoki to help every dragon Pokémon on the ranch grow stronger, creating an unbreakable bond between them. Calyrex looked slightly surprised. After a moment of thought, he said, "You can use its power by transforming it into a dish." Naoki blinked, caught off guard. "What do you mean by that?" "I've seen it in the future," Calyrex explained. "This scale becomes your power, and you use it to help Pokémon." Naoki's expression turned to one of utter confusion. What exactly did Calyrex mean? How could a scale become his power? And how would that help him aid Pokémon? Calyrex said no more, instead using his psychic abilities to project what he had seen directly into Naoki's mind. The image that appeared in Naoki's thoughts was vivid. He saw himself placing his hand gently on the scar of Big Brother Dragonite. From his hand emanated a faint, shimmering light that flowed into Dragonite's body. The large Pokémon's expression shifted to one of deep relaxation and contentment, as if being healed or empowered. The vision vanished, leaving Naoki staring blankly into space. He couldn't fully grasp what he had just seen, but one thing was clear. The scale contained untapped potential. Whatever he created from it could benefit Big Brother Dragonite directly. After some consideration, Naoki came to a decision. He would use the scale to explore this newfound possibility. Naoki sought out Big Brother Dragonite at the ranch. Holding the reverse scale reverently in his hand, he asked, "Would you mind if I used this scale of yours for something special?" Dragonite tilted its head in curiosity before nodding solemnly. Since it had already entrusted the scale to Naoki, it had no objections to how he used it. Relieved, Naoki returned to the house, brimming with determination. His initial plan was straightforward. Grind the reverse scale into a fine powder using a mortar and pestle. However, he quickly discovered that the scale's hardness was beyond what any ordinary tool could handle. Undeterred, Naoki turned to Calyrex for assistance. With a wave of his hand and a glimmer of psychic energy, Calyrex compressed the scale with extreme precision, shattering it into a fine, shimmering powder. Next, Naoki prepared to combine the dragon scale powder with high-quality black tea leaves. He brewed the mixture carefully, his movements precise, as though performing a sacred ritual. As the tea steeped, a mysterious, almost otherworldly fragrance filled the room. The tea was ready. Naoki gazed into the cup, its liquid a deep, radiant gold, exuding a strange, alluring aroma. The information about this extraordinary concoction immediately surfaced in his mind. Dragon Scale Fragrance, S plus a unique tea brewed from the reverse scale of a dragon Pokémon and premium black tea leaves. The drinker gains the ability to form unparalleled bonds with dragon Pokémon. Cooking effect, the power to command dragons. Drinking this tea bestows a special ability to the drinker, allowing them to forge deep connections with dragon-type Pokémon. This ability is exclusive to humans. Dragon Power greatly enhances the drinker's affinity for dragon Pokémon, making them easier to befriend or capture. Allows the drinker to channel this power to accelerate the growth and strength of dragon Pokémon. Comment: according to legend, Only those who are deeply trusted by dragon Pokémon can acquire this ability. Those blessed with the power of dragons will find all dragon Pokémon drawn to their presence. Looking at the cup of tea in front of him, Naoki's hands trembled slightly. The power to control dragons. Wasn't this a gift exclusive to the legendary Dragon Clan? Even among the Dragon Clan in Blackthorn City of the Johto region, this power was considered extremely rare. It was said that only those born with extraordinary potential could awaken such an ability, true dragon masters, destined to command the respect and awe of all dragon Pokémon. Naoki's thoughts turned to the Dragon Clan in Johto, to Lance, the legendary dragon master, and finally to himself and the dragon Pokémon who had become an integral part of his ranch. Who were the true keepers of dragons? Dragonite wasn't the only dragon Pokémon on the ranch. Koraidon and Cyclizer were also part of his team. This power, it wasn't just a blessing, it was an opportunity. Without hesitation, Naoki lifted the cup and drank the tea in one gulp, paying no mind to whether ingesting something made from Dragonite's reverse scale might upset his stomach. The moment the tea settled in his stomach, Naoki felt a surge of energy coursing through his body. It was as if a new, foreign force had integrated itself into his being, a force he could control with a mere thought. The power of dragon affinity. Naoki rose from his seat and headed straight for the ranch's dragon Pokémon. He first approached Big Brother Dragonite, who had been lounging nearby. As Naoki drew closer, Big Brother Dragonite turned to look at him. There was something different, an inexplicable feeling of closeness and trust radiating from a human. Not just Big Brother Dragonite. The other dragon Pokémon also began to gather around Naoki, their curiosity piqued by the strange new aura he exuded. Naoki grinned at the group, then reached out toward Big Brother Dragonite, placing his hand gently over the scar that marked its face. The power of dragons activated. The scene predicted by Calyrex earlier that day began to unfold. As Naoki's hand rested on Dragonite's scar, a warm, glowing energy began to flow from him into the dragon's body. Big Brother Dragonite's eyes widened in surprise at first, but as the energy coursed through its form, it felt an indescribable comfort spreading throughout its body. Strength surged in its veins, a heat built in its core, and a newfound vitality blossomed within it. The scar didn't disappear, but something deeper changed. Big Brother Dragonite closed its eyes, its expression melting into one of pure contentment as it soaked in the power. This wasn't just healing, it was empowerment. Naoki gave everything he had, pouring his dragon affinity into Big Brother Dragonite until he felt his reserves run dry. He staggered slightly, but quickly assessed his condition. Despite the exhaustion of his newly gained power, he felt no other discomfort. It was as though the ability would replenish itself naturally over time, just like mana in a role-playing game. Naoki chuckled to himself, wiping a bead of sweat from his forehead. "How do you feel now?" he asked. Big Brother Dragonite's eyes snapped open, now blazing with energy and a newfound sense of vigor. It turned to Naoki, its gaze intense, almost fiery. Before Naoki could react, his own Dragonite stepped forward protectively, scooping him up and carrying him a safe distance away. With his newfound power to cultivate Dragon-type Pokémon, Naoki set his sights on the 4 Dragonaires at the ranch that had yet to evolve. The power to control dragons was a unique and special ability, functioning almost like the energy transfer seen in fairy tales, consuming one's own energy to imbue dragon Pokémon with enhanced growth potential. Combined with the incredible training benefits brought by Paia, the Dragonaire's quartet finally evolved into Dragonite just 3 days before the end of autumn. With this accomplishment, Naoki's ranch became home to a significantly stronger Dragonite team. Including his original Dragonite, the 8 delivery Dragonites, and the 3 Dragonites led by Big Brother Dragonite, the ranch now boasted 12 Dragonites in total. Wait, no, make that 13. A Dragonite egg still rested safely in its incubator, waiting to hatch. As Naoki surveyed the group of powerful dragons spread across the ranch, he couldn't help but grin. Dragon Ranch might be a more fitting name for the place now. If I round up, I could practically call myself the Dragon King, Naoki joked to himself. In fact, the pure dragon squad could now be divided into two formidable teams. First team, Koraidon, Cyclizer, Dragonite 2, Dragonite 3, Dragonite 4, Dragonite 5. Second team, Naoki's Dragonite, Dragonite 6, Dragonite 7, Dragonite 8, Dragonite 9, Dragonite 10. But with the growing numbers came a new challenge, feeding them all. The 12 Dragonites consumed a significant amount of food each day, particularly poffins and poke blocks. While poke blocks were relatively easy to prepare thanks to Naoki's automated fruit mixer, which could churn out large batches in an hour, poffin preparation was much more labor-intensive. Every step, cooking the berries, blending ingredients, and molding them into shape, had to be done manually. When there were just a few Dragonites, Naoki managed fine, but with so many now, he was struggling to keep up. Just as Naoki was feeling overwhelmed, Sister NDD approached him with a confident smile. AI, maybe I can help, Naoki. Naoki popped 2 pieces of his translation seed crisps into his mouth, tilting his head in surprise. You can make poffins? NDD shook her head but quickly added, not at first, but after watching you every day, I memorized all the steps. Naoki blinked, both impressed and relieved. If his NDD could handle some of the workload, things would get much easier. Psychic Pokémon, like her, could complete tasks far more efficiently than a human. All right, Naoki said with a grin. Let's see what you can do. Show me. NDD nodded eagerly and led him to the kitchen workshop, where alchemy's cream recipes were typically prepared. A blue psychic glow enveloped her eyes, and immediately the kitchen came to life. Pots and pans floated into the air, egg beaters whirred on their own, and the refrigerator opened, releasing its bounty of fruits and eggs. Naoki watched, wide-eyed, as the ingredients peeled themselves, eggs cracked perfectly into bowls, and flour sifted itself into a mixing pot. The psychic choreography continued seamlessly. Fruits were cooked, blended, and folded into the dough. Finally, the mixture was poured into molds and placed into the oven using telekinesis. NDD's display of efficiency had him thinking of wizards conjuring feasts in fairy tales. After about 30 minutes, the oven chimed. NDD opened the oven and brought out a large tray of sweet-smelling poffins. Naoki eagerly picked one up and took a bite. How is it? NDD asked nervously, her eyes filled with anticipation. It was her first time making poffins, and she worried they might not turn out well. It's delicious, Naoki exclaimed, his face lighting up with excitement. It's even better than the ones I make. Great. NDD clapped her hands in joy, clearly pleased with herself. Naoki was equally thrilled. With NDD's help, he wouldn't have to worry about running out of poffins to feed the growing number of Dragonites on the ranch. In fact, there was another potential solution to this problem, giving the Dragonites money to buy their own food in town. However, the idea wasn't exactly practical at the moment. Dragonites didn't understand how prices worked, and shopkeepers couldn't interpret their roars. A Rotom phone would really come in handy, Naoki thought aloud. A Rotom residing in a phone could act as a translator and even assist the Dragonites with purchasing and paying for items. I wonder how Nemona's father's research on that is progressing, he mused, making a mental note to check in on it later. It was a beautiful day, with the sun shining warmly over the ranch. After lunch, Naoki decided to take the EVs to the grassy meadow for some sunshine. He spread a picnic blanket over the soft grass and set out an assortment of snacks for the EVs to nibble on if they got hungry. For now, the EVs were far too busy darting around and playing joyfully, their laughter like cries filling the air. Naoki sat amidst the lively group, using his newfound power of dragon control to nurture Cyclizer. With the Dragonaires having already evolved into Dragonite, Cyclizer was next in line to receive special training. Naoki had noticed how Cyclizer's eyes would gleam with envy whenever Dragonite munched on storm buns or Palmot enjoyed lightning buns. He hadn't had the opportunity to help Cyclizer before, and that guilt weighed on him. Now, with the power of dragons, he was determined to make up for it. While the exact mechanics of dragon power were still unclear, its effects on dragon Pokémon were undeniable. With consistent care, Naoki was confident that any dragon Pokémon nurtured with this power could one day reach the ranks of a king-tier or even champion-tier Pokémon. Beyond its growth-accelerating properties, dragon power also enabled a deeper mental connection with dragon Pokémon. Naoki recalled how Iris from the anime used a similar ability to understand and bond with Pokémon, often sensing their emotions and intentions. Therefore, when Naoki felt guilty, Cyclizer felt it immediately. Gah! Cyclizer's voice trembled, and its eyes glistened with emotion. For the first time, it fully understood. Naoki had never ignored it. He had always cared. Naoki gently patted the Cyclizer's head and said with a warm smile, "Believe in yourself. One day, you'll become even stronger than Koraidon." The Cyclizer's eyes lit up with determination. It responded enthusiastically, "Gayo." Then, unable to contain its excitement, it affectionately licked Naoki's hand with its large, wet tongue. Naoki froze for a moment, blinking at the unexpected gesture. "Thanks, I guess." Meanwhile, not far away, Corden lay sprawled on the grass, enjoying the warm afternoon. But suddenly, it sneezed, its eyes fluttering open in mild confusion. "Aga!" Corden looked around as if sensing someone had just spoken about it. Its attention was quickly diverted to a sleek, jet-black luxury car slowly pulling into the ranch. Naoki noticed it too, and the EVs, who had been chasing each other around him, stopped to curiously observe the new arrival. Who could that be? Naoki wondered as the car came to a halt. His question was answered almost immediately when the car door opened, and an excited Nimona leapt out, practically bouncing on her feet. From across the ranch, her cheerful voice rang out. "Mr. Naoki, I'm back to take on the trial again." The front door of the car opened next, and Nimona's father, Nicker, stepped out alongside a distinguished-looking elderly butler, both impeccably dressed. "Long time no see, Naoki." Nicker greeted warmly as he walked over, carrying a small box in his hand. "Mr. Nicker, this is a surprise," Naoki said, pleasantly surprised. Nimona's visit wasn't unexpected. Her love for Pokémon battles often brought her to the ranch, but seeing her father was another matter. "I have something important to discuss with you," Nicker explained with a smile. Nimona, however, was too captivated by her surroundings to pay much attention. "Wow!" she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she spotted the EVs. So many EVs! Before she could take a step closer, Goldingo and Ogerpon darted past, their swift movement catching her eye. Her attention shifted instantly. "Oh my gosh, it's Ogerpon. Wait, what's that golden one?" She gasped when her eyes landed on Dragonite. "Mr. Naoki, you've got another Dragonite? That's so cool." Naoki chuckled, understanding her excitement. After all, no child or adult could resist being awestruck by such rare and magnificent Pokémon. Turning to Palmot, Naoki called, "Palmot, could you give Nimona a tour of the ranch?" The little Pokémon looked up at Nimona and seemed to recognize her from a previous visit. With a proud "Paymo," it puffed out its chest and gestured for Nimona to follow. "Yay! Thank you, Mr. Naoki." Nimona cheered, skipping after Palmot, her excitement infectious. Watching her enthusiasm, Nicker shook his head fondly. "She's so energetic, isn't she? I apologize if she's being too forward." Naoki waved it off with a smile. "Not at all. She's just comfortable around me now. When she first came, she was very polite." "Haha, it seems Nimona likes you a lot," Nicker said with a laugh. Naoki turned the conversation toward business. "So, Mr. Nicker, what brings you here today?" At this, Nicker's grin widened. He held up the small box and handed it to Naoki. "See for yourself." Naoki took the box, his eyes catching the Rotom Technology Corporation logo stamped on the top. His heart skipped a beat as a thought crossed his mind. Could it be what I think it is? Naoki opened the box to reveal a Rotom phone with a sleek design resembling a crocodile. It lay quietly inside, exuding a faint technological glow. "A Rotom phone!" Naoki exclaimed, his eyes lighting up with excitement. Has the research finally succeeded? Nicker nodded with a proud smile. That's right. After months of dedicated work by our team of researchers, we've finally brought your vision to life. The device you're holding is from the very first batch of Rotom phones. We plan to release it to the public by the end of the year. I believe this marks the beginning of a new era. Naoki gently lifted the Rotom phone from the box, its lightweight and ergonomic design fitting perfectly in his hand. Since he had contributed to the phone's conceptual design, its structure and button layout felt instantly familiar. Pressing the power button, the screen flickered to life. Naoki unlocked the device with a simple swipe, revealing a clean and intuitive main interface featuring 5 core apps: Map, Messaging, Phone, Camera, and Pokédex. Curious, Naoki tapped the Pokédex app. Immediately, a list of Pokémon native to the Paldea region appeared on the screen. These are just the basic apps we've developed so far, Nicker explained. Several tech companies have already started working on additional apps specifically designed for this phone. Once they're ready, users will be able to download and install them through the internet. Nicker paused for emphasis, then added, the Pokédex app is especially noteworthy. It's a collaborative effort between our company and Professor Jack from Paldea Academy, incorporating the latest Pokémon research. Naoki nodded in appreciation. Testing the Pokédex's scanning feature, he pointed the phone's camera at the Cyclizer lounging beside him. A cheerful electronic voice chimed, Cyclizer, the Mount Pokémon. It can travel at speeds of up to 120 kilometers per hour while carrying a person. It uses body heat to warm its back, restoring vitality. Ancient murals from 10,000 years ago depict humans riding Cyclizer, suggesting this bond has existed for millennia. Naoki flipped the phone over to examine its sleek back, where a small Rotom emblem was etched. He couldn't help but smile. Nicker, seeing Naoki's curiosity, elaborated, each Rotom phone contains a Rotom inside. Think of Rotom as an intelligent assistant. It can guide you through the Pokédex, report the weather, provide navigation, and even answer your questions. If you don't want it to narrate, you can simply ask it to stop. However, Nicker's expression turned slightly hesitant, drawing Naoki's attention. Is something wrong? He asked. Nicker sighed. It's nothing major, but we've noticed something peculiar. Unlike the Rotom found in traditional Pokédex devices, the Rotom inside these phones rarely interacts with users beyond its programmed voice commands. It doesn't engage in casual conversation or show much personality. Naoki thought about it carefully and realized that the same situation had occurred in the Pokémon anime, but he had no idea why Rotom behaved differently when integrated into phones. Still, he set the thought aside, as there was something else he was curious about. How many Rotom phones did you produce in the first batch? Naoki asked. Nicker smiled and replied, about 100,000, but not all of them have Rotom inside. It's impossible to catch that many Rotoms. Naoki nodded in understanding. A smartphone without Rotom would still function perfectly well, except it wouldn't have voice broadcasts or real-time navigation. From this perspective, the Rotom in the phone acted very much like a smart AI. Nicker continued, is there anything else you want to know? Thanks to you, the Rotom phone became a reality and helped our company dominate so much of the market. If you need anything, just say the word. As long as it's within my power, I'll make it happen. Naoki chuckled. He didn't lack money or resources, so there wasn't much he wanted. After a brief pause, he made a request. Could I pre-order a batch of Rotom phones from your company? He had plans to give these Rotom phones to the Pokémon on his ranch. For instance, Calyrex, Giratina, the expedition teams, and the Dragonites could all benefit from having one. With Rotom phones, Dragon Express could be officially established, with deliveries tracked and navigated using the phones. It would allow Naoki Ranch's goods to be delivered to every corner of the Paldea region, realizing Naoki's long-held dream. Additionally, Naoki could make video calls to check in on Baby Bear and other Pokémon traveling far from the ranch, keeping everyone connected no matter where they were. Of course, Nicker said enthusiastically. How many do you need? I'll have them sent over as soon as I return. Naoki mentally calculated the number of Pokémon that would need a Rotom phone and answered, 50 should be enough. Consider it done, Nicker replied with a grin. He planned to select 50 phones pre-installed with Rotom and personally ensure their delivery. But Nicker had another reason for visiting the ranch today. He wanted to discuss the future of the mobile application market and gather ideas from Naoki about potential app development. Though surprised by the request, Naoki willingly shared what he knew. He suggested apps for online shopping, streaming TV shows, live broadcasting, video communication, electronic payments, global news aggregation, and even social networking. It would be great to create something as simple and user-friendly as WeChat, Naoki thought. That way, I could help Pokémon like Baby Bear, Calyrex, and Giratina create accounts, and we could even form a group chat with all the legendary Pokémon. He chuckled at the thought. I just hope the legendary Pokémon don't start arguing in the group chat. Nicker listened intently, his expression growing more excited with each suggestion. His eyes sparkled with the realization of the potential. If these apps become a reality, Nicker said, his voice brimming with enthusiasm, they will connect people across the globe. The internet industry will enter a truly transformative era. Nicker and Nimona stayed at the ranch until evening. Nicker had originally intended to leave after discussing the future development plans for the Rotom phones with Naoki, but Nimona was having too much fun. The energetic girl spent the entire afternoon battling Pokémon at the ranch. She only stopped when all her Pokémon were too exhausted to continue, leaving them thoroughly satisfied. Pokémon battles are the best, Nimona said with excitement, her eyes sparkling. Naoki could only respond with a wry smile. He glanced at Nimona's Pokémon, noticing how much experience both she and her team had gained during the day. Seeing his daughter's enthusiasm, Nicker sighed helplessly and said, Nimona acts more like a boy sometimes. Naoki chuckled. She just loves Pokémon battles. Nicker nodded with a soft smile. Yes, she's told me that her dream is to become a great Pokémon trainer someday. She'll definitely achieve it, Naoki said thoughtfully, recalling Nimona's accomplishments in the games. His voice carried a note of admiration and certainty. Well, as long as she's happy, that's all that matters, Nicker said, exhaling deeply. As her father, I'll support her no matter what path she chooses. Nicker then glanced at the time and said, It's getting late. Thank you so much for your hospitality, Naoki. We should head back now. Once I return, I'll have the Rotom phones you ordered sent over immediately. Thank you, Mr. Nicker, Naoki replied with a nod. Nicker smiled warmly, then turned toward Nimona, who was busy tending to her Pokémon. Nimona, it's time to go, he called out. Nimona's face fell with reluctance. She didn't want to leave, but she knew they had already stayed for quite some time. With a heavy sigh, she returned her Pokémon to their Pokeballs and turned to wave at Naoki. Her expression quickly brightened with determination. I'll come back to visit you again, Mr. Naoki. You're always welcome here, Naoki replied with a warm smile. As Nimona climbed into the car, she waved enthusiastically through the window. Palmot, let's battle again next time, she shouted. Palmot, who had endured a whole afternoon of intense battles at Nimona's insistence, could only reply weakly, Paymo. Naoki chuckled, patting Palmot's head as they watched the car drive off. It wasn't long after Nimona and her father left that Zach arrived at the ranch in a large truck. Together, he and Naoki loaded crates of vegetables and milk onto the truck. As they finished up, Zach wiped the sweat off his brow with a towel and grinned. Don't forget, the day after tomorrow is the Harvest Festival. Bring your Pokémon and join in the fun. The Harvest Festival, originally a celebration of the harvest in Kosagi Town, had been transformed into an event honoring the Calyrex. This change was made to show gratitude for Calyrex's role in restoring the fertility of the land after saving the nearby mountains. In previous years, the festival was held in Unity Square, but this year, with the establishment of the Harvest Shrine, Mayor Thomas moved the venue to the mountain behind the town. Though the festival was still 2 days away, the townspeople were already hard at work decorating the event site. From the ranch, Naoki could see the illuminated mountain path leading to the Harvest Shrine each night, with lights adorning both sides of the trail. We'll definitely be there, Naoki said with a smile, already looking forward to the festival. Zach looked thrilled. It's going to be so lively, right? I heard that lots of tourists are coming to Kosagi Town just for this. And apparently, there will even be TV stations recording the event. Of course, Naoki said softly. I think Calyrex will be delighted to see the town bustling like that. It's going to be amazing, Zack exclaimed, his excitement bubbling over. Just imagining the scene filled him with energy and pride. It was heartwarming to see the town he had grown up in flourishing more and more. After leaving with a cheerful goodbye, Zack headed off, brimming with enthusiasm. Naoki, meanwhile, continued his work on the ranch. He packed boxes of poffins and blocks, handing them over to the Dragonites. After a long day, the Dragonites left the ranch carrying their deliveries, their spirits high and their loads full. As soon as the Dragonites flew off, the ranch suddenly felt quieter and emptier. Naoki's thoughts drifted back to his earlier conversation with Nicker. Curious, he pulled the Rotom phone out of his pocket and decided to test more of its features. He opened the camera app and aimed it at a Gago lounging peacefully on the grass. With a tap of the shutter, the screen captured the serene Pokémon in perfect clarity. Not bad, he thought, examining the photo. The quality was excellent. This would make it easy to save Pokémon photos in a digital album going forward. Satisfied with the camera function, Naoki switched to testing the messaging and calling features. That's when he noticed something fascinating. The Rotom phone didn't require a SIM card. Instead, it seemed to have its own built-in communication system. By checking the settings, users could find their unique phone number. This meant that as long as someone had another person's number, they could communicate without the usual network requirements. Next, Naoki opened the map feature. The phone automatically pinpointed his location, the outskirts of Kosagi Town. The map allowed zooming in and out, and its design was similar to the in-game version. However, it lacked certain features, such as displaying the types and details of Pokémon inhabiting specific areas. The Rotom Pokédex was the following app he revisited. As he already knew, it provided detailed entries on Pokémon found in the Paldea region. Finally, Naoki explored the App Store and web browsing features. The App Store was still in its infancy, as the phone hadn't been officially released yet. Only a few basic applications were available for download. The web browsing feature, however, was equipped with a special search engine designed to help trainers quickly find relevant information. But the most impressive feature of all, the Rotom phone didn't need to be charged. Specifically, only phones with a Rotom inside offered this convenience. The Rotom living within the phone provided continuous energy, ensuring the device remained powered indefinitely. As long as Rotom was in good condition, the phone would never run out of battery. Wow, this Rotom technology is truly incredible, Naoki exclaimed in awe. Still, when he thought about it, it made sense. Rotom was an electric-type Pokémon, so generating electricity was second nature to it. Meanwhile, in the Johto region, in a Krutique city, walking along the Belchime Trail, covered with golden sycamore leaves, one eventually arrives at a silent and majestic tower steeped in history. The tower, known as the Bell Tower, stands tall and ancient. Bells hang under the eaves of every floor, and when the wind blows, their melodious chimes carry through the golden forest, creating an atmosphere of serenity and reverence. Inside the Bell Tower, several monks dressed in traditional robes were sweeping the floors with quiet devotion, their rhythmic movements blending with the faint chime of the bells. In a secluded corner, unnoticed by anyone, Teddy Ursa and Mew peeked out cautiously from behind pillar. "Teddy, is this the Bell Tower?" Teddy Ursa asked, its eyes wide with curiosity. Mew glanced around, confirming with a soft nod. "Mew, yes, this must be it." Upon realizing they had arrived at their destination, Teddy Ursa's eyes sparkled with excitement. It reached behind itself and brought out a luminous, rainbow-colored feather that shimmered with an ethereal glow. The two companions had stumbled upon this feather during their travels a few days ago. Teddy Ursa, ever resourceful with its pickup ability, had spotted the radiant feather lying on a patch of grass. At the time, it had thought of gifting the feather to Zapdos as a surprise for Naoki. However, that night, a majestic Pokémon appeared before them. Its presence was commanding. Its orange-red mane billowed like flames. Iron bands adorned its powerful limbs, and a golden crest shaped like a clover rested on its forehead. White, smoke-like fur flowed elegantly from its back. This Pokémon exuded an air of authority and ancient wisdom. It introduced itself as Nti, the embodiment of the volcanic fires, and one of Ho-Oh's 3 sacred beasts. Nti explained that the feather they had found was no ordinary item. It was a rainbow wing, a sacred feather of Ho-Oh. The Pokémon urged them to travel to the Bell Tower in a Krutique city, where the feather's purpose would be revealed. Guided by Nti's words, the Hero Expedition team made their way to this ancient city, asking for directions along the way. Now, standing at the base of the Bell Tower, Teddiursa tilted its head and looked up toward the top of the tower. "Teddy, I think the Pokémon said we need to go to the top of the tower," it mused aloud. Mew's eyes sparkled with understanding. Without hesitation, it used its teleportation ability to transport itself and Teddiursa outside the tower in an instant, where they reunited with Zapdos, who was waiting for them near the base. After hearing their companion's findings, Zapdos nodded calmly, gesturing for Mew and Teddiursa to climb onto its back. Once both were securely seated, Zapdos flapped its powerful wings and ascended gracefully, soaring toward the summit of the bell tower. The warm orange sunlight bathed Zapdos in a radiant glow, casting a moving shadow over the Belchime Trail below. One of the monks, sweeping fallen leaves along the path, noticed the shadow first. He paused, looked up, and his heart skipped a beat at the sight of an orange-yellow figure heading toward the bell tower. "Ho-Oh! Lord Ho-Oh has returned to the bell tower," the monk exclaimed with a mixture of joy and astonishment. His voice carried through the air, and soon the other monks gathered, sharing the same hopeful excitement. For years, they had waited in faith for Ho-Oh's return. Could this mean the legendary Phoenix was finally ready to re-establish its connection with humanity? The monks hurriedly spread the word, alerting the elders and those in a Krutique city who had long awaited this day. Together, they climbed to the top of the bell tower to witness what they believed to be Ho-Oh's miraculous return. However, upon reaching the summit, their joyous anticipation quickly turned into stunned confusion. There was no majestic phoenix. Instead, they found 3 Pokémon, Zapdos, an unknown Pokémon, and Teddiursa, perched atop the tower. The monk who had first spotted the figure frowned, his earlier excitement deflating. His shoulders sagged as he muttered, "It's not Lord Ho-Oh." Zapdos tilted its head, clearly puzzled by the reaction. "Zap, what are they upset about?" Mew and Teddiursa exchanged curious glances, equally bewildered by the sudden change in atmosphere. Among the humans, an elderly woman with white hair stepped forward. Her sharp eyes immediately noticed the shimmering rainbow feather clutched in Teddiursa's paw. That is Ho-Oh's rainbow wing," she exclaimed, her voice trembling with awe. Teddiursa glanced down at the feather and then back at the humans, its expression wary. The way they stared at the feather made it wonder, could they be planning to take it away? Determined to protect its treasure, Teddiursa bristled with vigilance. If the feather wasn't needed here, it thought, then it would take it back to Naoki as a gift. Sensing Teddiursa's unease, Mew prepared to teleport them away, while Zapdos shifted its stance, ready to take flight. But before they could act, the elderly woman called out urgently, "Wait, please don't leave. I mean you no harm." The trio hesitated, turning their attention back to her. Her tone was earnest, her posture non-threatening. "That feather," she began gently, "is Ho-Oh's rainbow wing. The fact that it is with you means that Ho-Oh has chosen you." Mew tilted its head in curiosity. "Mew, chosen us?" The woman continued, her voice laced with reverence. "According to legend, those guided by the rainbow wing are destined to meet Ho-Oh and become the rainbow hero." At the mention of rainbow hero, Teddiursa and Mew exchanged intrigued glances. Their ears perked up, and even Zapdos's sharp gaze softened with interest. The woman, however, couldn't completely hide her disappointment. She had hoped that Ho-Oh would return to humanity, bestowing the honor of Rainbow Hero upon a deserving human. Yet, here it was 3 Pokémon carrying the sacred feather, chosen instead. She sighed quietly, her eyes lingering on the feather. Ho-Oh no longer entrusts humans with a rainbow wing. It seems the sacred phoenix has chosen a new path. It seemed Lord Ho-Oh was still deeply affected by the tragedy that occurred centuries ago. Back then, Lord Ho-Oh and Lord Lugia resided in the Bell Tower and Brass Tower, bringing balance and harmony to a critique city. However, a war among humans eventually reached the towers, and the Brass Tower was set ablaze. The fire claimed countless lives, including nearby Pokémon, devastating both legendary Pokémon. Heartbroken and disillusioned by humanity's actions, Lord Ho-Oh and Lord Lugia departed from a critique city, vowing never to return. Although Lord Ho-Oh had not yet forgiven humanity, the monks remained steadfast in their faith. Now, seeing that Lord Ho-Oh had entrusted its sacred rainbow feather to 3 Pokémon, they believed it was a sign to follow its will. The elderly woman turned to the trio and spoke solemnly. "We must go to Azure Mountain. If Lord Ho-Oh will not return to the Bell Tower, then it must be waiting on Azure Mountain. Follow the guidance of the rainbow feather to Azure Mountain. If you can pass Lord Ho-Oh's test, you will be recognized as the Rainbow Hero, and Lord Ho-Oh will grant your wish," she continued, her words steeped in the ancient wisdom recorded in sacred texts. The next evening, the 50 Rotom phones that Naoki had pre-ordered were delivered to the ranch. The delivery was made by a sharply dressed office worker who arrived in a squawkabilly flying taxi. Clearly, the man was an employee of Rotom Technology Corporation, visiting the ranch as part of his official duties. After Naoki signed for the package, the office worker promptly left, boarding the squawkabilly flying taxi for his return journey. Naoki carried the large box of phones to his living room, eagerly opening it to inspect the devices. He carefully unboxed each phone, running initial diagnostics to ensure everything was in perfect working condition. Satisfied that all the phones were functional, Naoki leaned back and thought to himself, "Once the phones are officially released, I'll download all the necessary apps and give them to the Pokémon." For now, however, he decided to hold off distributing the phones. Without the full range of apps, there wasn't much for the Pokémon to do with them just yet. After neatly storing the phones, Naoki turned his attention to preparing for the Harvest Festival, which was set to take place the next day. The Harvest Festival marked the end of autumn, a celebration of nature's bounty and a time of gratitude. For Naoki, it also symbolized how quickly the year had passed. Reflecting on the changes, he felt a surge of warmth as he thought about all the new Pokémon that had joined the ranch. This year's New Year's celebration would undoubtedly be lively, with so many companions by his side. Still, his thoughts strayed to Teddiursa, Mew, and Zapdos. It had been nearly 2 months since he'd last heard from the Hero Expedition team. He couldn't help but wonder what adventures they were undertaking or where their journey had taken them. As the Harvest Festival approached, Kosagi Town grew livelier with each passing day. Naoki could occasionally spot Pokémon trainers passing by the ranch, their destination undoubtedly the Shrine of Plenty on the nearby hillside. Mayor Thomas and his team took this year's Harvest Festival preparations seriously. Early in the morning, they began decorating the back mountain and continued until nightfall. When Naoki looked over that evening while feeding the Pokémon, the back mountain was illuminated with bright lights, and it seemed bustling with activity. The Pokémon in the ranch noticed the lights too. Led by Ogerpon, they gathered with excitement. Ogerpon asked eagerly, "Pony Eye? Naoki, are we going there to play tomorrow too?" "Of course," Naoki replied with a smile. He glanced at the Pokémon surrounding him and added, "Not just us. Calyrex is planning to come along as well." Hearing this, Ogerpon's eyes sparkled with anticipation. It hadn't attended a festival in years. Back in Kitakami, its former trainer would don a mask and take Ogerpon to celebrate in town. After its trainer passed, Ogerpon could only stand from a distance, wearing its mask and watching others revel in the festivities. "Pon," Ogerpon murmured, a mix of nostalgia and excitement in its voice. It wondered how this festival might compare. On September 30th, the last evening of autumn in the 199th year of the Alliance calendar, Kosagi Town's Grand Harvest Festival officially began. Mayor Thomas led a procession up the brightly lit mountain path to the Shrine of Plenty, where they would offer thanks to Calyrex. The back mountain was abuzz with activity. Trainers from all over had gathered, along with several TV reporters and photographers eager to document the event and the legendary Calyrex. At the base of the mountain, a lively marketplace stretched out. Colorful stalls lined the path, offering all kinds of wares. Some sold souvenirs and wooden sculptures of Calyrex, while others had roasted corn and other snacks. Naoki even spotted an uncle hawking Magikarp with great enthusiasm. Magikarp, super excellent Magikarp with unrivaled potential. Buy one for only 3,000 poke dollars. The more you buy, the better the deal, the man shouted. Hearing the familiar pitch, Naoki narrowed his eyes. Even here, he muttered. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was the same fisherman he'd encountered at the beach. With so many people around, Naoki turned to his Pokémon. Stay close, everyone. Don't wander off. He addressed Cyclizer directly. Cyclizer, can you help me keep an eye on the EV and Alchemy? Cyclizer gave an enthusiastic nod. Gayo. Naoki glanced around. Palmont, can you check on Goldingo? Wait, where's Goldingo? Naoki turned and scanned the crowd, spotting Goldingo eagerly running toward a stall selling roasted corn. The little Pokémon handed the owner a few gold coins with its tiny paw, then grabbed several roasted corns, leaving the vendor surprised and speechless. Naoki! The EVs draped over Naoki looked around with wide, curious eyes, captivated by the delightful sights and smells emanating from the nearby stalls. The most extroverted of the bunch, Flareon, leaped down and made its way to a barbecue stand, pointing excitedly at the sizzling skewers as if urging Naoki to buy them immediately. As pedestrians bustled along the crowded festival path, Naoki could feel his headache growing. With a sigh, he moved forward to purchase a few skewers for Flareon, then gently grabbed it by the scruff of its neck and placed it on Koraidon's back. There are too many people here. Don't wander off, he cautioned firmly. But EVs being EVs, their adventurous and mischievous spirits weren't about to be quelled by mere crowds. In the blink of an eye, 2 more EVs had darted away, disappearing into the sea of festival-goers. Bamo, Palmont, ever watchful, spotted the 2 mischievous EVs in a corner. It called out sharply and immediately flew after them. Naoki pressed his temples, now feeling the full weight of trying to manage such a lively group of Pokémon in such a busy environment. He knew it was only a matter of time before more EVs tried to break free. Sighing, he decided to take action. To prevent further chaos, he pulled out their Pokeballs and recalled all the EVs nearby, one by one. Each was enveloped in a flash of white light before disappearing safely into its Pokeball. After a short while, Palmont returned, herding the 2 wayward EVs back to Naoki. Naoki knelt and gently poked their heads. You 2 are going in too, he said, exasperated. With a soft hum, the EVs were also recalled into their Pokeballs. Finally, with the energetic EV squad safely secured, Naoki and the remaining Pokémon could breathe a sigh of relief. All right, let's move on. After browsing the market stalls a little longer, Naoki led his group of Pokémon up the winding mountain path toward the Shrine of Plenty, where the festival's main event was taking place. The road here was noticeably less crowded, offering a much-needed reprieve from the hustle and bustle below. The Shrine of Plenty, nestled halfway up the back mountain, was modest in size but exuded a serene, sacred atmosphere. At the shrine's center stood a grand statue of the Calyrex. Surrounding the statue were offerings of freshly harvested crops, corn, pumpkins, and grains, left by the townspeople as tokens of gratitude. When Naoki arrived, he saw Mayor Thomas and several other townsfolk gathered near the shrine. The area was alive with activity, as numerous reporters and photographers worked diligently to capture the festival's essence. Some reporters stood before cameras delivering live broadcasts. One of them, a cheerful woman in a bright outfit, spoke with enthusiasm into her microphone. Yon, this is Kate, reporting live from the annual Harvest Festival here in Kosagi Town. For what I've gathered, this Harvest Festival is a cherished tradition in Kosagi Town. Look at the shrine. Do you see it? That statue represents the legendary Pokémon known as Calyrex, she explained, gesturing toward the ornate statue within the shrine. Calyrex, a legendary Pokémon revered as the king of plenty, is said to possess the miraculous ability to make crops flourish and flowers bloom instantaneously. Wherever it descends, the land becomes fertile and brimming with life. She paused for effect, her tone softening as if addressing a close friend. Some of you may recall this incredible Pokémon from earlier this year when it revived an entire forest, bringing it back to life after a devastating drought. Truly a magnificent Pokémon. Just as Kate finished speaking, her cameraman's eyes widened as he caught something extraordinary in his viewfinder. High above the shrine, an ethereal glow shimmered. A Pokémon with a majestic crown-like structure on its head materialized, radiating an aura of warmth and grace. Its gaze fell lovingly upon the humans gathered below. The cameraman instinctively swung the lens upward, capturing the miraculous sight. Startled by his reaction, Kate turned to see what had grabbed his attention. When her eyes landed on the magnificent figure hovering above the shrine, her mouth formed a perfect O. "Oh my goodness," she gasped, her voice trembling with excitement. "That Pokémon, could it be? It's the Calyrex. Calyrex has appeared before us." Her exclamation rippled through the crowd. The townsfolk, who had been immersed in their prayers and offerings, followed her gaze. A collective gasp filled the air. Mayor Thomas, aware that the Calyrex resided at Naoki's ranch, maintained his composure, but the rest of the townspeople were overcome with awe and excitement. The legendary Pokémon itself had chosen to grace their festival with its presence. For many, this moment confirmed their heartfelt belief that their offerings and prayers had reached Calyrex. Meanwhile, the live broadcast reached countless homes across the Paldea region. Everyone watching the evening news witnessed the awe-inspiring sight of Calyrex, its serene and majestic form captivating the hearts of viewers far and wide. Not far from the shrine, Naoki stood with Koraidon and several other Pokémon, observing the joyous reactions of the people. He could already picture tomorrow's headlines. Stunning revelation. Legendary Pokémon appears at Kosagi Town's festival. A celebration of unity. Humans and Pokémon strengthening their bond through ancient traditions. Naoki smiled softly, recognizing the far-reaching impact of what was unfolding. This moment would introduce countless others to the legend of the King of Bountiful Harvest, ensuring its stories and deeds would echo through generations. In this age of rapid information exchange, the sighting of the Calyrex would spread like wildfire. Its tale would inspire faith and admiration, rejuvenating the legendary Pokémon's strength and ensuring its place in history. Naoki felt certain that what happened tonight would become a legend retold for millennia, a story of mutual trust and harmony between humans and Pokémon. It would be remembered as a moment when both worlds reached out to one another, creating a bond that transcended time. He exhaled deeply, his gaze fixed on the glowing figure of the Calyrex. For the first time in centuries, the legendary Pokémon would no longer have to worry about fading into obscurity. Its power would flourish once again. It was truly emotional. Who could have imagined that things would develop this way? At first, Naoki only intended to bring Calyrex's two favorite steeds to participate in the horse racing event held in town. However, he never expected that his devotion and actions would help Calyrex regain his strength and establish a bond of trust with him. Now, standing before the Shrine of Plenty, Calyrex floated gracefully in front of the gathered crowd. His gaze was gentle, full of warmth for those who worshipped him, expressed gratitude, and placed their trust in him. If someone had told him a year ago that he would be revived and restored to his full strength, he would have dismissed it as impossible. But now, it had become reality. His devoted follower had crossed oceans to find him in a distant land, reunite him with his cherished steeds, and restore his strength and memories. Naoki had invited him to this new land, where his legend could flourish, ensuring his existence would never be forgotten. Through these acts, not only had Calyrex's strength been restored, but he had transcended his previous limitations, reaching unparalleled levels of power. Calyrex felt a deep sense of gratitude toward Naoki. For the first time in centuries, he was willing to trust humanity again, bringing them prosperity and abundance. Turning his gaze to Naoki, who stood among the crowd, Calyrex looked at him with gentle eyes. Nothing needed to be said. Everything was understood. Naoki noticed the glance and smiled. He turned to the Pokémon gathered around him and said, "All right, let's head back down the mountain for a walk." The Pokémon nodded in agreement. As they descended the brightly lit mountain path, Ogerpon took in the lively festivities around them. The glowing lights and joyous atmosphere reminded it of a festival it had attended in Kitakami Town, back in its days with the man it dearly missed. The memories overwhelmed Ogerpon, and its eyes filled with tears. Before long, it began crying softly. Pony, Naoki, and the other Pokémon stopped in their tracks, surprised by Ogerpon's sudden sadness. Even Goldingo, typically so composed, seemed flustered by the sight of its friend crying. Gold! Naoki knelt beside Ogerpon, gently stroking its head. "You're thinking about the past again, aren't you?" he asked softly. Ogerpon looked up at him, its eyes glistening with tears. "Pony." Naoki sighed and decided not to rush. He led the group to a quiet spot along the mountain path, where they could sit and enjoy the serene beauty of the night. The sky was exceptionally clear, with no clouds in sight. The stars sparkled brilliantly, painting a breathtaking tapestry across the heavens. As they sat together, Naoki looked up at the starry sky and said, "You know, in human stories, it's said that when someone leaves this world, their soul ascends to the sky and becomes a star. That star watches over their loved ones and guides them through the darkness." Hearing this, Ogerpon slowly lifted its head, its teary eyes now fixed on the vast, twinkling sky. The stars reflected in Ogerpon's teary eyes as it looked up at Naoki and asked, "Pony, is that true?" Naoki nodded gently. "Yes, he's watching over you from up there, protecting you, and hoping you'll live a happy life. Maybe it was his guidance that led me to find you and bring you away from that place." Ogerpon's expression softened, its tears slowing as it listened. "Pony, I see." It wiped its tears with its hands and straightened up, trying to cheer itself up. Then it stood tall, determinedly holding its mask and signaling to Naoki with a cheerful "Pony, let's go have fun." Naoki chuckled, understanding the message. "All right," he said warmly. "Let's go explore the festival some more." With that, he led Ogerpon and the other Pokémon down the mountain path. The festival atmosphere was in full swing, energized by the earlier appearance of Calyrex. Word of the legendary Pokémon's presence spread quickly, drawing more and more visitors to the Shrine of Plenty. As more tourists made their way to the shrine, the stalls below became less crowded, giving Naoki and his Pokémon more space to explore. Naoki released the EV from their Pokeballs, and they eagerly bounced around, their eyes sparkling with curiosity. Flareon quickly led the charge, pointing excitedly at a nearby barbecue stand. Naoki bought it several skewers, much to its delight. Vaporeon was drawn to a stall selling fish-shaped treats and wagged its tail eagerly until Naoki purchased a large bag for it. Jolteon, captivated by a Pikachu-shaped nightlight, nudged Naoki until he agreed to buy it. Meanwhile, Glaceon, Umbreon, and the younger Eevee gathered in front of a stall displaying a tank of Magikarp. The Pokémon swam lazily, their scales shimmering under the lantern lights. Goldingo stepped forward confidently, jingling its coins and gesturing that it would buy the Magikarp for them. Startled, Naoki quickly intervened. No, that's not food. It's a Pokémon," he explained, pulling the curious Pokémon back from the stall. Hearing this, Goldingo sighed dramatically and gave up its plan. Ogerpon, however, seemed less interested in the trinkets and food. Instead, It simply enjoyed walking alongside Naoki, basking in the festival's warm glow and lively ambience. For so long, it had hidden its face behind a mask, watching festivals from afar, afraid of being seen as Oni. Now, Odrapon could finally participate freely, and its heart swelled with joy. Naoki noticed and smiled at its happiness. The larger Pokémon, like Koraidon, Dragonite, and Cyclizer, didn't seem as interested in the festivities, content to simply watch over their smaller companions. Wanting to capture the moment, Naoki pulled out his Rotom phone. "All right, everyone smile. Let's record this memory." The Pokémon gathered together, and Naoki recorded a short video under the glow of festival lanterns. Their joyful expressions were perfectly captured in the recording. As the night went on, the festivities began to wind down. By 9:30 p.m., the festival was nearing its end. The Pokémon, full from snacks and exhausted from playing, began to feel drowsy. Naoki gently returned the Eevee and most of the Pokémon to their Pokeballs, one by one. Only Odrapon resisted, shaking its head and tugging at Naoki's sleeve. It wanted to walk home with him. Naoki was taken aback for a moment, then smiled warmly. "All right, let's walk home together." They left the festival, walking down the mountain path under the starlit sky. The crisp evening breeze carried the faint sounds of laughter and music from the festival behind them. Naoki, along with his Pokémon, made his way along the quiet country road, leading them back to the peaceful ranch they called home. As autumn passed, the temperature dropped sharply. The Pokémon in the forest began gathering fruit to prepare for winter, while those that disliked the cold embarked on their annual migration, flying south to warmer regions. Cold winds blew across the land, and withered yellow leaves swirled as they fell from the branches. Naoki had finished harvesting his fields and decided to plant just 2 types of radishes, the favorite food of Spectrier and Glastrier. He and his Pokémon worked together to store the harvested vegetables in the warehouse or pickle them to enjoy during meals. Interestingly, the onion patch guarded by Farfetch'd wasn't immune to the changing seasons. The once thick and vibrant leeks had aged and begun to wilt from being left unharvested. Fortunately, Farfetch'd knew just what to do. With a quick flourish of its cherished leek, it harvested the onions one by one, bundling them neatly and presenting them to Naoki for sale. After months of dedicated fitness training, Farfetch'd had developed a robust physique, its sturdy muscles visible beneath its fine feathers. The leek it once wielded awkwardly now felt like a natural extension of itself. "Looks like your leek-wielding skills have improved again," Naoki commented, watching as Farfetch'd expertly swung its leek, sending fallen leaves flying into the air. Hearing the praise, Farfetch'd paused mid-swing, holding its leek like a spear, and turned to Naoki with a resolute expression. "Quack," it declared confidently. Naoki smiled. "What's your plan for the future?" he asked curiously. Farfetch'd tilted its head in thought, then shook it. It had no plans to leave. It wanted to stay on the ranch and continue training. "Well, let's keep working together," Naoki said warmly, patting Farfetch'd on the head. He then took out a red wool scarf he had purchased in town and gently wrapped it around the Pokémon's neck. "Here's a gift for you. This winter is going to be especially cold," Naoki explained. He had seen the news a few days prior. An intense cold front was sweeping across the western seas of Paldea, and it was expected to hit the region soon. Farfetch'd looked down at the scarf in delight. "Quack," it chirped happily. After spending a bit more time with Farfetch'd, Naoki returned to his house. November had arrived, and the cold was becoming more biting with each passing day. It felt like snow could fall at any moment. Last winter, Naoki had traveled to the Galar region in search of Calyrex. This year, however, he had no major plans, so he decided to spend the season at home, enjoying the quiet months with his Pokémon. Even the Paldea Pokémon League offered a seasonal holiday. Gym leaders like Iono and Grusha could use the break to travel or return home to spend time with their families. As the temperature continued to drop, Naoki reopened the ventilation ducts connected to the home's slugma. The slugma moved through the pipes, radiating warmth throughout the house and keeping every corner cozy. Outside, the EVs, with their thick fur coats, showed no signs of discomfort despite the cold. They frolicked in the yard, their cheerful antics lighting up the wintry atmosphere. In the living room, besides Calyrex watching TV with his elegant tea set, including Sinistia and Poltergeist, the only other one trying to escape the cold was Cyclizer, curled up comfortably near the warm fireplace. Naoki opened the refrigerator and began preparing lunch for the Pokémon. He had some important tasks planned for the afternoon. Professor Sada had called him the day before, mentioning her intention to visit the ranch to observe Flutter Maine's adaptation to modern life. After finishing lunch, Naoki settled on the sofa with a warm cup of tea. Just as he was enjoying his break, Professor Sada arrived at the ranch with Arvin in tow. It had been a while since Naoki had last seen Arvin, and the young man seemed unchanged, still reserved and quiet. Naoki greeted him warmly. "Long time no see, Arvin." Arvin gave a polite nod in return. "Long time no see, Mr. Naoki." NDD, acting as the ever-dutiful host, brought over 2 steaming cups of tea for Professor Sada and Arvin. After taking a few sips, Professor Sada eagerly expressed her desire to see Flutter Mane. Flutter Mane should be at Snorlax Park now. Naoki informed her as he stood up. "Let me take you there." The group made their way across the ranch. On the way, Arvin glanced around, noticing the absence of the Gogoat herd and Arboliva. "Mr. Naoki, where are the Go-Goats?" he asked curiously. "They've gone to a warmer place for the winter," Naoki replied. To be specific, they were at the World Tree in the Distortion World. The World Tree had grown tall and vast, providing ample shelter for the Gogoat and Arboliva. Its stable climate and the natural energy it emitted were especially beneficial for grass-type Pokémon. So, when the temperature dropped, Naoki allowed them to retreat to the World Tree's floating island until spring. Conveniently, the entrance to the Distortion World was located in the ranch's lake, making it easy for the Pokémon to travel back and forth. Satisfied with the explanation, Arvin nodded and continued walking without further questions. Crossing the river, the group arrived at Snorlax Park, where Professor Sada finally laid eyes on Flutter Mane again. The park was bustling with activity. A group of EVs was gleefully bouncing on Snorlax's belly as though it were a trampoline, while Flutter Mane was curiously sliding down a slide, gripping the edges with its ghostly claws. Professor Sada's eyes lit up. The sight of the ancient and once mysterious Flutter Mane enjoying such a mundane activity was astonishing. Naoki explained how Flutter Mane had adapted to life on the ranch. At first, Flutter Mane retained its primitive instincts, sneaking out at night to hunt. It preferred raw meat, tearing it apart with its sharp teeth. Professor Sada nodded knowingly. That aligns with the habits of Pokémon from its era. The ancient Pokémon were shaped by a world of survival and primal energy. Naoki continued, "I had Karadin introduce modern life to Flutter Mane, teaching it what's acceptable and what isn't. To help it adjust its nocturnal habits, I gave it a special blend of coffee too. Boost its energy during the day. Over time, it grew accustomed to ranch life. Has Flutter Mane made any friends?" Sada asked. Naoki thought for a moment. Flutter Mane mostly keeps to itself and doesn't seek attention like the others. But it does enjoy being petted, especially when I comb its hair. It's on good terms with most Pokémon here, but it's closest to Karadin. "I see," Sada said thoughtfully, raising her camera to capture the rare sight of Flutter Mane sliding down. After observing for a while, the group returned to the living room. Arvin seemed intrigued by the ranch's Pokémon, so Naoki asked NDD to give him a tour. Meanwhile, Naoki stayed behind to chat further with Professor Sada. Dr. Sada took a sip of the warm tea and remarked, "This winter feels exceptionally cold." Naoki smiled. "Are you and Dr. Turo planning to come back to the surface to celebrate the new year this year?" "It's uncertain," Dr. Sada replied, her mind drifting back to the research at the lab. "It depends on how busy things are at the Institute. But if we can't make it, we'll make sure Arvin comes to visit us there." Naoki nodded. "I'm sure he'd love that. Having his family around will definitely make him happy." "Yes," Dr. Sada agreed with a gentle smile. "Arvin is the pride of both Turo and me. Next year, he'll be heading to Youth Academy." I hope we'll make plenty of new friends there. She paused briefly, her expression softening. That way, Arvin won't feel so lonely. Naoki couldn't help but feel a wave of emotion. Time passes so quickly, he thought. When he first met Arvin, he was just a reserved child, and now, in the blink of an eye, he was about to embark on a new chapter in his life at Yuva Academy. Still, Naoki couldn't help but wonder if Dr. Sada's hopes would come true. From what he recalled of the events in the games, Arvin had struggled with loneliness at the academy. It wasn't until much later, after the tragic injury of his loyal Mabostiff, that Arvin began forging bonds. In his determination to heal his partner, Arvin crossed paths with the game's protagonist, Nimona, and Penny. Together, their adventure in exploring Area Zero forged a lasting friendship. As the conversation turned reflective, Naoki's thoughts wandered to the time machine in Area Zero. From what he understood, creating a time machine with the Pokémon world's current technology should be impossible. Time manipulation was a power tied exclusively to legendary Pokémon like Dialga and Palkia. Doctor, Naoki asked curiously, can the time machine in Area Zero truly achieve time travel? Dr. Sada nodded slightly. Yes, it is thanks to its capabilities that we've been able to summon Pokémon from both ancient and futuristic eras to this timeline. Doesn't that mean humans could use the time machine to explore distant periods in the past or future? Naoki asked, leaning forward in interest. Well, Dr. Sada paused, choosing her words carefully. The truth is we can't pinpoint exact moments in time. The technology allows us to access Pokémon from broad eras, but not precise dates or events. And as for traveling back to those times ourselves, Dr. Sada hesitated briefly, her gaze thoughtful. It has always been Turo's and my dream to witness those eras firsthand. However, we don't intend to attempt it. Why not? Naoki asked. Dr. Sada looked at Naoki and asked, have you ever heard of time paradox? It occurs when time travel or manipulation creates contradictory logical outcomes. She leaned forward slightly, her tone becoming more serious. Time is a linear progression. Every action you take has a cause and effect. If you change something in the past, it will alter history, and everything in the future will shift accordingly. You'd never return to the timeline you're familiar with. Naoki furrowed his brows, his head spinning from her explanation. Dr. Sada continued, many scientists have hypothesized ways to resolve time paradoxes. For instance, the well-known parallel universe theory posits that there are numerous alternate versions of our world. When someone travels to the past, they might inadvertently step into a parallel universe, a version of reality altered by their actions. This secondary universe could potentially collapse and vanish at a specific point in time, perhaps even the moment the traveler initiated their journey. Naoki stared at her, bewildered. I don't follow at all. Noticing his confusion, Dr. Sada chuckled. In simple terms, meddling with time is a dangerous game. Time will retaliate if you try to change what's already established. Events in the future could unravel entirely, and everything you know, people, Pokémon, even the environment, would be swept up in the butterfly effect. For example, she added, imagine if someone from the future went back in time and prevented their grandparents from meeting. That person would cease to exist because their very existence depended on that relationship. This is too complicated, Naoki admitted, his head aching from the mental gymnastics. As he stared at Dr. Sada, a thought crossed his mind. Was the tragic ending of the professors in the game, the one where they died during their research, a result of tampering with time? He had tried to alter Dr. Sada and Dr. Turo's fate before, but whether he had succeeded or not remained a mystery. After some time, Dr. Sada rose to leave. There was much work awaiting her at the Research Institute, and she planned to bring Arvin along to Area Zero. If time didn't permit, she mentioned that the three of them might celebrate the new year there. Seeing her prepare to leave, Naoki got up to see them off. Take care, he said warmly. Dr. Sada smiled in return, and with Arvin by her side, they disappeared down the country road. Returning to the living room, Naoki noticed Cyclizer standing near the fireplace. Its expression was one of quiet confusion, as though it was lost in thought. Naoki raised an eyebrow. "What's wrong? What's on your mind?" "Gayo," the cyclizer replied. Calyrex, who was seated nearby, casually offered a translation. The cyclizer is pondering Dr. Sada's explanation of the time paradox, Calyrex stated with a serene expression. Cyclizer tilted its head and asked, "Gayo, does Naoki fully understand what that means?" Naoki thought carefully for a moment, then tried to explain as simply as he could. "Well, let me give you an example. You know I had a father and a mother, right?" Cyclizer nodded earnestly. "Every person and Pokémon has parents, after all." Naoki continued, "If someone were to travel back in time and stop my parents from falling in love, then I'd never be born. And the version of me that exists now would disappear along with them. That's the butterfly effect, or at least what Dr. Sada called it." Even as he explained, Naoki couldn't help but feel a pang of uncertainty. After all, this was the Pokémon world, where time itself was guarded by Dialga, the deity of time. It made him question whether the scientific theories he'd learned in his past life were entirely applicable in such a magical and extraordinary place. Cyclizer tilted its head again, seeming to understand parts of what Naoki was saying, but still a little perplexed. Before Naoki could continue, the video phone in the living room began to ring. He walked over to answer it, and a familiar voice came through the line. "Is Mr. Naoki home?" The cheerful voice of Rachel, the granddaughter of the Pokémon ranch store owner. "Yes, I'm here. What's going on, Rachel?" Naoki asked curiously. Rachel replied, "Well, it's about a Tropius. My grandfather came across an injured one in the jungle 2 days ago. It should have migrated south for the winter, but it hurt its wings and couldn't fly." Naoki listened intently as she continued. "We managed to treat its injuries, but now the weather's getting colder, and there's no way for it to make the journey south in time. Grandpa thought it would be best to find a trainer who could care for it over the winter. Do you think you'd have time to help?" After hanging up the phone, Naoki immediately made his way to Kosagi Town. When he arrived, Rachel was busy organizing food in the store. Upon seeing Naoki, she quickly set aside her work and led him to where the Tropius was being kept. "The Tropius is currently staying at our ranch," Rachel explained as they walked. "But it seems really down. It's been feeling lonely ever since it got separated from its flock." Naoki nodded in understanding as Rachel continued. "Tropius, like many other Pokémon, has unique migratory habits. These grass and flying-type Pokémon are native to tropical jungles, particularly in the Alola region, where they are abundant. However, smaller populations of Tropius also live in other regions, adapting to their environments. The migration patterns of Tropius are fascinating. Every winter, they form large flocks and migrate to warmer southern regions, much like swallows. They only return north when the weather becomes more temperate." After passing through a patch of withered, yellow grassland, Naoki finally spotted the Tropius by a small lake. In person, Tropius was even larger than Naoki imagined, standing over 2 meters tall. Its brownish-gray body resembled a coastal coconut tree, with a long neck, sturdy legs, and 3 broad, leafy fronds sprouting from its head. Its back bore 4 massive, leaf-like wings that it used to fly. The most eye-catching feature, however, was the cluster of banana-like fruits hanging from its neck. "This is Tropius. Mr. Naoki, have you seen one up close before?" Rachel asked. Naoki shook his head. "Not up close. I've only seen one from a distance at Casseroya Lake." Casseroya Lake, with its abundant water, lush vegetation, and fresh air, was a favored spot for Tropius to thrive. "I see," Rachel replied with a nod. She continued, "You know, Tropius can also be raised on ranches." She gestured toward the fruit hanging from its neck. "These fruits grow twice a year. I've tasted them before, and they're incredibly sweet and delicious. In the Alola region, children often eat the fruit from Tropius necks as snacks. In fact, the fruit is so popular there that several Tropius breeding farms have been established." She paused before adding, "That said, due to Padia's cooler climate, Tropius fruits here aren't as sweet as the ones in Alola." Naoki listened intently, his gaze fixed on the majestic Pokémon. Tropius is enormous, he remarked, marveling at its size, comparable to an elephant. Rachel chuckled. Don't worry, Mr. Naoki. Tropius are incredibly gentle by nature. Even wild Tropius are known to willingly share the fruit from their necks with people in need. To demonstrate, Rachel approached the Tropius and gently stroked its legs. It's all right, Tropius, she said soothingly. We found a kind trainer who's willing to care for you. This gentleman right here. The Tropius looked toward Naoki with a somber gaze, clearly still longing for its flock. Naoki took a step closer, raising a hand in a friendly wave. Hello, Tropius. I'm Naoki, and I run a ranch. If you'd like, you're welcome to spend the winter with us. We'll take good care of you. Naoki couldn't help but think it's a shame Tropius isn't a dragon-type Pokémon. Otherwise, the power of dragon control would work on it. Hearing his words, Tropius raised its long neck and gazed at him with curious eyes. It saw a kind human smiling warmly in its direction. Rachel, standing beside Tropius, nodded in agreement. Yes, Mr. Naoki is a very kind man. His ranch is home to many different Pokémon. If you spend the winter there, you won't feel lonely at all. True, Pious. Tropius let out a low, somewhat melancholy cry, but eventually nodded, signifying its agreement to go to the ranch with Naoki. It didn't have many other options. With its injured wing, it couldn't fly south with the rest of its flock. Watching them leave while it stayed behind had been a heartbreaking experience. Seeing Tropius agree, Naoki smiled warmly. Great, let's head back now. The Pokémon at the ranch are looking forward to meeting you. Naoki wasn't exaggerating. Before leaving, several Pokémon, Alcremie, Goldingo, and Ogerpon, had eagerly asked where he was going. When Naoki explained about Tropius, they became excited upon hearing about a Pokémon that grew sweet fruits on its neck. The thought of meeting Tropius had them waiting enthusiastically at home for its arrival. Hearing that other Pokémon were excited to meet it, Tropius seemed touched. Its mood lifted slightly, and it let out a deep, resonant cry, then flapped its large wings and moved closer to Naoki. Naoki was momentarily surprised by Tropius's gesture. Wait, are you asking me to ride on your back? He asked incredulously. Tropii. The large Pokémon nodded, lowering itself slightly to make it easier for him to climb on. Seeing this, Naoki smiled and didn't hesitate. He recalled the Cyclizer to its Pokeball and carefully climbed onto Tropius's back. Waving goodbye to Rachel, Naoki and Tropius prepared to depart. Rachel, her face lighting up with joy, called out, Take care, Tropius. Live happily at the ranch. Tropii. The Pokémon responded gratefully, its tone warm. It lowered its neck and offered Rachel the bananas growing around its chin, a gesture of thanks to the person who had saved and cared for it. Naoki watched this exchange and nodded approvingly. It's such a kind and polite Tropius, he thought to himself. Just as he was about to express his admiration aloud, Naoki noticed something astonishing. The bananas that Tropius had given to Rachel had already regrown on its neck. Startled, Naoki blinked in disbelief. Naoki furrowed his brow in confusion. Wait a minute, don't the fruits on Tropius's neck ripen only twice a year? But then something clicked in his mind, and he suddenly understood. This Tropius has the harvest ability, he exclaimed inwardly. Harvest, a hidden ability of TR. Opius grants it the chance to regenerate consumed berries with a 50% chance under normal conditions and a 100% chance on sunny days. This realization explained everything. Rachel, holding the freshly grown fruit, quickly caught on as well. So your ability is harvest, she said, turning to Tropius with a bright smile. Then, looking back at Naoki, she added, Mr. Naoki, Tropius with the harvest ability are known for being very productive. She continued enthusiastically. They can convert their body's energy, water, and sunlight into nutrients to accelerate fruit regrowth. That's why the fruit you saw just regrew so quickly. But, she clarified, this ability can only be used once in a short period of time. After activating, Tropius needs some time to recover its energy before it can regrow fruit again. Hearing her explanation, Naoki nodded thoughtfully. That makes perfect sense, he mused. Atropius, with a harvest ability, seemed like the ideal addition to his ranch. What surprised him even more, however, was Rachel's knowledge on the subject. He vividly remembered when he first met her, a shy and soft-spoken girl. Now, 2 years later, Rachel had grown into a confident and cheerful young woman. You're amazing, Rachel. You even know about Pokémon abilities like Harvest. Naoki praised her with genuine admiration. Rachel blushed slightly, rubbing the back of her neck. My grandfather taught me a lot. I'm planning to become a Pokémon breeder in the future, so he's been sharing all sorts of Pokémon-related knowledge with me. A Pokémon breeder? Naoki smiled warmly. That's a wonderful goal. Keep it up, Rachel. She nodded firmly, her confidence unwavering. I will. Thank you, Mr. Naoki. After their brief chat, Tropius flapped its broad, leafy wings and rose into the air. Naoki pointed in the direction of his ranch, and Tropius, with a determined nod, flew off in that direction. While Tropius wasn't as fast as Dragonite, its spacious back made the ride incredibly stable, almost like sitting on an elephant. Before long, Naoki and Tropius landed at the ranch. A group of Pokémon was already gathered, eagerly awaiting their arrival. As soon as Tropius touched down, the Pokémon rushed overexcitedly, surrounding them. Naoki gestured toward Tropius and introduced it with a smile. Everyone, this is Tropius. Tropius, these are the Pokémon I told you about earlier. Tropius, towering over the crowd, looked at the diverse Pokémon curiously. Alcremie, Goldingo, Ogerpon, and others all chimed in with enthusiastic welcomes. Their warmth seemed to lift Tropius's spirits even more. Seeing their friendliness, Tropius couldn't help but let out a happy cry, its leafy wings swaying gently. Tropius. The next step was finding the perfect place for Tropius to stay on the ranch. The weather was getting colder by the day. As a grass and flying-type Pokémon, Tropius had a severe weakness to ice and was just as vulnerable to the cold as Cyclizer. This was precisely why Tropius and its kind migrated south in large groups before winter arrived. Naoki considered the options. The ranch during winter clearly wasn't suitable for Tropius. After some thought, he knew just the place. He rode Tropius across the lake at the ranch and entered the reverse world, leading the Pokémon to the Sky Island where the world tree stood tall. This island had been cultivated with sunflowers that emitted both light and warmth. For grass-type Pokémon like Tropius, this environment was perfect. Here, they could photosynthesize freely to replenish their energy, even in the depths of winter. The world tree itself had grown tremendously, towering over 100 meters high. Even Tropius, with its impressive 2-meter frame, looked small beside it. Thankfully, the reverse world had infinite space, so there was no concern about overcrowding. Tropius stared at the towering tree in awe, its eyes wide with surprise. Tropius, it exclaimed, its tone filled with wonder. This is the world tree, Naoki explained with a smile. He then approached the nearby Pokémon. The Go-Goats lounging peacefully beneath the world tree and Arboliva, whose form had grown larger and more vibrant thanks to the abundant natural energy here, greeted him warmly. Naoki patted their heads and introduced the new arrival. This is Tropius. If everything goes well, it'll be staying with you from now on, he said. The Go-Goats, as relaxed and gentle as ever, welcomed Tropius with warm gestures. Arboliva, standing majestically on the Sky Island and resembling an enormous olive tree, opened its eyes. Its gaze met Tropius's, and it offered a soft, graceful welcome. Tropius observed its new companions curiously. It was drawn to the goats, sensing an unusually rich grass-type energy radiating from them. Its surprise was evident. This wasn't something it had ever felt from the Gagoat Pokémon it had encountered around Casseroil Lake. This place is incredible. Tropius thought, impressed. Naoki instructed the Go-Goats and Oliva to take good care of their new companion, and with his task complete, he prepared to head back to the ranch. The sun was beginning to set, and he needed to start dinner for the Pokémon. Just as he was about to leave, A faint yet familiar voice echoed from the neighboring sky island. Giratina stirred from its resting place and called out, its tone tinged with exasperation. "You're becoming more and more casual." Naoki froze for a moment, feeling a slight chill that had nothing to do with the weather. He turned towards the massive legendary Pokémon, offering a sheepish smile. Giratina grumbled internally. "This is my territory. Dare he come and go so freely without consulting me first?" Naoki suddenly remembered that the reverse world was home to a certain temperamental dragon. Looking at Giratina, he said, "Don't you ever feel lonely living here all by yourself? You should really consider making some friends." Giratina's eyes narrowed at the comment. If it got this upset over a harmless remark, Naoki wondered how on earth he could ever convince Giratina to accept a Rotom phone in the future. The poor Rotom would likely be too frightened to function properly around the legendary Pokémon. Of course, Giratina would never admit to feeling lonely. Instead, it let out a thunderous roar to mask its true emotions. "Lonely? Me? Don't be ridiculous. I've lived like this for tens of thousands of years. I don't need anyone," Giratina declared, its voice laced with indignation. Despite its bluster, there was an odd familiarity and warmth in the way Giratina looked at Naoki. Naoki, unsure of Giratina's mood, decided to take a gamble. He floated closer to Flower Sky Island, extending his hand toward the legendary Pokémon. "Let me try something," Naoki said. Giratina regarded him with suspicion, but before it could react, Naoki activated his dragon power. A warm, soothing energy surged through Giratina's massive form, causing its golden eyes to widen in shock. "Bold human, what have you done?" Giratina demanded, though its tone betrayed a mix of confusion and wonder. Naoki smiled as he gently ran his hand along Giratina's sleek, shadowy scales. "I'm thanking you. This is a power I recently awakened. It's especially effective with Dragon-type Pokémon. And since you're a Dragon-type, I thought I'd give it a try." He carefully massaged Giratina, channeling the calming energy. Despite its initial protests, Giratina eventually relaxed under the touch, its tension melting away. When the massage ended, Giratina looked almost dazed, as if it had just woken from a pleasant dream. "Fine, you may go. Since you've been so considerate, I'll overlook your intrusion today," Giratina said, trying to maintain an air of dignity despite its evident satisfaction. Naoki stifled a chuckle. So even legendary Pokémon can't resist a good massage. Although his dragon power wasn't strong enough to make Giratina any more powerful, it was heartening to know it could help in the Pokémon's favor. With a respectful bow, Naoki said goodbye and made his way back to the ranch. The snowfall in the Alliance calendar year 199 came earlier than expected. By the next morning, delicate snowflakes were floating down from the gray sky, blanketing the world in white. Thankfully, Naoki had prepared the ranch well in advance. The Combi and Butterfree were relocated to the warm glass greenhouse. The Go-Goats and Arboliva were sent to the World Tree on Sky Island, while the Miltanks cozied up in the Pokémon house. The Garganackle retreated to their underground caves, shielded from the chill. Naoki also moved the Wooloo into the Pokémon house alongside the Miltanks and invited Snorlax into the living room, where it sprawled contentedly on the floor. With heavy snow falling outside, there was no work to be done. Naoki decided to take the rare opportunity to relax at home with his Pokémon. Inside, Slugma kept the house warm by channeling heat through vents. Palmot floated by one of the vents, feeding fruits to the Slugma. The EVs, with their thick winter coats, played rambunctiously in the room. Some were perched on Snorlax's belly, chatting happily, while others stared out the window at the falling snow, their little faces pressed against the glass. Cyclizer and Corraden lay by the fireplace, basking in the warmth. Nearby, the sibling and DD tended to their tasks, ensuring everything was in order. Meanwhile, Calyrex sat on the sofa, watching TV with a regal air. Ogerpon and Goldingo occupied themselves on the second floor, sharing Ogerpon's old mask. Farfetch'd rested nearby, its precious leek held close. Dragonite, having worked tirelessly throughout the year, had been sent back to Dragonite Island with a bag of treats as its year-end bonus. Naoki lounged on the sofa, fiddling with his Rotom phone, trying to coax the Rotom inside to chat with him. Outside, the heavy snow created a serene, frosty landscape. Suddenly, the skies were pierced by the figure of a Zapdos cutting through the stormy clouds. On its back were two small Pokémon, Teddiursa and Mew. As the ranch came into view, their faces lit up with anticipation. Home at last, they thought, eager to reunite with Naoki and the rest of their friends. When Naoki saw Zapdos, Teddiursa, and Mew return to the ranch on such a snowy day, he was both surprised and overjoyed. He quickly ushered the three Pokémon inside, brushing the snow off their fur and feathers. Warmth enveloped them as they entered the house. Naoki prepared hot tea and served soft, sweet cookies to the trio. The three Pokémon settled on the floor by the crackling fireplace. After draining their cups of hot tea, they began to feel the warmth seep back into their frostbitten limbs. Their energy slowly returned, and they began to speak. Teddiursa and Mew munched on cookies like two hungry squirrels, their mouths stuffed with crumbs. Meanwhile, Zapdos lowered its head into a bowl of warm snacks, savoring the taste with evident delight. After a while, Teddiursa let out a satisfied burp and pulled something shimmering from behind its back. It was a feather, glowing with radiant rainbow hues. Teddiursa, this is a gift for you, Naoki, the small Pokémon declared proudly. Because Naoki had eaten the translation seeds earlier, he could immediately understand what Teddiursa was saying. His eyes widened as he took the feather in hand, and almost instantly, information about the item appeared in his mind. Rainbow Feather, a legendary artifact. This feather belongs to the mythical Pokémon Ho-Oh. It is said that when it glows with rainbow light, it brings joy and happiness to humanity. Naoki was stunned. This is a rainbow feather from Ho-Oh. He stared at Teddiursa and Mew in disbelief. How on earth did you manage to get Ho-Oh's feather? Teddiursa replied cheerfully, Ursa Ted, we found it on the grass. Mew floated beside it, nodding with an innocent smile. Mew, it's Ho-Oh's feather. Teddiursa added enthusiastically. Ursa. Oh, and we also made friends with Ho-Oh and Marshadao. As the two Pokémon took turns explaining, Naoki pieced the story together over the next 5 minutes. It turned out that during their travels, the Hero Expedition team had stumbled upon the radiant feather lying in the grass. Not long after, a majestic, lion-like Pokémon appeared before them, its mane burning like flames. The Pokémon, Inti, revealed itself to be a messenger of Ho-Oh and instructed them to follow the feather's guidance to a place called Ikrutik City. Upon reaching the city, the townspeople directed them to the tower, where Ho-Oh was said to reside. The expedition team eventually arrived at the tower, but soon encountered an elusive Pokémon lurking in the shadows. Mew managed to catch up with it, learning that the Pokémon was Marshadao, tasked with guiding those chosen by Ho-Oh to undertake the test of the Rainbow Hero. Marshadao was visibly perplexed. Ho-Oh's feather has only ever been given to humans, it explained, never to Pokémon. Teddiursa and Mew immediately protested, shaking their heads vigorously. We're not ordinary Pokémon, they insisted. We're the Hero Expedition team, traveling the world and standing up for justice. Hearing their passionate declaration, Marshadao seemed to consider their words before speaking again. In that case, it said, its voice calm but intrigued, place the rainbow feather on the sacred stone and see what happens. Mew and Baby Bear did as instructed. As soon as they placed the rainbow feather on the stone, it erupted in a brilliant beam of light that shot straight into the sky. From the horizon, a radiant rainbow bridge formed, arching high into the heavens. Moments later, Ho-Oh, the majestic king of the skies, appeared, its feathers shimmering with all the colors of the rainbow. Hearing this part of the story, Naoki was stunned. Wait, does that mean you've already become rainbow heroes? In Pokémon lore, the Rainbow Hero is a title given to humans chosen by Ho-Oh. In the movie, Ash Ketchum successfully passed Ho-Oh's test and earned the title. Mew and Baby Bear exchanged a quick glance before shaking their heads. Teddy Ursa. No. That Pokemon said that the Rainbow Hero is a title meant for humans. Mew added, the Phoenix Pokemon gave the feather to us after seeing what we accomplished. It said the feather could help us in our journey. Naoki sighed in relief, but remained deeply impressed. For a moment, he had genuinely thought his Pokemon companions had achieved this legendary status. Looking at the radiant feather in his hand, Naoki asked curiously, so where's Ho-Oh now? Mew and Baby Bear shook their heads. Teddy, we don't know. After that, it flew away. Mew looked disappointed. We invited Ho-Oh to visit the ranch and play with us, but it declined. Seeing Mew's dejected expression, Naoki didn't know what to say. The Heroes Expedition team really was something else, a gacha machine for legendary encounters. From Ho-Oh to the simplest Pokemon like Farfetch'd, they somehow managed to cross paths with all of them. Naoki mused silently. It's no surprise coming from a Teddy Ursa blessed with permanent good luck. It's possible Ho-Oh has important responsibilities elsewhere, Naoki finally said to comfort them. Mew's ears perked up. Do you think Ho-Oh will visit after we finish everything here? Naoki hesitated. I'm not sure. Mew's face fell again. Deciding to change the subject, Naoki turned his focus to the rainbow feather. He remembered how Zapdos feathers were used to create lightning buns and Lugia's feathers made storm buns. The potential of Ho-Oh's feather intrigued him. What kind of dish could be created from Ho-Oh's feathers? Naoki wondered, a spark of culinary curiosity lighting his thoughts. But first, he saw confirmation. Are you sure it's okay for me to use the feather to make something special? Baby Bear lazily waved its paw. Ursa, of course. We brought it as a gift for you, Naoki. The little bear, clearly stuffed from too many cookies, lay sprawled on the wool carpet, gently rubbing its round belly. Thank you, Naoki said with a warm smile. I truly love this gift. Deciding to act, Naoki sought out Calyrex. With its unparalleled psychic abilities, Calyrex could help convert the feather into powder, ideal for culinary experimentation. Calyrex, always eager to assist, agreed immediately. In just 3 seconds, the rainbow feather transformed into a handful of golden red powder, resembling finely sifted flour. Naoki examined it closely, and the information about the powder appeared in his mind. Phoenix King Feather Powder, a legendary ingredient imbued with sacred power, blessings, and fiery energy. When used in cooking, it may exhibit magical effects. Seeing this, Naoki chuckled and said to himself, just as I thought. With a warm smile, he patted Baby Bear and Mew on their heads and said, Wait here. I'll go make some special buns for you. Naoki headed to the kitchen and began preparing the dough. Meanwhile, the 3 Pokemon, now fully refreshed and satisfied, explored the ranch. They wandered around, happily greeting the Pokemon who lived there. Although many of the Pokemon were new faces to them, introductions quickly turned into friendly exchanges, and bonds were formed in no time. When Mew and Baby Bear came across the Farfetch'd they had encouraged to come to the ranch, both of their little faces lit up in shock. Teddy Ursa, so strong. Mew, what a transformation. Farfetch'd quacked cheerfully, clearly delighted to see its old companions. For Farfetch'd, it was a moment of gratitude. Meeting Mew and Baby Bear had been a turning point. Thanks to their encouragement, it had come to the ranch and met Naoki, who had helped it become stronger. Naoki was entirely in his element as he worked in the kitchen. He kneaded the dough, let it rest, rolled it into perfect buns, and placed them in the steamer. By the time noon arrived, the heavy snowfall outside had stopped. Excited by the fresh blanket of snow, all the Pokemon eagerly donned the scarves Naoki had bought for them and raced outside to play. Even the 3 members of the Heroes Expedition team ventured out. However, their purpose was different. They wanted to check on the World Tree. As soon as they reached the grassy area where the World Tree had been planted, Zapdos and Mew noticed something alarming. The tree was gone. Startled, they hurried to find Naoki and tell him what had happened. Naoki, busy steaming buns, listened calmly to Mew's frantic explanation. With a reassuring smile, he said, "The world tree isn't gone. It's just grown too big for the ranch, so I moved it somewhere else." After asking Sister and DD to watch over the steaming buns, Naoki led the 3 Pokémon across the ranch's lake and into the reverse world. The moment they arrived, Zapdos, Mew, and Baby Bear stared in awe. In the void stood a colossal, magnificent tree, its trunk thick and sturdy, its branches spreading far and wide. Zap! Zapdos chirped with excitement. This was the perfect home it had always dreamed of. Mew and Baby Bear were equally astonished. The sheer size of the world tree exceeded their imaginations. It was as if a living sanctuary for Pokémon had sprung to life before their very eyes. Finally understanding what Naoki had meant when he said the world tree would grow large enough to host all their Pokémon friends, the trio's faces lit up with joy. Naoki walked under the vast tree canopy. The excited Zapdos began soaring around the world tree, its electrifying energy adding to the lively atmosphere. Mew squealed with delight and darted up to perch on one of the sprawling branches, its small frame practically glowing with excitement. Naoki stood at the base of the tree, holding Baby Bear in his arms as he gazed upward at the scene. Judging by Mew's enthusiasm, it seemed likely that the Pokémon was already planning to use the mystical power of the World Tree to create a secret base, a special sanctuary just for the Hero Expedition team. Naoki smiled warmly and said, "This is just the beginning. In the future, the World Tree will grow to be more than 10 times its current size." The idea of such a colossal tree, its roots and branches creating an ecosystem all their own, filled Naoki's mind with possibilities. He had been quietly planning the future of the World Tree for some time. With its vast reserves of natural, tree was an ideal place for plants and crops to thrive. It could host its ecosystem, with Pokémon like Arboliva producing rich olive oil, the Gagode offering fresh goat milk, the Tropius providing fruits, and the Garganacl supplying rock salt. Add in the Miltanks for milk, the Combi Trio for sweet honey, and Alchemy for cream and desserts, and it was a perfect balance of resources. Naoki envisioned building an expedition team guild nestled within the World Tree's boughs. This guild could include an item shop selling essential supplies and potions, a cafe where Pokémon could enjoy hearty meals, an orchard filled with berries and fruit trees, farmland for growing wheat and other crops, bedrooms for Pokémon to rest comfortably. The shopkeepers, chefs, and caretakers would all be Pokémon themselves, ensuring a lively, supportive community. With such a system in place, even if Naoki were absent in the future, the Pokémon would remain self-sufficient and continue to live harmoniously. However, Naoki knew these dreams were still far off. The World Tree's growth was not yet halfway complete, and much remained to be done. Leaving Zapdos, Mew, and Baby Bear to explore their newfound paradise, Naoki returned alone to the ranch. Back at the ranch, the EVs were playing in the snow, so Naoki joined them in building a snowman. The cold air was filled with laughter and the crunch of snow underfoot as they worked together. Time flew by, and NDD came running out to announce that the steam buns were ready. Naoki left the EVs to their snowy fun and hurried back inside. As he opened the steamer, Naoki's eyes widened in surprise. These buns were unlike any he had made before. Their golden red color shimmered with an otherworldly hue, reminiscent of the radiant plumage of Ho-Oh. "Wow," Naoki murmured. Naoki took a deep breath, feeling the incredible information about the bun flow into his mind. Holy Bun, SS, a legendary dish created using the powdered feather of the mythical Pokémon Ho-Oh. It is said that consuming it grants the blessings of Ho-Oh. Effects: Holy Ash instantly restores the physical strength of a severely weakened or dying Pokémon. For healthy Pokémon, it significantly enhances physical strength and endurance, making them far stronger. Holy Fire: for fire-type Pokémon, it transforms their internal flames into sacred fire. For non-fire-type Pokémon, the power of fire-type moves increases permanently by 20%. Divine Blessing grants Ho-Oh's favor to the Pokémon that consumes it, greatly enhancing their fortune. This effect is exclusive to Mew, Baby Bear, and Zapdos. Comment: this is a one-of-a-kind dish. Legends say that those blessed by Ho-Oh achieve eternal happiness. As Naoki processed this information, he couldn't help but let out a soft whistle of amazement. Wow, an SS-tier dish indeed. This is absurdly powerful. The first effect, Holy Ash, was nothing short of miraculous. Unlike a simple healing item like Moo Moo Milk or a Max Potion, this ability seemed to stem directly from Ho-Oh's legendary power. The very power said to resurrect the dead. Naoki recalled the Johto legend of the Burned Tower, where 3 Pokémon perished in a great fire. Ho-Oh, in its compassion, used its powers to resurrect them, transforming them into the legendary beasts, Entei, Raikou, and Suicune, who became loyal guardians of Ho-Oh. Though none of the Pokémon in Naoki's ranch were in dire need of resurrection, the secondary boost to physical strength and endurance from Holy Ash would be immensely useful, especially for Pokémon like Flareon, Jolteon, and Vaporeon, who had evolved prematurely. The buns could help make up for their developmental shortcomings and allow them to thrive. The second effect, Holy Fire, was just as remarkable, turning the internal flames of Fire-type Pokémon into Sacred Fire. Ho-Oh's signature move was a game-changer. Sacred Fire, a move of both immense power and divine significance, was a skill that only Ho-Oh and its chosen guardians like Entei could wield. Even for non-Fire-type Pokémon, the 20% boost to Fire-type moves was like equipping them with a permanent charcoal that didn't occupy an item slot. Naoki could already imagine Flareon's flames burning brighter than ever. But it was the third effect, Divine Blessing, that intrigued Naoki the most. The idea of Ho-Oh's favor greatly enhancing a Pokémon's fortune seemed like a perfect match for the Hero Expedition team. Naoki looked over at Baby Bear, who was lying contentedly on the woolen rug, rubbing its full belly. The little Pokémon's inherent ability to bring luck to every situation was already impressive, but with Ho-Oh's blessing, that was a whole new level of potential. Artificial, luck incarnate, Naoki murmured, half in awe and half in amusement. Baby Bear's natural talent for finding rare and valuable items, combined with this divine blessing, meant the little Pokémon could probably stumble upon treasures no one else could dream of, perhaps even the mythical plates of Arceus itself. The thought brought a smile to Naoki's face as he jokingly imagined Baby Bear casually stealing Arceus's origin plate, much like a mischievous thief in a fantasy game. However, it made sense that the divine blessing effect was limited to Mew, Baby Bear, and Zapdos. After all, the rainbow feather had been gifted to them by Ho-Oh. The restriction ensured that its power stayed true to its purpose. This is a massive upgrade for the Hero Expedition team. Naoki was cautious this time. With so many Pokémon on the ranch, he made sure to make the buns as small as possible to stretch the legendary ingredient. The rainbow feathers from Ho-Oh were large enough that he managed to steam over 20 sacred buns. Though it wasn't enough to feed all the Pokémon on the ranch, Naoki was content that the rare ingredient was being put to its best use. Still, a nagging thought lingered in his mind. What if Ho-Oh discovers I made steamed buns out of its feathers? Given the lore in the Pokémon games, where rainbow feathers could summon Ho-Oh, it seemed likely the Pokémon might sense the presence of its feather. Naoki grew uneasy. Would Ho-Oh come to scold me for using its feather in cooking? But then, as a chef who loved creating magical dishes, Naoki couldn't help himself. The feather had too much potential to ignore. He consoled himself, thinking, if Ho-Oh does show up and gets upset, I'll apologize. It's worth the risk. He admired Ho-Oh's unwavering belief in humanity. Despite leaving Ikrutik City after humans caused destruction, Ho-Oh continued to bestow rainbow feathers upon those it deemed kind-hearted. Carrying the pot of sacred buns, Naoki made his way to the Pokémon frolicking in the snow. His first stop was with the 3 EV brothers, Flareon, Jolteon, and Vaporeon, who needed these buns the most to recover from the deficiencies caused by their premature evolutions. Flareon, being a fire type, stood to gain the most from the Sacred Bund's effects. Jolteon and Vaporeon, while not directly benefiting from the fire-enhancing properties, would still see a boost to their physical fitness and strength. The three eagerly devoured the buns one after another. Jolteon and Vaporeon didn't exhibit any immediate changes, but Flareon's reaction was dramatic. "B!" Flareon cried out, spinning around nervously as golden-red flames erupted from its body, spiraling uncontrollably into the air. Startled, Vaporeon instinctively fired a water gun at its brother, dousing the flames. White steam hissed and rose into the chilly air. But before they could relax, another surge of flames burst forth, even fiercer than before. Vaporeon prepared to try again, but Naoki quickly intervened. "Wait, don't worry. This won't harm Flareon," Naoki reassured them. Vaporeon paused, watching intently as Flareon's flames continued to rage. It was as though a volcano had ignited within Flareon. Flareon's body brimmed with power, its flames crackling with intensity. Heat and energy swirled in its chest, and its cheeks puffed up with the pressure of the fire within. Finally, unable to contain it any longer, Flareon let out a resounding cry and unleashed a stream of flames. The roaring fire took the form of a massive, serpentine blaze, cutting through the snowy field and melting the ground beneath it. Jolteon and Vaporeon watched in awe. "Booey!" Jolteon exclaimed. "That's incredible!" "Booey!" Flareon's face glowed with excitement, clearly reveling in its newfound strength. Naoki observed the transformation closely. He realized that the Sacred Bund's energy had supercharged Flareon's flames, forcing its body to adapt and reach a higher level of power. The orange-red fur on Flareon's coat now had a darker, richer hue, reminiscent of Entei, one of Ho-Oh's 3 legendary beasts. "Well," Naoki said with a satisfied smile, "it seems the Sacred Bund has worked wonders. Their evolutions are now fully optimized." He said goodbye to them and turned around to go to the World Tree to feed the buns to the 3 Pokémon of the Hero Expedition team. Naoki distributed the 3 Sacred Buns to the Hero Expedition team. Zapdos was already waiting by the World Tree, but Mew and Baby Bear were nowhere to be seen. After calling out to them, Mew and Baby Bear appeared, both looking cheerful and excited. Each Pokémon received 1 Sacred Bun, and Naoki clapped his hands in satisfaction. Once the buns were handed out, Naoki asked curiously, "Where were you just now? I didn't see you in the tree." "Meow." Mew giggled mischievously, then used its teleport move. In an instant, Naoki found himself in a cozy wooden room filled with toys of all shapes and sizes. The surroundings were warm and inviting, yet distinctly part of the World Tree. When Naoki noticed the playful decor, he immediately realized, "Is this the secret base you built with your hidden power?" "Meow." Mew nodded enthusiastically, its tiny face lighting up with pride. Baby Bear chimed in with an excited Teddy, clearly eager for Naoki's approval. Naoki looked around the room, impressed by their work. "You've done a great job here. I'll make 2 small beds for you later, so you can sleep comfortably." "My yummy." Mew twirled in excitement, and Baby Bear nuzzled against Naoki, clearly delighted by his promise. True to his word, Naoki spent the afternoon crafting 2 small wooden beds from the leftover materials at the ranch. He delivered the beds to the secret base, and Mew and Baby Bear were overjoyed. That night, surrounded by their toys, the 2 Pokémon slept soundly in their new beds while Zapdos rested on a branch outside the World Tree. The Hero Expedition team was finally beginning to feel like a fully fledged group with a base of operations and consistent supplies. Naoki, however, couldn't help but think of another Pokémon that would make a valuable addition to their team. Hoopa, the Mischief Pokémon. Hoopa's ability to travel through its rings and create spatial portals would be a game-changer for the expedition team. With Hoopa's help, they could instantly reach distant regions like Sinnoh or Kalos. But Naoki knew that Hoopa was still sealed in the Kalos region. Early the next morning, he gathered the Hero Expedition team to share Hoopa's story. "A long time ago," Naoki began, There was a desert city in the Kalos region where a mischievous Pokémon named Hoopa appeared. Hoopa had the power to summon objects and even Pokémon through its rings. It would often bring food and treasures to the city, making it prosperous and admired by its residents. The three Pokémon listened intently, their eyes wide with curiosity. Naoki continued, but one day, the people of the city wanted to see Hoopa's full strength. They asked it to battle powerful Pokémon, and Hoopa gladly obliged. Using its immense power, Hoopa defeated many Pokémon but caused massive destruction in the process. He sighed. The entire city was reduced to rubble. In response, a wise human sealed away Hoopa's true power, forcing it to live in its smaller, less powerful form. The seal also took away its ability to travel freely through its rings. The team listened in awe, processing the tale of the mischievous yet misunderstood Pokémon. Baby Bear tilted its head and asked, "Teddy, what is Hoopa like?" Naoki smiled and explained, "Hoopa's personality is a lot like yours. It's playful, curious, and mischievous, but deep down, it's kind-hearted. If you ever meet Hoopa on your journey, invite it to join your expedition team. I think it would fit right in." Mew looked a little concerned. "Meow, Hoopa is so powerful. Want to destroy our ranch." Naoki reassured it. "That's why you need to help Hoopa understand the meaning of friendship and responsibility. If you can do that, Hoopa will likely be able to control its powers." The prerequisite, of course, was that the hero expedition team would meet Hoopa during their journey. When Baby Bear heard that Hoopa needed help, it puffed out its chest with determination. "Teddy, no problem. We'll do our best to help Hoopa." Helping Pokémon in need was, after all, the very mission of the hero expedition team. After bidding farewell to Baby Bear and Mew, Naoki carried a basket of fruit to the Tropius. While Tropius could sustain itself through photosynthesis as a grass-type Pokémon, it was important to provide it with real food as well. Neglecting its dietary needs would be irresponsible. Upon seeing the basket filled with fresh, juicy fruits, Tropius's face lit up with joy. It let out a cheerful cry of gratitude and buried its head into the basket, munching contentedly. Naoki chuckled as he watched. "Eat as much as you like. If it's not enough, there's plenty more at the ranch." With the help of the Go-Goats, which emitted powerful grass energy, the ranch's fruit trees bore fruit remarkably fast. It took only 3 days for bare branches to become laden with ripe, plump produce. Not far away, the Go-Goats were happily munching on their grass dumplings. Seeing all the Pokémon with shiny coats and healthy physiques filled Naoki with a deep sense of satisfaction. After Tropius finished every last fruit in the basket, Naoki bent down to pick it up. Just as he was about to leave, Tropius lowered its long neck and gently offered the bananas hanging from its chin. "For me?" Naoki asked, surprised. Tropius nodded enthusiastically. It then proceeded to detach all 5 bananas from its neck and give them to Naoki. Immediately afterward, its harvest ability triggered, and 2 more bananas grew in place. Tropius happily offered those as well. However, with the ability now in cooldown, no additional fruit grew. Naoki marveled at the sight. Even though he'd witnessed this before, it still felt like magic. "Pokémon truly are incredible creatures," he muttered to himself, gazing at the basket now filled with the fragrant, golden bananas. Tropius bananas, freshly picked from Tropius. These bananas are sweet and satisfying, perfect for culinary creations. "Thank you. I love these," Naoki said, gently patting the Tropius on the head. He bid Tropius farewell and returned to the ranch, his thoughts swirling with ideas. "I wonder what kind of dish these bananas will make," Naoki mused as he headed to the kitchen. After a moment of thought, he decided to prepare a simple yet delectable treat: hot fried bananas. First, he peeled the bananas and coated them in an egg wash, followed by a layer of breadcrumbs. Then he heated oil in a pan, waiting until the temperature was just right before carefully placing the bananas into the sizzling oil. The bananas sizzled and crackled, turning a perfect golden brown as they fried. Naoki turned off the stove, carefully picked up the fried bananas with chopsticks, and arranged them neatly on a pristine white porcelain plate. Fried banana seed. Description: a dish made by frying the fruit harvested from a Tropius's neck. The outer layer is perfectly crispy, while the inside remains soft and tender. The sweetness of the banana is balanced, making it indulgent yet not cloying. Effect: accelerates the growth cycle of Tropius's fruit, allowing it to produce ripe bananas at a significantly faster rate. Comment: as the saying goes, you are what you eat. Naoki stared at the description that appeared in his mind. Did it really accelerate the growth of Tropius's fruit? He murmured. He thought back to the usual growth cycle of Tropius's bananas. Typically, Tropius's fruits ripen twice a year. In the wild, Tropius spreads pollen from its neck flowers during spring and fall, with the bananas reaching full ripeness in summer and winter. However, this pace was quite slow compared to the production rates of other Pokémon. At the ranch, Tropius consumed large quantities of berries daily, and its fruit output often couldn't keep up with its needs. Naoki wondered aloud. How do the Tropius ranches in Alola even turn a profit? They can't possibly sell these bananas at exorbitant prices, can they? He dismissed the idea quickly. The Pokédex entry for Tropius mentioned that children in the Alola region commonly enjoyed its bananas as snacks, which meant they were likely affordable. I wonder how much faster the fruit grows after eating this, Naoki mused. Could it increase the yield from 2 harvests a year to 3, or even 4? Determined to find out, Naoki carried the fried bananas to Tropius and offered them as a treat. Tropius's eyes lit up as it happily devoured the dish. Naoki also distributed the remaining fried bananas to the other Pokémon in the ranch. In the heart of winter, few people ventured to the countryside, especially trainers. The ranch was quiet, with no visitors aside from the occasional stop by Zack. Naoki took advantage of this peaceful time. Aside from feeding the Pokémon, there was no pressing work to attend to. He spent his days lounging indoors, enjoying warm tea, petting his furry companions, and occasionally browsing the internet. Time passed quickly, and soon it was the end of the 199th year of the Alliance calendar. On the last day of the year, Rotom Technologies officially launched their highly anticipated Rotom phone. This revolutionary device combined Pokémon encyclopedia capabilities, communication features, and advanced navigation into a single portable gadget. The Rotom phone caused an immediate global sensation. In just 3 days, every unit stocked in major stores was sold out. People rushed to get their hands on the new technology. Some bought it for work, others for its photography capabilities, and many parents purchased it as a gift for children about to embark on their Pokémon journeys. Those who missed out could only look on with envy, flooding Rotom Technologies with requests for more stock. Nicker, the CEO of Rotom Technologies, was taken aback by the overwhelming demand. Though he had expected success, the sheer scale of enthusiasm exceeded all predictions. To address the shortage, he held a press conference, promising that the company would ramp up production to ensure everyone could access the new device. The success of the Rotom phone sparked a digital revolution. Internet companies across all regions noticed the device's potential and scrambled to develop apps tailored for it. In no time, a wave of software emerged. Communication platforms, dating apps, current affairs forums, video streaming services, live broadcasting apps, and mobile games. It was a snowy day. Outside the window, the world was blanketed in white, with snow falling steadily. The scene was serene, yet the cold crept into every corner. Inside, Naoki was cozy, sitting on the sofa and surrounded by a pile of sleek new devices, 50 Rotom phones he had pre-ordered. He began installing software on each one, going through the apps available on the Rotom App Store. Despite the phone's recent release, the store was already teeming with options. Many apps were creatively named after Pokémon, reflecting their purpose in the most straightforward way. For instance, Piku TV, a platform for watching TV shows and movies, its icon a cute Pika-shaped television screen. Pika Live, a live streaming service that allows creators to upload their content directly to Pika TV. Pokémon Communication, a social networking app reminiscent of a chat platform from Naoki's previous life, complete with a timeline feature akin to social media. Pokémon Takeout, a food delivery service featuring Toucanon as its mascot. Pokémon Online Shopping, a marketplace for purchasing goods. Pokémon Online Banking, a convenient tool for digital payments and transfers, much like popular payment apps. Pokémon Forum, a hub for discussing news, current events, and random musings. The app icons and functionality immediately caught Naoki's attention. He first clicked on Pika TV, marveling at its user-friendly interface. Then he switched to Pika Live, noting the seamless integration between live streaming and on-demand content. When he opened Pokémon Communication, he couldn't help but smile. Its interface was strikingly similar to WeChat, a platform he was familiar with from his past life. He had shared some of these design ideas with the Rotom technology team during development, and it was gratifying to see them implemented. Next, he explored Pokémon Takeout and found that the app was still recruiting restaurants and delivery Pokémon. Meanwhile, Pokémon Online Shopping was still building its vendor list but showed great promise. Naoki also tested the Pokémon Forum, where he stumbled upon a post by a user named Desert Tyrant. "Hello, can anyone see this?" The replies were mostly greetings and comments marveling at the Rotom phone's capabilities, with users expressing awe at the new technology. "Naoki, look at these people. They seem to have never seen the world." Unlike standard smartphones, the Rotom phone offered internet access anytime and anywhere, even without Wi-Fi, thanks to the unique abilities of Rotom itself. Phones without Rotom required a special internet card, making the Rotom phone significantly more expensive but infinitely more convenient. With the first phone fully set up, Naoki spent about 8 minutes installing all necessary apps. He then created a user profile on Pokémon Communication for Calyrex, who had been intrigued by the idea of these human devices. Handing the phone to Calyrex, Naoki explained, "Here it is, your own phone. I've installed everything you'll need." Calyrex examined the device with curiosity, his eyes glowing faintly. "This is the device you spoke of earlier?" he asked. Naoki nodded, grinning. "Exactly. Look here, this app is Pika TV. You can use it to watch movies anytime you want without ads." Calyrex's expression brightened. "Truly? No interruptions?" His tone was filled with genuine excitement. "Would you like to give it a try?" Naoki said with a smile. "You can open an app just by lightly tapping it with your hand. Plus, there's a Pokémon named Rotom living inside your phone. You can simply tell Rotom what you want to do, and it will help you." He added, "If there's anything you don't understand, just ask Rotom, and it will explain everything it knows." Hearing this, Calyrex hesitated momentarily before loosening his grip. The Rotom phone floated up automatically in front of him. Calyrex tried cautiously, "Rotom, open the movie app for me." "Understood. Opening Pika TV," Rotom's cheerful voice replied. The screen lit up, and Pika TV launched, displaying a neatly arranged library of movies and animations. Rotom began introducing each title, giving a brief description for the Crown King's convenience. Calyrex selected a movie he had watched before and said, "Play Warm Slugma House." Rotom responded, "Playing Warm Slugma House for you now." Sure enough, the movie started playing on the screen. Calyrex stared at it, his eyes lighting up with amazement. "How extraordinary!" Calyrex thought. "This device is a marvel." Naoki smiled at the odd expression on Calyrex's face and continued introducing the other features. When he opened Pokémon Communication, he added Calyrex as a contact and explained its uses. "With this app, you can contact me anytime, whether through video calls or messages. Rotom will even translate your words into human language and convert them into text automatically," Naoki explained. He pointed to different features on the app, saying, "This is your personal profile. Here, you can change your online name and profile picture. And this is the Friends Circle, where you can see updates from your friends or share your own thoughts." Calyrex listened intently and began exploring the phone himself. He tested video chatting with Naoki, dictated text messages for Rotom to translate, and browsed through his Friends Circle with curiosity. While looking at his personal profile, Calyrex asked, "What is an online name?" Naoki replied, It's like a nickname or a display name that others can use to address you online. You can also use your real name if you prefer. Calyrex pondered for a moment before nodding. When Naoki glanced over, he noticed that Calyrex had set his online name to Farmer Naoki. Well, that was certainly fitting considering Calyrex's pastoral tendencies. I understand now, Calyrex said with a nod of satisfaction. Naoki chuckled. All right, if you have any questions, feel free to ask Rotom or message me in. It's time. Calyrex nodded again and immersed himself in exploring the new device. Naoki then took the remaining Rotom phones to the reverse world. He located the members of the Hero Expedition team, Mew, Baby Bear, and Zapdos, and handed them each a phone. He patiently explained the phone's features to them, just as he had done for Calyrex. With these Rotom phones, you can stay in touch with the ranch no matter where you are, Naoki said. If you encounter beautiful scenery on your adventures, you can use the camera feature to capture the moment and send the pictures to me. Baby Bear and Mew stared at the Rotom phone floating in front of them with wide-eyed curiosity. Their excitement bubbled over as they chirped in unison, happily signaling that they had understood how to use it. Very good, Naoki said with a warm smile. From now on, Rotom will also be a member of the Hero Expedition team. Let it travel with you and assist you on your adventures. Mew twirled through the air in delight, orbiting the Rotom phone with glee. Satisfied, Naoki made his way to Giratina. At first, Giratina dismissed the device with a huff of disdain. It grumbled about how it didn't need human-made trinkets. But when Naoki casually mentioned that all the other legendary Pokémon had one, Giratina's pride flared. Scarlet eyes burning, Giratina let out 2 heavy snorts, glancing toward the Rotom phones hovering near Naoki. Its sudden interest, however, sent the timid Rotoms into a panic. As if sensing the dragon's formidable aura, the little Pokémon darted behind Naoki for protection. Naoki blinked in surprise at the scene, while Giratina growled in frustration. The mighty ruler of the reverse world, disrespected by these insignificant Pokémon, its temper boiled over. With a sharp movement, Giratina lunged, capturing the most timid Rotom. The poor Rotom trembled, looking as though it might faint on the spot. Naoki quickly stepped forward, raising his hands. Hey, don't be so rough, he exclaimed. Giratina, thoroughly insulted, barked at the quivering Rotom. What are you afraid of? I'm not going to eat you. Naoki crossed his arms, staring firmly at the imposing dragon. Giratina, you cannot treat Rotom like this. You'll terrify it. Giratina grunted in irritation, its pride visibly wounded. Am I the kind of dragon that would harm such a weakling? It retorted, its tone both defensive and indignant. Naoki sighed, his expression softening. Look, if you want a Rotom companion, I can find one that's not afraid of you. No, Giratina snapped stubbornly. I want this one. The captured Rotom trembled harder, earning another sigh from Naoki. Despite Giratina's fiery temperament, Naoki knew it would never truly harm an innocent Pokémon. He crouched down to address the frightened Rotom gently. Don't worry, Naoki said softly. Giratina might have a bad temper, but it's a protector at heart. I promise it won't hurt you. If anything ever happens, just send me a message, and I'll come get you immediately. Hearing this reassurance, the Rotom relaxed slightly, its trembling subsiding. It hesitated, but finally nodded. Naoki smiled. That's the spirit. I hope you two can get along. After ensuring the Rotom was reasonably comfortable, Naoki helped Giratina set up its phone and added the legendary Pokémon as a contact. He left the reverse world with the remaining Rotom phones. Back at the ranch, Naoki decided to give the hardworking Dragonites 2 days off. With the snow falling steadily outside, he instructed them to rest and return to the ranch once the weather cleared. Naoki decided to save the remaining Rotom phones for the Dragonites when they returned to work. He also intended to give one to Koraidon, but Koraidon politely declined, expressing that its constant presence alongside Naoki made the device unnecessary. Reluctantly, Naoki agreed and set the remaining Rotom phones in the living room, allowing the Pokémon to interact with them freely. Some Pokémon eagerly explored the devices, while others remained indifferent. Naoki didn't press the matter, letting everyone do as they pleased. Naoki sat next to Calyrex, who was deeply engrossed in the Rotom phone, listening intently as Rotom explained its many functions. It was clear that Calyrex had developed a liking for the device. Naoki chuckled at the sight and opened his own phone to check his social app. To his amusement, the Hero Expedition Team had updated their online name to simply Hero Expedition Team. It was straightforward and fitting, he thought with a smile. Meanwhile, in the reverse world, things were not as peaceful. After Naoki left, the Rotom assigned to Giratina was gripped with terror. Despite its best attempts to remain unnoticed, Giratina's piercing scarlet eyes seemed to see right through it. When Giratina finally left, Rotom heaved a sigh of relief, only to resume its playing dead routine when the fearsome dragon returned. This time, however, something unexpected happened. Giratina rolled a few red apples towards Rotom. You're so timid," Giratina grumbled, though its voice lacked the earlier hostility. "I won't eat you. I brought these fruits. Eat them." Rotom blinked in surprise. The terrifying ruler of the reverse world had actually offered it food? It hesitated for a long moment, but Giratina seemed uninterested, lazily curling up to sleep nearby. Rotom finally floated upward, cautiously inspecting the apples. But as it did, Giratina cracked one eye open, its blood-red gaze falling on Rotom. Rotom froze, its mind racing. What now? "I don't eat fruit, Rotom," it stammered nervously. "I need electricity to recharge." Giratina's tone shifted, becoming more curious than irritated. "Electricity? I see." Rotom explained further, mentioning how it usually recharged using solar power. The notion of solar power clearly puzzled Giratina. What Rotom didn't realize was that the few sunflowers on the Sky Island, potential sources of solar energy, had been accidentally crushed by Giratina during its naps. Without saying much, Giratina extended a golden claw and touched the Rotom gently. Giratina used a mini version of Thunderwave. However, Rotom was already fully charged, and in just 1 second, it felt like it might explode from the overload of electricity. It quickly floated backward, shaking its head frantically. "I'm not hungry yet, Rotom," it exclaimed, trying to calm Giratina down. Giratina snorted, but said nothing more. It closed its eyes and began to doze off. Rotom, still trembling from the experience, started to realize that this fearsome Pokémon might not be as bad as it seemed. After a brief hesitation, it decided to take the initiative and began explaining the functions of the Rotom phone to Giratina. Giratina's crimson eyes snapped open as it watched the screen intently. As a legendary Pokémon, its pride made it instinctively dismissive of human inventions. Yet curiosity was gnawing at it. Despite its aloof demeanor, it was genuinely intrigued. When Rotom mentioned the ability to make video calls, Giratina immediately demanded, "Show me. Call Naoki now." Obediently, Rotom initiated a video call. Within moments, Naoki's face appeared on the screen. It worked. Giratina stared at the screen, visibly astonished as it saw Naoki's smiling face on the other side. "Oh, so you're already using the Rotom phone?" Naoki remarked with a grin, instantly realizing that Giratina had warmed up to the device. He exchanged a few light-hearted words with the legendary Pokémon before ending the call. This brief interaction only deepened Giratina's curiosity. It began ordering Rotom to open various apps, one after another. Since Giratina couldn't read, Rotom patiently translated and explained the text on the screen, detailing how to use each app and its purpose. Meanwhile, Naoki was busy with his own tasks back at the ranch. He was exploring the Pokémon online shopping app, preparing to register as a merchant to officially launch Dragonite Express. With the Rotom phone's connectivity, the Dragonites could now deliver goods across the entire Paldea region. As Naoki was setting up his account, the video phone at his home suddenly rang. When he answered, Gita's cheerful face appeared on the screen. "Long time no see, Naoki," she greeted warmly. "Gita, what brings you here?" Naoki asked, slightly surprised by the unexpected call. Gita raised a Rotom phone into view, shaking it slightly with a smile. "You got one of these too, didn't you?" Add me as a friend. Naoki blinked, slightly caught off guard. A minute later, he received Gita's friend request on his own phone and nodded, accepting it. Gita's profile was remarkably straightforward. Her display picture was a close-up of herself, almost identical to the ID photo on her trainer card. Her username was equally no-nonsense. Gita. Moments after accepting the request, Naoki received a message from her. Looking at the information on the screen, Naoki couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Gita had adapted to this new technology remarkably quickly. Thinking about it, he casually commented on her swift adoption. Not long after, Gita replied with a smile. Gita, of course, as the champion of the Paldea League, I must stay ahead of the times. Otherwise, how would I connect with you young trainers? Naoki. After ending the call with Gita, Naoki was surprised to receive several more calls from familiar names, all requesting to add him as a friend. Among them were Alder, champion of the Unova League, Leon, champion of the Galar League, and Iono, gym leader of the Levincia Gym. Alder's profile picture was a cheerful shot of him alongside Valcarona, his trusted partner. He looked full of vitality and warmth in the photo. Alder, is this the phone you mentioned back then? It's incredible. I can't imagine life without it now. Leon's profile picture captured him mid-battle, illuminated by vibrant lights as he directed his Pokémon. Leon, you're at the ranch, right? I'll be on vacation soon and plan a visit. Are you free? Iono, ever true to her bubbly personality, used a photo of herself beaming into the camera with bright, electric-colored filters. Iono, finally added you. I knew you'd have a Rotom phone too, Naoki. Seeing the messages, Naoki smiled and replied to each one in turn. Naoki, is it useful? Naoki, yes, I'm here. I'll have time, and you're always welcome to visit. Naoki, compared to older communicators, the Rotom phone is so much more convenient. I think no one can resist its charm. Alder and Leon exchanged a few pleasantries before going quiet, but Iono stuck around to chat a bit longer. Iono, what are you up to now? Naoki, I'm heading into town to link my bank card to the online banking app. Are you on vacation? Naoki knew that at the end of each year, the gym leaders in Paldea were granted some time off to relax and move around freely, without needing to accept challenges from trainers. Sure enough, Iono confirmed it. Iono, that's right. I went back to my hometown recently, and now I'm helping my mom make lunch. She sent a photo shortly after. In the image, Iono's hands were covered in flour, and next to her stood a kind-looking woman with a gentle smile, likely Iono's mother. Gym leaders' families rarely appeared in the games. Naoki mused, but it made sense. A family capable of raising someone as cheerful and lively as Iono must be warm and supportive. After a pleasant exchange, Naoki got up and made his way towards Koraidon to head toward Kosagi Town and handle his online banking business. Meanwhile, in a mansion in Levincia City, Iono's mother noticed the silly smile on her daughter's face and couldn't help but tease her. She raised an eyebrow playfully and asked, "You've got a boyfriend?" Iono quickly shook her head, flustered. "What? No way. He's just a friend I met a while ago." The woman, well acquainted with her daughter's nature, smiled knowingly and said, "I don't think so, but I've noticed you often travel across the entire Paldea region to visit someone in Kosagi Town." Kosagi Town and Levincia City were thousands of miles apart. Knowing her daughter, it was unlikely she'd make such a journey without a significant reason. Iono immediately scrambled to defend herself. "That's part of my job as a gym leader. The champion assigns us tasks like that." Her mother raised an eyebrow, her expression clearly saying, "Go on, I'm listening." Seeing that she was caught, Iono sighed. "Okay, fine. I admit I have a little affection for him." Satisfied, her mother turned to inform her husband during dinner. As the family gathered, the couple looked at their daughter with a mixture of nostalgia and amusement. "Time flies," her father continued. "It feels like just yesterday she was running around in pigtails, and now she's all grown up." Iono. She buried her face in her hands, feeling increasingly flustered. Then her father leaned in mischievously. "So was it love at first sight?" Iono groaned, her cheeks turning pink. No. She paused, thinking back. When they first met, she thought Naoki was an older uncle type. But when they met again, he had cut his hair and shaved his beard, and he'd asked her, jokingly, if he looked younger now. At that moment, she found Naoki intriguing and his personality endearing. Her feelings had grown from there. She wasn't lying earlier. She truly did have a small crush on him. Her parents exchanged a glance and then smiled at her encouragingly. Go for it, sweetheart, her father said. If you like him, take the initiative. That's what your mother and I did back in the day. Iono stared at her parents in exasperation, feeling utterly defeated by their overenthusiastic meddling. That evening, she decided to retreat to her home with her team to escape their teasing. After finishing his online banking business in Kosagi Town, Naoki hopped onto Karaden and headed back to the ranch. As he reviewed his updated account balance on the way home, he was surprised to see how much it had grown. Somehow, without even realizing it, he'd become a millionaire. Strange. I don't feel any different, Naoki murmured to himself. Life at the ranch continued in the same peaceful way. Though quiet and uneventful, Naoki found that such simplicity was precious. He shook his head, a small smile on his lips. Life goes on. Now that the Rotom phone was officially released, his next big task was to fully launch the Dragonite Express business. Dragonite Express had always been part of his plan, but success would hinge on another project, Pokémon Online, a shopping platform similar to Amazon Business. The app's design concept was based on Naoki's earlier suggestion, ions to Rotom technology. He had insisted that Pokémon Online include all the necessary functions of a modern e-commerce platform. Even though the Rotom phone had only been on the market for a week, Rotom Technology's preparation had been meticulous. Many businesses had already uploaded their products to the Pokémon Online app, and several had even begun operations. Naoki quickly browsed through the Pokémon Online app and found various items for sale. Moo Moo milk, berries, plush toys, and Pokeballs. Curious, he opened the shopping interface, linked his online banking account, and placed an order for 20 standard red and white Pokeballs. After confirming his purchase, 2 delivery options appeared on the screen. Toucanon/Squawkabilly. Express. The delivery fee varied based on the distance. According to the description, merchants used Pokemon like Toucanon and Squawkabilly to deliver goods. These Pokemon, trained extensively beforehand, excelled in navigation and could deliver packages promptly and accurately, even across vast distances. Standard delivery. This method relied on human delivery workers driving large trucks between major cities. While slower, it was also more cost-effective than the Pokemon-based service. Naoki nodded thoughtfully as he read through the details. Next, he accessed his own online store, which he had created earlier. He renamed it Naoki Ranch and began uploading a selection of the ranch's goods. Alongside standard fruits, vegetables, and Moo Moo milk, Naoki included a special, limited quantity item, Life Goat Milk. He highlighted its unique restorative effects in the description, hoping it would attract trainers and Pokemon who needed its benefits. When it came to choosing a delivery method for his store, Naoki noticed an intriguing option. He could create a custom delivery service. Without hesitation, he typed Dragonite Express into the field. He proudly detailed that Dragonite would personally deliver all orders, ensuring a faster and more reliable service than both Toucanon and truck deliveries. Of course, such premium service came with a higher delivery fee, but Naoki wasn't planning to keep the money. Instead, he decided the fee would go directly to the Dragonites, allowing them to visit the town with Rotom and buy their favorite treats. With everything set up, all that remained was for the Dragonites to pair up with their respective Rotom partners. However, this process would have to wait a few more days since Naoki had granted the hardworking Dragonites a well-deserved week-long holiday. But as the saying goes, plans often can't keep up with change. Though Naoki had given the Dragonites time off, they had their own plans. The very next day, the sun broke through the clouds, casting a warm light over the frost-covered landscape. Compared to the previous days, the weather was noticeably milder. Early in the morning, the Dragonites, feeling restless and bored on Dragonite Island, took to the skies. In a flurry of wings, they made their way to Naoki Ranch. When Naoki saw the group of Dragonites landing at the ranch, he was surprised. "Why are you all here? Didn't I say you could take a few days off?" The Dragonites responded with enthusiastic roars. They all insisted that they were too bored on the island and wanted to return to the ranch to work. Naoki blinked in disbelief. He had never seen such eager workers before. Meanwhile, his own Dragonite stood to the side, watching the scene unfold with an expression of exasperation. To it, these Dragonites weren't here to work. They were clearly here for the food. Naoki didn't dwell on it for too long. Since the Dragonites were already at the ranch, he decided it was the perfect opportunity to distribute the Rotom phones he had prepared for them. Counting his own Dragonite, there were now 12 Dragonites on the ranch. Naoki headed to the living room and retrieved 12 Rotom phones. He set them out and allowed the Dragonites to interact with the Rotoms, encouraging them to choose their own partners. Once every Dragonite had selected its Rotom partner, Naoki began explaining the phone's functions and their new responsibilities. The Dragonites listened intently, their eyes fixed on the floating Rotom phones. Despite their focused expressions, their faces betrayed some confusion. Naoki smiled patiently. "To put it simply, starting today, I'll need your help delivering goods from the ranch to faraway places." He explained the detailed system he had put in place. Whenever a customer places an order through Naoki's online store, the Rotom phone automatically collects the customer's information and forwards it to the Dragonite's partner Rotom. Rotom would then use satellite maps to pinpoint the customer's location and guide the Dragonite there for the delivery. If any problems arose during the journey, Rotom would automatically contact the ranch to inform Naoki. As Naoki finished his explanation, the Dragonites' faces lit up with understanding. "Whoa, whoa, whoa. No problem. Leave it to us." They roared in unison, nodding enthusiastically. The Dragonites puffed out their chests proudly, their determination palpable. Naoki chuckled, satisfied with their response. "All right, I'll leave it to you." With the new year just around the corner, Naoki decided to delay officially launching Dragonite Express until spring when the snow would melt. For now, he asked the Dragonites to spend some time at the ranch getting familiar with their new Rotom partners. As the Dragonites began to bond with their Rotoms, Naoki prepared to head to Kosagi Town to purchase supplies for the New Year celebrations. The 199th year of the Alliance calendar marked Naoki's second year in this world. In that time, the ranch had grown into a vibrant haven, home to a diverse array of Pokémon. Naoki thought about the preferences of each Pokémon in his mind and selected the food they liked. After finishing the shopping, Naoki loaded the food into his pickup truck and drove back to the ranch. As soon as he arrived, Naoki called over Karaden and Cyclizer to help unload and move the supplies. With their assistance, the task was quickly completed. Naoki headed back to the living room for a well-deserved glass of water. However, when he arrived, he noticed something odd. Calyrex, who had been lounging on the sofa watching TV, was nowhere to be seen. In his place were a few sleepy EVs curled up together on the sofa. Naoki glanced around the room and turned to Brother NDD, asking, "Where's Calyrex?" NDD responded, "I eat dash," while gesturing toward the glass greenhouse. Following the direction indicated, Naoki made his way to the greenhouse. Pushing open the glass door, he found Calyrex sitting atop a flower stand surrounded by blooming flowers. The king of bountiful harvests was engrossed in its Rotom phone. Naoki sighed. It seemed the king had moved on from his TV addiction to becoming thoroughly absorbed in his phone. Calyrex, noticing Naoki's arrival, looked up and spoke with a touch of melancholy. "If I'd had a Rotom phone to keep me company back then, perhaps I wouldn't have felt so lonely wandering across the crown tundra." Naoki paused, his heart softening at the words. Looking at Calyrex, he was reminded of the elderly from his previous life who struggled with loneliness. The sight was bittersweet. Not wanting to disturb Calyrex, Naoki quietly stepped out of the greenhouse and returned to the main house. Later that evening, after dinner, NDD's siblings and Goldingo left to open the Pokémon Tavern for the night's business. Meanwhile, Naoki retreated to his room, laying on his bed with a fluffy little Eevee nestled in his arms as he scrolled through his Rotom phone. A few Eevees snuggled together on his belly, fast asleep in a warm pile. Palmot rested comfortably at the foot of the bed, while Koraidon dozed on a soft rug nearby. The peaceful moment was interrupted by a knock at the door. Naoki set down his phone and got up to answer, surprised to find NDD standing there, looking unusually urgent. "What's wrong?" Naoki asked, munching on a couple of translated seeds. NDD flailed its arms, clearly excited, and exclaimed, "NDD, there's news about the guests at the tavern. They found a lead on Palmot's parents." Palmot, who had been dozing at the foot of the bed, suddenly sat up, ears perked, and asked excitedly, "Palmot? Palmot, really?" NDD nodded gently, confirming with a soft, "NDD. Yes, it was a Squawkabilly who told me." 3 minutes later, Naoki and Palmot arrived at the Pokémon Tavern. Inside, a blue-feathered Squawkabilly was perched at the bar, sipping juice from a small cup held delicately in its wings while chattering animatedly. "Squaw, let me tell you, when I was out there, I even defeated a fierce Tauros." The other Pokémon seated around the bar were listening intently, clearly captivated by the Squawkabilly's boasting. Halfway through its tale, the Squawkabilly noticed Naoki and Palmot walking in. Palmot immediately ran over, its tail wagging in excitement, and asked, "Palmot, Palmot, have you really seen my parents?" The Squawkabilly tilted its head, its eyes scrutinizing Palmot for a moment. It seemed confused. "Squaw, you're Palmot? Why do you look a little different from the ones I've seen before?" Palmot nodded earnestly, replying, "Palmot, yes, it's me for sure." Although still a bit puzzled, the Squawkabilly began recounting its discovery. It explained that about a year ago, while it was flying with its flock above a dense forest, it had spotted 2 Palmots desperately searching for their child. The 2 Palmots had even climbed a very tall tree, calling out to the flock of birds above and asking if they'd seen their lost little one. The Squawkabilly had replied that it hadn't seen anything at the time, and it watched as the pair of Palmots left, visibly disheartened. When Palmot heard about the very tall tree, its eyes lit up with recognition. "Palmot, that's it!" Palmot exclaimed, bouncing with excitement. "Palmot, I remember there was a very tall tree where I used to live." Naoki, who had been quietly listening, finally spoke. "Do you remember where this place is?" he asked calmly. The Squawkabilly puffed out its chest with pride. "Squaw, of course. We Squawkabillies are the most talented Pokémon when it comes to memory. Once we've seen something, we never forget it." The first thought that popped into Naoki's mind was, this is definitely a Squawkabilly who loves to brag. But the matter at hand was urgent. Setting aside his thoughts, Naoki pressed on. "Can you take us there?" The Squawkabilly, now slightly tipsy from drinking too much fruit wine, flapped its wings and puffed out its chest proudly. "Squawk, squawk. Of course. I'll take you there right now." After all, it had been eating and drinking at Naoki's place for free every day. It would be embarrassing not to return the favor when needed. Naoki hesitated. It was late, but one look at the eager expression on Palmot's face made him swallow his objections. "All right," he said, preparing himself for an overnight journey. If things went smoothly, they could be back by dawn. With the ranch now peacefully quiet and the Pokémon all fast asleep, Naoki decided not to disturb them. He grabbed what they needed, hopped onto Koraidon with Palmot, and followed the loud, talkative Squawkabilly as it took to the skies, heading south. The Squawkabilly, as expected, wouldn't stop talking. "Squawk, let me tell you, I've been to so many places before. Not just forests. Oh no, I've even conquered the vast oceans. Squawk, you know the ocean, don't you? It's massive. Ordinary Pokémon wouldn't even think of flying across it. Only I, the greatest Squawkabilly ever, can do it. Naoki, Koraidon." Meanwhile, Palmot listened with rapt attention, taking every word the Squawkabilly said quite seriously. Perhaps it was the anticipation of meeting its parents again, but in this moment, Palmot displayed an innocent eagerness, like a child awaiting a long-awaited reunion. Naoki smiled as he watched Palmot. He couldn't help but hope that if they did find Palmot's parents, he could bring them back to the ranch. Reuniting the family would not only bring joy, but also create an opportunity for the family to help out. Once the World Tree grew to its full height and the Hero Expedition Team's union was established, perhaps they could work as clerks in the prop store, selling berries, moo milk, and other goods to fellow Pokémon. But there was no certainty in this quest. Naoki was keenly aware that finding Palmot's parents wasn't guaranteed. The Squawkabilly's account suggested it had encountered Palmot's parents over a year ago, around the time the young Pokémon had been taken by a bombardier and subsequently brought to the ranch. Now, over a year has passed. The forest was vast, and there was no way to ensure the two Pokémon hadn't migrated to another area. Despite the uncertainty, there was a silver lining. At least they finally had a lead on Palmot's parents. And as the saying goes, there are always more solutions than problems. As long as the two Palmot hadn't been caught by a trainer, there was still hope of finding them. The wilderness of the Paldea region stretched vast and dark under the night sky. The Pokémon world's population wasn't as large as the world Naoki remembered from his previous life, leaving much of the wilderness undeveloped. These pristine areas maintained their ecological balance, serving as thriving habitats for countless wild Pokémon. Squawkabilly's flying speed wasn't quite as swift as a Dragonite's, but it easily outpaced Pokémon like Noctowl. Naoki glanced at the time on Rotom's phone. After about an hour and a half of flying, they approached a sprawling natural forest. The forest lay blanketed in shadow, illuminated faintly by the hazy moonlight. Standing tall in its center was an enormous tree, far larger than the surrounding canopy. Its silhouette dominated the horizon, a lone giant amidst the sea of green. Palmot's eyes lit up as it spotted the towering tree. Palmot! Palmot! It turned excitedly toward Naoki and called out twice before darting off toward the massive tree, its small paws moving quickly with eager anticipation. Squawkabilly tilted its head in confusion. Squawk, what's it so excited about all of a sudden? Naoki chuckled. Maybe it's been a long time since it's been back home, he said, nudging Karaden to follow. The Squawkabilly squawked but quickly flapped after them, keeping pace. When they reached the base of He Tree, Palmot was already on the ground, darting around the grassy clearing, as if trying to reacquaint itself with its surroundings. Naoki dismounted and approached the young Pokémon. Did you find something? Palmot turned to him and chirped urgently before sprinting toward a specific direction. Partway through, they arrived at a clearing. Palmot paused and stared at the empty space before pointing at it with its paw, chirping, Palmot, Palmot. It gestured to Naoki as if to say, this is it. I used to sleep on a rock here before the Pokémon carried me away. Naoki smiled fondly at the memory. I still remember the first time I saw you. You were stealing feed from the chicken coop. You were just a little kid back then. Palmot chirped bashfully, Palmot. It was true. Back then, it had been so hungry, and the grain-based chicken feed was delicious. The group continued their trek beyond the clearing. The vague memories in Palmot's mind began to resurface more clearly, guided by the familiar sights and sounds of the forest. The rustling of deep bushes, the towering silhouettes of snow-dusted trees, the soothing trickle of a gurgling river, all of it painted the picture of a home long left behind. Eventually, Palmot stopped abruptly before a tree covered in snow. Naoki glanced at Palmot, noticing its clear excitement as it stared intently at the base of the large tree. Following Palmot's gaze, Naoki saw a hollow in the trunk, nestled just above the ground, a small, dark tree hole. Naoki quickly realized, this must be Palmot's old nest. Go on, Naoki encouraged softly, his tone warm and reassuring. Your parents must be waiting for you to come home. Palmot. The little Pokémon nodded firmly, wiping its damp eyes with its paw before darting toward the tree hole. As Palmot crawled inside, Naoki stayed outside, quietly observing the surroundings. He noticed that the tree hole was well-maintained and not abandoned. A few faint footprints dotted the snow around the area, prints left by Pokémon that seemed to match Palmot's kind. This likely meant Palmot's parents were still living here. Naoki let out a sigh of relief, his heart swelling with happiness for Palmot. Finally, he thought, a happy ending. The family will reunite after so long. Parents and child will embrace, their tears of joy reflecting the bonds of love and home. However, the heartfelt scene he envisioned didn't unfold as expected. From the tree hole, a sudden flash of lightning erupted, followed by Palmot's startled cry of Palmot. The next moment, the little Pokémon dashed out of the hollow, visibly panicked. Naoki froze. What? Two larger Palmots emerged from the tree hole, their fur bristling with hostility as they glared at the younger Pokémon. Their eyes were filled with suspicion, their stance ready for confrontation. The larger Palmots were clearly on edge, and their expressions reflected nothing but anger as they sized up the strange visitor. Palmot frantically waved its paws, trying to explain, Palmot, Palmot. Mom, Dad, it's me. I'm your child. But the larger Palmots only grew angrier, one of them growling menacingly. Palmot, liar. Our child doesn't look like you. Leave. Stop pretending to be our baby. Hearing this, both Naoki and Palmot froze as realization dawned. Palmot glanced down at its fur, its expression shifting as the truth sank in. The difference in its fur color, something it had never truly considered before, was the reason for its parents' rejection. But Palmot wasn't ready to give up. Shaking its head vigorously, it tried a different approach to prove its identity. Palmot, Palmot. Mom, Dad, do you remember when we went foraging for berries in the forest? I fell into the river and almost got swept away. A little boy in a straw hat rescued me, and you gave him lots of berries to thank him. The two larger Palmots paused, their hostility faltering. For a moment, they exchanged uncertain glances. Palmot pressed on, desperate to close the gap between them. Palmot, Palmot. Last year, I wandered outside while you were digging a burrow at home. I fell asleep on a rock, but then a Pokémon swooped in and carried me away to a faraway place. At this, the suspicion in the larger Palmot's eyes softened. Their fur, bristling, eased, replaced by a glimmer of disbelief. One of them, its voice trembling, asked cautiously, Palmot. Palmot nodded vigorously. Palmot. Naoki watched as the two larger Palmots hesitated for a moment longer before their emotions broke free. They rushed forward, embracing their child tightly. All three began crying loudly, the reunion overwhelming them with joy. Naoki let out a deep breath of relief. Looks like everything worked out. Beside him, Coraden, who had been observing the scene quietly, let out a contented sound, its massive tail wagging slightly. Rayo, it too, was delighted for Palmot. Meanwhile, the Squawkabilly fluttered proudly nearby, puffing out its chest. Squawk, did you see that? The amazing Squawkabilly has once again proven it's the most helpful Pokémon in the world. I reunited the Palmot family all by myself. The boastful Pokémon already envisioned itself recounting this tale triumphantly to the other Pokémon back at the tavern. As the three Palmots slowly calmed down from their tears, the younger Palmot began telling its parents everything that had happened since it was taken away. It shared how it had landed on a human's ranch and been warmly taken in. It recounted how it grew stronger, evolving into its current form, and how it had met so many new companions who had become like family. The two older Palmots, who had waited tirelessly in the forest for their child's return, listened intently. Their expressions shifted between amazement and gratitude as they turned their gaze toward Naoki. The two stepped forward, leading their child with them, and bowed their heads toward Naoki, Coraden, and Squawkabilly, their eyes filled with heartfelt appreciation. Naoki offered them a gentle smile. You're welcome. Your child is incredible and has brought so much joy to the ranch. The adult Palmots exchanged a quick glance before scurrying back to the tree hole. Moments later, they returned, carrying several vibrant fruits, which they placed at Naoki's feet. It was a simple, genuine gesture of thanks, a heartfelt offering from wild Pokémon. Naoki accepted the fruits with a warm nod before glancing at Palmot. The young Palmot turned to its parents, its expression earnest and hopeful. Palmot, Palmot. Mom, Dad, come live with me at the ranch. The older Palmots tilted their heads, exchanging confused looks. Noticing their hesitation, Naoki stepped in to explain, crouching to meet them at eye level. Palmot is inviting you to come live with us at the ranch. It's a safe place with plenty of space and food. You won't ever have to worry about being separated again. Palmot, the younger Pokémon added emphatically, nodding its head. The two older Palmots looked at Naoki, then back at each other. Their eyes betrayed a mix of emotions: relief, hope, and uncertainty. For them, this forest had been home for many years. Leaving it to move to an unfamiliar place was no small decision. For wild Pokémon, migration was rare and less driven by necessity, like natural disasters or dwindling resources. Sensing their unease, Palmot stepped forward, its tiny chest puffed out with determination. Palmot, 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 I'll protect you, no matter what. After being separated from their child for so long, the two adult Palmots were reluctant to part ways again so soon. They exchanged glances a few times, silently considering their next move. Finally, after some careful thought, they made their decision. This time, they would stay with their child, protect it, and ensure they would never be separated again. The two Palmots hurried back into the tree hole and emerged moments later, dragging out a collection of berries, chestnuts, and pine cones, supplies they had carefully stored for the winter. Now that they had decided to leave the forest and start anew, they wanted to bring these provisions with them to their new home. Naoki watched with a gentle smile and said nothing. Thankfully, he had brought a large bag with him on this trip. It turned out to be just the right size for packing up all the gathered food. After everything was securely packed, Naoki helped the two Palmots settle onto Kraden's back. With Squawkabilly leading the way, they began their journey back to the ranch. By the time they arrived, it was already 3 o'clock in the morning. The hour was late, so Naoki suggested that Palmot and its parents rest for the night. He promised to show them around the ranch and properly introduce everything once they had gotten some sleep. Palmot, the younger Palmot replied eagerly. It had grown stronger and was no longer the vulnerable little Pokémon it once was. Now, it could take care of its parents properly. With excitement in its step, Palmot led its parents to a cozy spot for the night. Naoki turned to Squawkabilly and handed it a generous bag of fruits and drinks as a token of gratitude. Squawkabilly puffed out its chest proudly, its feathers shimmering with satisfaction. Squawk, of course this was all thanks to me. It grabbed the reward bag in its talons and flew off into the night, its wings flapping rhythmically. Exhausted, Naoki guided Kraden back to its resting area, then stumbled into his room. The moment his head hit the pillow, he fell into a deep sleep. When Naoki finally woke up the next day, it was already 11 o'clock in the morning. Today was special. It marked the final day of the year 199 in the Pokémon world, a time of reflection and celebration as the new year approached. After a quick lunch, Naoki began preparing a grand New Year's Eve dinner for all the Pokémon on the ranch. This year's celebration was shaping up to be even more lively than the last. The ranch had grown in size, now bustling with more Pokémon companions, each bringing their unique charm and energy. While Naoki busied himself with preparations in the kitchen, the Pokémon in the living room were chasing and playing with one another, their laughter and cries filling the air with warmth. Occasionally, some Pokémon would dart over, their playful antics nearly toppling the basin Naoki used to hold food. Naoki sighed and shooed them away, herding the mischievous Pokémon back toward the living room or suggesting they visit the World Tree. Cheering loudly, the Pokémon raced off, their excitement echoing as they dashed toward the reverse world, where the majestic World Tree stood tall. The tree shimmered with a vibrant green glow, its brilliance illuminating the surrounding area. The Pokémon gathered beneath it, tilting their heads to gaze at the extraordinary giant. The starlight, cascading from the World Tree, fell gently upon them, filling the air with a serene, almost magical energy. On Flower Sky Island, Giratina was busy giving commands to its Rotom partner. After just a few days of practice, it had mastered using the Rotom phone with voice commands. Though Pika TV offered entertainment, Giratina found itself drawn to surfing the Pokémon forums instead. Exploring posts about unfamiliar topics seemed to intrigue the Pokémon far more than passively watching shows. Back at the ranch, Palma was proudly showing its parents around. With an animated expression, it eagerly introduced them to the hens in the coop, chatting about its responsibilities and workplace companions. By evening, Naoki had prepared an impressive feast for the Pokémon. The dining table was laden with delicious dishes, enticing aromas wafting through the room. The Pokémon gathered excitedly, their cheers giving way to the joyful sounds of feasting. Once their bellies were full, they retreated in contented groups to the warm, cozy carpet. Snuggled together in twos and threes, they drifted into a peaceful slumber, the room filled with a tranquil warmth. Naoki paused to take in the scene, a smile playing on his lips. Turning to Sister and DD, he joined her in tidying up the now messy dining table. Outside the window, snowflakes had begun to fall once more. The world beyond was blanketed in a soft, white glow, the chill of winter offset by the warmth inside. In the distance, faint crackles echoed. Fireworks lit up the snowy night sky, their brilliant colors celebrating the arrival of the new year. From Kosagi town came laughter and cheers, carried by the crisp winter air. As time passed, the vibrant bursts of fireworks gradually faded. Silence crept over the night until the only sound was the occasional whisper of the wind. Just when Naoki thought the festivities had ended, a soft, melodic chime resonated from the direction of Kosagi town. The ethereal toll of the New Year's bell drifted through the quiet night, marking the close of the 199th year in the... Just as Naoki was settling in, several notifications buzzed on his Rotom phone. Curious, he tapped the screen to find New Year's greetings from Gita and Alder. Naoki smiled as he typed out warm replies to each of them. He then scrolled through his social feed to check the posts shared by champion trainers and gym leaders celebrating the new year. Gita's photo caught his attention first. The backdrop showed the headquarters of the Paldea League, where she appeared to be hard at work. Naoki raised an eyebrow. Is this workaholic seriously working overtime on New Year's Eve? He mused. In contrast, Leon's post was brimming with warmth. The picture showed him at his hometown in Postwick. His family, grandparents, parents, and younger brother Hop, was gathered around the dinner table, smiles all around. Iono had posted as well, lamenting her predicament in a light-hearted way. Her parents had left her at home with a herd of Pokémon while they went out for some alone time. The accompanying photo showed Iono slumped in mock despair, two Magnemite hovering lazily over her head. Naoki chuckled, easily imagining the comedic scene. He liked her post, and not long after, a message from her popped up. Iono, what are you up to? Naoki snapped a quick photo of the living room, where the Pokémon were curled up peacefully. Naoki, watching the Pokémon sleep. What about you? Iono. I'm with my Pokémon too. They're setting off fireworks here in Lavincia, and it's so loud outside. Naoki, fireworks have stopped here. The ranch is a little far from town. I was eating earlier, so I missed most of them. Compared to the bustling city of Lavincia, Kosagi town was quaint and tranquil. The smaller population meant fewer celebrations, but Naoki didn't mind the serenity. Iono didn't reply immediately. Instead, a few moments later, his phone buzzed with an incoming video call. Naoki blinked in surprise, but quickly adjusted the volume. Careful not to disturb the sleeping Pokémon, he tiptoed outside before answering. As the call connected, the screen filled with a dazzling display of fireworks bursting against the night sky. Naoki, look! Fireworks! Iono exclaimed, her voice barely audible over the crackles and booms. Naoki froze for a moment, then smiled, realizing why she had called. This was such a classic Iono thing to do, spontaneous and vibrant, just like her. I see them, Naoki said with a chuckle, watching the neon-lit streets of Lavincia below the fireworks. It looks lively over there. While Lavincia was bustling with energy, Kosagi town remained quiet, its blanket of snow absorbing all sound. The contrast between their settings was stark but endearing. The camera shifted, and Iono's cheerful face came into view. She was bundled up in a cozy yellow coat adorned with lightning bolt patterns, a nod to her electric-type specialty. Her usual Magnemite headwear was swapped for a fluffy knitted hat, and thick cotton gloves covered her hands. The cold weather had painted Iono's cheeks a rosy red, but her bright smile shone through as she grinned, showing her white teeth. "Wow, Rotom phones are so convenient," she said cheerfully. Naoki couldn't help but chuckle. "They really are." Hearing this, he couldn't resist thinking about Iono's future in the world of technology. As a gym leader specializing in electric types, her vibrant personality seemed perfect for the internet. He recalled her role as a video star in some versions of the games and casually asked, "Have you thought about your plans for the future? Like, maybe doing some part-time work online? You could try live streaming gym battles, uploading videos to Pick a TV, or even opening an online store. A lot of people are exploring the internet industry these days." Huh. Iono blinked in surprise. "How did you know I was planning to be a live streamer?" "Wait, you're actually considering it," Naoki said, feigning surprise. "Of course," she nodded enthusiastically. "I mean, doesn't it totally fit my style to broadcast my gym battles live? I want to make Levincia Gym the most popular gym in the entire Paldea region." Naoki smiled, nodding encouragingly. "That's a great idea. My Pokémon and I will definitely tune in to support you when you go live." He thought to himself that helping Iono build her initial following could benefit both of them. Once she became a popular streamer, he could collaborate with her to promote the ranch's online store. Selling fruits and moo milk through her streams would be a win-win. Unbeatable deals on fresh produce. Please help us. As winter gave way to spring, the snow melted, and the world began to stir with new life. Early spring marked the departure of the Hero Expedition team on another journey, continuing their adventures in the vast Pokémon world. The year 200 of the Alliance calendar was shaping up to be remarkable. Inspired by the success of the Rotom phone, innovation surged in other communication technologies that had stagnated for years. Bulky, outdated computers were replaced by sleek, portable tablets and laptops. Gaming consoles also made their debut, causing quite a stir. When Naoki stumbled upon the 3DS being sold online, he was momentarily stunned. Curious, Naoki decided to purchase a 3DS. He had high hopes for classic Nintendo titles like Mario or The Legend of Zelda. However, when the console arrived, he discovered it was tailored specifically to the Pokémon world. Instead of his anticipated games, the 3DS was loaded with titles like Pokémon Racing League, where Pokémon like Rapidash and Arcanine competed in thrilling races, and Pokémon Playhouse Simulator, a lighthearted game about taking care of Pokémon. After trying it out for a day, Naoki lost interest. However, brother NDD quickly became enamored with the racing game. Not long after, Sid also became captivated by the device. Unlike her brother, she adored the Playhouse Simulator. The two siblings struck an agreement to take turns playing the console for an hour each day, but their constant negotiations eventually wore Naoki down. Unable to tolerate the squabbles, he ended up buying a second 3DS for sister NDD. The two NDDs were as reliable as ever. While they enjoyed playing games on their 3DS consoles, they never let their hobbies interfere with their responsibilities. Everything in the house remained well-managed, clean, and organized. Meanwhile, Palmot's parents had also settled comfortably into life at the ranch. Along with Palmot, the family took pride in their new roles as managers of the chicken coop. Every day, they diligently herded the hens and ensured the coop remained in excellent condition. With his ranch running smoothly, Naoki turned his full attention to managing his online shop. On February 15th of the 200th year of the Alliance calendar, Naoki officially launched his online store. However, after 3 long days, not a single order came through. Naoki couldn't help but feel a bit disheartened and began to question his efforts. He carefully reviewed every detail of the store, but found nothing obviously wrong. Could it be because I'm only selling ordinary crops and moo milk? He mused. After all, these were basic goods readily available in nearby cities. Fresh vegetables and milk weren't exactly rare commodities. Additionally, Naoki realized that online shopping had yet to become a widespread habit. While the Rotom phone was steadily gaining popularity, the number of users was still far from its peak. After some thought, Naoki understood the situation. It's just a matter of timing, he concluded. If they don't sell now, I can always use them here at the ranch. He turned off the phone and decided to check on the ranch's crops. Just as he was heading outside, NDD came running toward him with an excited look. "Hey, it called, motioning urgently for Naoki to follow. Sensing something important, Naoki hurried to the incubator. As soon as he entered the room, he spotted a cracked egg in the crib. A light pink Dratini was beginning to emerge. With a final crack, the egg split open, and a shiny Dratini poked its head out. Its glimmering scales reflected the light, making it even more enchanting. "A shiny Dratini!" Naoki exclaimed, marveling at his incredible luck. "This must be my lucky day." The Dratini blinked its bright black eyes, curiously observing its surroundings. When it saw Naoki, the little Pokémon let out a soft, affectionate cry. "Woo!" Naoki smiled warmly. "It already knows me," he said to NDD. He remembered that he had infused the egg with his dragon power during its development, so the Dratini must have become familiar with his presence and scent. As Naoki stepped closer, the Dratini wiggled its way into his hands. He gently transferred some of his dragon energy into the newborn, and the Dratini let out a satisfied sigh, clearly enjoying the comforting energy. After eating a light meal, it nestled in Naoki's arms and fell asleep, its small body curling up contentedly. Naoki had plenty of experience caring for young Pokémon, especially Eevee, so he easily adjusted to looking after the Dratini. Carefully, he carried the sleeping Pokémon downstairs, heading outside to introduce it to the two Dragonites. The two adult Dragonites widened their eyes and leaned closer to inspect the Dratini nestled in Naoki's arms. With just a glance, they recognized the tiny dragon as their own child. A warm sense of familiarity emanated from the little Dratini, and the Dragonites could feel their bond with it instantly. "Oh, you!" Both Dragonites let out delighted cries, their expressions filled with joy. They knew entrusting their egg to Naoki had been the right decision. Naoki stood there, observing the happy couple with a blank expression. "Aren't you planning to take the little one back to Dragonite Island and take care of it yourselves?" The Dragonite couple vigorously shook their heads. "Oh, you!" They explained, through their gestures and cries, that they spent more time at the ranch than on Dragonite Island. For them, leaving the baby at Naoki Ranch was the best choice. They felt reassured knowing Naoki would care for their child. This arrangement also meant they could visit their baby every day, ensuring they wouldn't miss a moment of its growth. Plus, they were already looking forward to sharing meals with it when it grew old enough to enjoy the ranch's special treats. Understanding their heartfelt reasoning, Naoki sighed and gave a small smile. "You two just want to save yourselves the trouble, huh?" The Dragonites chirped happily, seemingly agreeing with his assessment. Still, Naoki didn't mind. "All right then, I'll continue taking care of this little one." Meanwhile, in the reverse world on the Sky Island of Flowers, Giratina was busy using telepathy to direct its Rotom phone, browsing the internet with an air of regal authority. After months of practice, Giratina had become a master at operating its Rotom phone, swiftly navigating through apps and websites with ease. Its companion Rotom had also grown accustomed to the fearsome Pokémon. While it was no longer petrified of Giratina, it remained cautious of the dragon's infamous temper. Giratina wasn't shy about criticizing things it disliked, and Rotom had learned to tread carefully. As its hands typed out commands, Rotom maintained a heightened sense of awareness, prepared for the dragon's sudden outbursts. Today, however, Giratina seemed unusually amused, and a sly grin played on its face. It directed Rotom to search for some rather specific terms. "Search for Dialga and Palkia," Giratina commanded. Upon hearing T.S., Rotom knew that Giratina was going to cause trouble again. Still, Rotom had no choice but to comply. Trembling slightly, it began the search and prepared to deliver the results in its cheerful, automated voice. I have found information on Dialga and Palkia. Rotom. Dialga, according to the legends of the Sinnoh region, is known as the god of time. It has the power to control time itself. It is said that with its birth, time began to flow, Rotom recited. Palkia, according to the same legends, is called the god of space. It has the ability to distort and shape space. It is said that when this deity emerges, the barriers between worlds vanish, revealing boundless dimensions. Humans in the Sinnoh region even built statues of them, and someone posted a discussion about Dialga and Palkia. Rotom, chirped the Rotom cheerfully. That human seems to adore these two Pokémon. Giratina narrowed its glowing crimson eyes. When it heard that those two were revered as gods, it bristled with disdain. Gods? What kind of nonsense gods are they? It sneered inwardly, but quickly gave another command. Search for the great Giratina. Rotom obeyed immediately, typing away with its metaphorical hands. However, it soon froze. An awkward pause hung in the air before Rotom finally squeaked. I can't find any relevant information, Rotom. Giratina's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Check again. Rotom frantically repeated the search, but was met with the same results. Nothing, Rotom, it said nervously. For a moment, Giratina remained silent, its ominous aura growing thicker. Rotom could feel the Pokémon's rising anger radiating like heat waves. After what felt like an eternity, Giratina finally spoke. You said a human posted about those two. Yes, Rotom, chirped Rotom nervously. Giratina's voice carried an edge of malice. Ask them if they know the great Giratina. Reluctantly, Rotom sent a message on behalf of Giratina, inquiring about its own reputation. The reply came swiftly. Unknown user. Giratina? What's that? Giratina's eye twitched, but before it could explode, Rotom sent another message, as per Giratina's instructions. Giratina is the most powerful god in the world. It is far stronger than Dialga and Palkia. The response hit like a sucker punch. Unknown user. Never heard of it. Are you making this up? Comparing power levels of Pokémon? No way Giratina is stronger than Dialga and Palkia. Dialga controls time and could just rewind Giratina back to before it existed. Get it? Giratina. The reverse world trembled under Giratina's furious roar. How dare they? It bellowed, its voice shaking the island. Rotom trembled violently, wishing it could disappear. Sure enough, Giratina's next words confirmed its fears. Tell them to wait. Giratina growled, its tone cold as ice. Rotom hesitated, its small voice quivering. What are you going to do, Rotom? I'm going to teach this insolent human a lesson. Rotom, find their location. Giratina demanded. This is against human laws. I can't do that, Rotom, the little Pokémon stammered. Giratina scoffed, snorting disdainfully. Do human laws apply to me? Realizing Rotom wouldn't, or couldn't, comply, Giratina decided to take matters into its own hands. It activated its ability to peer into the real world through the reverse world. In the next instant, Giratina's colossal form rose into the air, its shadowy wings unfurling menacingly. It was clear it intended to track down this human itself. Wait, no. You can't just... Rotom yelped in panic before scrambling onto Giratina's back. As the massive Pokémon prepared to leave, Rotom frantically called Naoki through the Rotom phone. Naoki, help. Giratina is about to trace someone through the internet to teach them a lesson. Rotom. When Naoki received Rotom's call, he was completely stunned. What is going on? Did I hear that right? Giratina is going to confront someone via the internet. Rotom's voice, shaky with urgency, interrupted his thoughts. It's real, Rotom, the Pokémon exclaimed as it switched to video call. The screen instantly displayed Giratina's massive form flying through the shattered and chaotic reverse world. The surroundings blurred as sky islands rapidly vanished into the distance, pulled away by the dragon's intense speed. Shadows and dark energy swirled around Giratina's body, radiating its boiling fury. Naoki's heart skipped a beat. He immediately called for Koraidon, leaped onto its back, and dove into the reverse world to pursue Giratina. As they flew, Naoki pressed Rotom for more details. From Rotom's hurried explanation, Naoki pieced together the events. Giratina had asked it to look up information about legendary Pokémon in the Sinnoh region. Upon discovering it wasn't mentioned in any records, Giratina became irritated. Things escalated when an unknown netizen dismissed Giratina entirely, triggering the temperamental dragon's wrath. Now, the aggrieved Giratina was determined to track down the netizen and teach them a lesson. As Rotom relayed the story, it shared a screenshot of the offending comment with Naoki. Reading it, Naoki couldn't help but feel exasperated. That netizen couldn't have known they were antagonizing a literal godlike Pokémon. However, there was no time to dwell on the absurdity of the situation. If Giratina succeeded in its plan, the consequences would be catastrophic. Naoki's head throbbed at the memory of Giratina's previous tantrums, which often involved relentless use of its signature moves. This petty, short-tempered dragon. Looking up, Naoki realized Giratina was no longer visible. But thanks to Rotom's tracking feature, he could see Giratina's position on the screen as a glowing red dot. Koraidon, we need to speed up, Naoki urged. Rayo. Koraidon roared in response, accelerating to its maximum speed. The world around them blurred into streaks of color. Even Naoki, whose body was fortified by years of drinking life goat milk, struggled to withstand the intense velocity. But there was no time for comfort. They had to stop Giratina before it was too late. Naoki kept his eyes on the tracking display. Despite Koraidon's incredible speed, Giratina maintained its lead. Its ability to traverse the reverse world with ease was proving to be a significant advantage. Minutes ticked by, each one stretching Naoki's patience. The spatial distortions surrounding them grew more chaotic, a clear sign of Giratina's passage. Just as they were beginning to close the gap, a swirling purple vortex suddenly appeared ahead of Giratina. Without hesitation, Giratina dove into the vortex and disappeared. Naoki quickly checked Rotom's display. His stomach dropped. Giratina had emerged in the Sinnoh region, half a world away from their current position in Paldea. This is ridiculous, Naoki thought, frustration mounting. Is this what being the master of the reverse world means? Effortlessly traveling vast distances? Realizing they wouldn't be able to catch up immediately, Naoki decided on a different approach. Rotom, he said, try to communicate with Giratina. Rotom, still perched on Giratina's back, hesitated but ultimately complied. With trembling resolve, it climbed onto Giratina's head and opened the Rotom phone. Naoki's voice came through. Giratina, stop this nonsense right now. Giratina growled in response, its anger undiminished. Don't stop me. That insolent human dared to insult me. I will teach them a lesson they won't forget. As if to preempt Naoki from attempting any further persuasion, Giratina immediately ordered Rotom to hang up the call. Rotom trembled but followed the command without hesitation. However, it discreetly left the real-time location tracking active, a small act of rebellion against its intimidating companion. Satisfied with Rotom's compliance, Giratina softened its tone. Don't be afraid. Stay by my side. I'll protect you. No one will dare bully you. Rotom felt a twinge of gratitude, but still opted to keep the location tracking on. Meanwhile, Giratina turned its gaze toward the void ahead, a sinister grin spreading across its face. It had arrived. The bold human who dared to disrespect it would now face the consequences. In the Sinnoh region, Eterna City, in a slightly aged apartment building, a young man named Ishihara was scrolling on his Rotom phone while squatting in the bathroom. Ishihara, a 24-year-old with a penchant for iced black tea and a former obsession with slot games in the game corner, had recently shifted his interests toward exploring the internet on his Rotom phone. Determined to attract followers and gain online notoriety, Ishihara had recently posted a series of photos featuring the legendary statues of Dialga and Palkia. Along with the photos, he shared the lore surrounding the twin gods of time and space. As he had hoped, the post garnered significant attention. The legends of Dialga, who governed time, and Palkia, who controlled space, captivated readers, and the comments section buzzed with enthusiasm. But that morning, a dissenting comment disrupted the harmony. A netizen asked if he knew of Giratina and claimed it was far superior to the time and space deities. Ishihara, a staunch believer in the twin gods' supremacy, was incensed. Hailing from Celestic Town, Ishihara had grown up immersed in the lore of Dialga and Palkia. Their invincibility was a matter of pride. Fueled by conviction, he replied, Dialga controls time itself. It could revert Giratina to before it even existed. What could Giratina possibly do against that? Ishihara waited for a rebuttal, but none came. The commenter had gone silent. Smugly, Ishihara assumed his argument had left them speechless. No comeback? Guess I won that one, he muttered with a grin. But his self-satisfaction was short-lived. As Ishihara smirked to himself, the bathroom light flickered ominously. A chilling gust of air swept across the room, sending shivers down his spine. Startled, Ishihara instinctively clamped his legs together and glanced around nervously. What's going on? Is the light busted? He thought. The flickering grew more erratic before the bulb finally gave out with a loud crack. Darkness consumed the room. Then, in the mirror before him, two glowing crimson eyes pierced the shadows. Ishihara froze. Ah! A ghost! He shrieked, his voice cracking. In his panic, he forgot to pull up his pants and bolted toward the living room. But his escape was less than graceful. Tripping over his lowered pants, Ishihara tumbled to the ground with a heavy thud. Back in the mirror, Giratina, observing the chaos from its perch in the reverse world, snorted disdainfully. As Ishihara scrambled to his feet, he saw a swirling vortex materialize in the middle of his living room. His heart pounded as the vortex expanded, revealing a massive, terrifying Pokémon. A creature with piercing blood-red eyes, an aura of shadowy malevolence, and an overwhelming presence emerged from the swirling portal. Its colossal body radiated destruction and power as it landed with a thud that shook the ground. Ishihara froze. What is this? He stammered, his voice trembling. He had never encountered such an intimidating Pokémon before, and the way it stared at him sent shivers down his spine. It wasn't just big. It was looking at him with pure hostility. Ishihara's instincts screamed danger. Giratina stood before him, eyes glinting with malice. Under the faint moonlight filtering through the window, it bared its fangs in a menacing grin. Ishihara crumbled to the floor, paralyzed by fear. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed through the room. Giratina, stop this right now. Naoki and Koraiden burst through the vortex just before it closed. They arrived just in time to see Giratina charging a dark, pulsing orb of energy in its mouth, a shadow ball aimed directly at Ishihara. Don't interfere, Naoki! Giratina snarled, its voice resonating with fury. This human dared to insult me. He must pay the price. The shadow ball shot forward with devastating speed. Ishihara's eyes widened in terror as the attack closed in on him. His legs refused to move, and he braced for the worst. At the last second, Koraiden leaped into the path of the attack. The shadow ball collided with Koraiden's sturdy frame, dissipating into a burst of dark energy. Koraiden staggered slightly, but held firm, protecting Ishihara. Ishihara gasped, tears welling up in his eyes. He had been saved by a Pokémon he didn't even know. Giratina's enraged roar filled the room. Why are you stopping me, Naoki? This human insulted me. Me. Naoki stepped forward, his voice calm but firm. He didn't mean to insult you, Giratina. He didn't know you existed. Most humans don't. I'm sorry this happened, but I can't let you hurt someone over a misunderstanding. If anything, this is my fault for giving you the Rotom phone. Giratina's chest heaved with anger, its shadowy aura intensifying. The words cut deep. It didn't want to hurt Naoki, its first human friend, but seeing Naoki stand with a human who humiliated it felt like betrayal. You dare take his side over mine? Giratina roared, its voice filled with hurt and rage. Very well, Naoki. If you won't stand with me, then bear witness to my wrath. Its crimson eyes locked onto Koraiden, who met Giratina's gaze with unwavering resolve. The air around them crackled with tension. In a blur, the two Pokémon shattered the window and shot into the night sky. They collided with explosive force above Celestic Town, sending shockwaves rippling through the air. Naoki's heart sank. He rushed to the window and looked up at the sky. In the night sky above Celestic Town, a crimson sphere of light clashed violently with a swirling black shadow. The two forces spiraled together in an intense aerial dance, rising higher and higher with each collision, their energy crackling through the sky. This dazzling spectacle did not go unnoticed. The residents of Celestic Town gathered outside, their eyes glued to the chaotic display above. "Look, what's that up there?" a bystander exclaimed. "Are those Pokémon fighting?" Another murmured, shading their eyes as they stared at the sky. "They're moving so fast," someone observed, struggling to follow the battle with the naked eye. A man with a telescope gasped. "What kind of Pokémon are those? I've never seen anything like this before." Naoki stood by the window of Ishihara's apartment, his heart pounding. Could Koraiden truly match Giratina in combat? The question lingered in his mind as the battle raged on. He wanted desperately to intervene, but was too far away to issue commands. Worse, he couldn't remind Koraiden not to use fighting-type moves, completely ineffective against Giratina's ghost typing. Behind him, Ishihara scrambled to pull his pants back on, his mind racing with fear and confusion. He approached Naoki cautiously, his voice trembling. What kind of Pokémon is that?" he asked, pointing toward the glowing combatants. Naoki didn't turn to face him. His voice was calm but firm as he answered, "That's Giratina, the netizen you argued with on the forum. Your reply angered it, and now it's here." Ishihara blinked, stunned. "Wait, what? Pokémon use Rotom phones to go online." Naoki continued, his tone tinged with gravity. "Giratina is a god of your Sinnoh region, born alongside Dialga and Palkia. While Dialga governs time and Palkia controls space, Giratina oversees the shadows of the world and ensures the balance between dimensions. It's as great a deity as they are." Naoki paused, gazing up at the sky. "But Giratina lives in the distortion world, the reverse SI, of our reality. Unlike Dialga and Palkia, it rarely interacts with humans. It's a forgotten god, overshadowed by its siblings. All it ever wanted was recognition, the same reverence humans give to Dialga and Palkia. To be ignored, it only deepens its resentment." Ishihara froze, his guilt mounting with every word. He couldn't process the absurdity of Pokémon using Rotom phones or even Naoki's mysterious presence. All he knew was that his careless words had provoked this devastating situation. Ishihara stammered, unable to finish his thought. Meanwhile, the aerial battle had reached its climax. Koraiden and Giratina clashed one final time, their opposing forces creating a massive explosion of light and shadow that illuminated the entire town. As the collision subsided, the two Pokémon began to plummet towards the ground. Naoki's heart sank. He turned from the window and sprinted toward the door, ready to rush to the battlefield. But without another Pokémon to help him, reaching the site in time seemed impossible. Just then, Ishihara stepped forward, clutching a Pokeball. "Use my Pokémon," he exclaimed. He tossed the ball into the air, releasing two Pokémon, a Staraptor and a Murkrow. Naoki rode on Staraptor, while Ishihara followed closely on Murkrow. Both Pokémon soared through the sky, leading their riders to the battlefield where Koraiden and Giratina had fallen after their intense clash. They soon arrived on a vast plain just outside Celestic Town. The scene that greeted them left Naoki speechless. Both Koraiden and Giratina stood on shaky legs, their bodies battered and bruised. Despite their injuries, they maintained a tense standoff, neither willing to show weakness. Naoki felt a surge of pride and disbelief. Is Koraiden really this strong? He thought. It managed to stand its ground against Giratina. Koraiden turned its head toward Naoki with a weary expression, letting out a low, dejected growl. Reo, understanding its emotions, Naoki walked over and gently placed a hand on Karaden's head. "You did great," he said with a reassuring smile. Turning his gaze to Giratina, Naoki hesitated. Giratina's blood-red eyes locked onto him, its expression unreadable. Naoki began to consider whether it was wise to let Giratina keep its Rotom phone. The device had allowed the Pokémon to cause this incident in the first place. If something similar happened again, the consequences could be far worse. But before he could say anything, Ishihara ran up, his face pale but determined. "I'm sorry," Ishihara shouted, standing before Giratina. He took a deep breath and bowed deeply. "This is all my fault. Before today, I didn't know about you or your role in maintaining the balance of the world. I was ignorant, and my words were careless. Please forgive me. I promise never to act so recklessly again." Giratina remained silent, its crimson gaze fixed on the groveling human. After a long pause, the imposing Pokémon turned away without a word. Ignoring Naoki and Karaden, it opened a swirling vortex to the distortion world. Its shadowy form slipped through the portal, followed by its anxious Rotom phone. Then, the vortex slowly closed, leaving Naoki and Karaden in the Sinnoh region, far away from the Padia region. "Naoki! Karaden!" Naoki patted the Pokémon gently, checking its injuries. "Let's get you healed up." He made his way to the Pokémon Center in Celestic Town, where Nurse Joy and her team worked diligently to treat Karaden's wounds. Once it was fully recovered, Naoki climbed onto Karaden's back, ready to return to the Paldea region. He was worried about Giratina and wanted to ensure it wouldn't spiral further into resentment. Before he could leave, Ishihara hesitated and called out to him. "Wait, what's your name?" Naoki turned back, meeting the man's gaze. Ishihara's curiosity was written all over his face. "You seem to know so much about Sinnoh's legends about Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina. Even the historians who study these myths don't know the things you've said. Who are you?" Naoki gave a faint smile. "My name is Naoki," he replied simply. "And next time, try to avoid unnecessary arguments online. Words have consequences." With that, he turned back to Karaden. "Let's go," he said softly. "Rayo," Karaden responded, leaping into the sky and flying out of the Sinnoh region. The battle in the skies over Celestic Town did not go unnoticed. The sight of two mysterious Pokémon clashing above the city quickly caught the attention of the Sinnoh League. The battle between the two powerful Pokémon caused widespread panic in Celestic Town. Under such tense circumstances, Cynthia, the current champion of the Sinnoh region, rushed to the city to investigate the situation. Unfortunately, her thorough search yielded no concrete answers. It wasn't until an eager resident named Ishihara approached her and recounted the entire incident that she began to piece things together. "That Pokémon is Giratina," Ishihara explained earnestly. "It was born at the same time as Dialga and Palkia. Giratina lives in the shadowy side of the world, maintaining balance and watching over that realm. I learned this from a mysterious man named Naoki. His Pokémon even fought Giratina in an intense battle." Cynthia's eyes widened slightly at the mention of the name. Naoki. Could it be the same Naoki she had met before? Her thoughts drifted to the first time they had crossed paths at a prestigious dinner party in the Unova region. She recalled his quiet demeanor and subtle charisma. Could he really possess such profound knowledge of Sinnoh's ancient legends? Cynthia's mind wandered back to the ancient murals she had once studied in the ruins of Celestic Town. The murals hinted that Sinnoh's divine legends weren't confined to just Dialga and Palkia. However, despite years of research, Cynthia had never uncovered definitive clues about this third figure. After careful consideration, Cynthia decided she needed to visit the Paldea region herself. Meanwhile, Ishihara returned to his newly rented home. His previous house, severely damaged during Giratina's dramatic appearance, was under repair and uninhabitable for the time being. Sitting on the toilet in his temporary apartment, Ishihara opened his Rotom phone and logged into the Pokémon forum. The heated comment thread under his original post was still intact. Curious, Ishihara navigated to the profile of the account named the most powerful Giratina in the world. The profile was sparse, completely empty except for the username. Despite everything he had experienced, Ishihara found it hard to believe that a Pokémon, especially one as legendary as Giratina, could operate a Rotom phone and surf the internet. And yet, he couldn't deny the truth. Giratina, the legendary Pokémon from Sinnoh's Legends, had wielded this account to interact with the online world. A Pokémon once regarded as a god, born alongside Dialga and Palkia. Reflecting on the absurdity of it all, Ishihara deleted his earlier offensive comment. Then, for reasons he couldn't quite explain, he clicked the follow button on Giratina's profile. The follower count on the most powerful Giratina in the world jumped from 0 to 1. As he stared at the screen, Ishihara couldn't help but chuckle nervously. Naoki returned to the Paldea region, utterly exhausted from the ordeal. Without pausing to rest, he headed straight for the lake in the center of his ranch, diving into its cool waters that connected the ranch to the reverse world. Thank goodness it's still open, Naoki muttered in relief. Had Giratina sealed it, he'd have been forced to brew a batch of poisonous mushroom soup, a method far less appealing. As soon as he entered the reverse world, Naoki let out a long sigh. The tension in his shoulders eased slightly. He had stopped Giratina earlier, but the Pokémon must still be feeling hurt and disappointed. Turning toward the direction of Flower Sky Island, Naoki's gaze hardened with resolve. Giratina was there, as expected. The majestic dragon lay sprawled across the island, its massive body crushing the once thriving flowers beneath it. The surrounding greenery bore signs of its heavy weight, with many of the plants either flattened or uprooted. Giratina's eyes were closed, its enormous head resting on its forelimbs. Its thick, muscular tail thrashed against the ground periodically, a clear sign of its inner turmoil. Naoki stared at the scene, momentarily unsure how to proceed. He cautiously approached Flower Sky Island, landing softly nearby. Clearing his throat, Naoki deliberately coughed twice to announce his presence. Giratina didn't even flinch. Its eyes remained shut, its entire demeanor radiating indifference. It was still furious, not with the human netizen this time, but with him. Naoki sighed inwardly. He could tell exactly why Giratina felt this way. During their earlier confrontation, Naoki had stepped in to protect the human instead of supporting Giratina. To Giratina, this must have felt like a betrayal from the one person it considered a friend. If he were in Giratina's place, Naoki thought, he'd feel the same. But reason told him that he couldn't have done anything differently. Giratina's wrathful actions, left unchecked, could have endangered innocent lives. That was something Naoki simply couldn't allow. Still, Giratina wasn't one to easily forgive, and Naoki could sense its wounded pride and simmering resentment. He sighed again, this time aloud. "I'm sorry. This is all my fault." As he spoke, Naoki cautiously approached the massive dragon, careful to stay within its peripheral vision. When Giratina made no move to acknowledge him, he continued, speaking softly. "Let me explain," he said gently. "You're upset, and you have every right to be. I didn't stand by you when you needed me most, and I'm sorry." At this, Giratina cracked one blood-red eye open and lazily shifted its head to face away from Naoki. Naoki took another step forward, reaching out his hand. Channeling the power of the dragon, he attempted to connect with Giratina's emotions. The flood of feelings that came back hit Naoki like a tidal wave. Giratina wasn't just angry, it was deeply hurt. And beneath that, there was a well of loneliness so profound that it made Naoki's chest tighten. He understood immediately. Since its creation, Giratina had been banished to the reverse world. It lived in isolation, surrounded by desolation, forever gazing at the world it could never fully be part of. It had no one to talk to, no friends, and no connection to the real world. When Naoki had first stumbled into the reverse world, things had started to change. Naoki had improved the environment, created Flower Sky Island, shared food, and even used his power to massage Giratina. Slowly, Giratina had begun to regard Naoki as a friend, the first one it had ever known. And then today happened. The friend it trusted had sided against it, standing with the human who had insulted it. Naoki exhaled deeply. Understanding Giratina's feelings only deepened his own guilt. How was he supposed to fix this? For a moment, Naoki considered his options. Deception? An empty promise? A clever lie to soothe Giratina's anger? No, he decided firmly. That wasn't the way. He took a step closer, his voice steady and sincere. Giratina, for humans, the definition of friendship varies from person to person. I don't know how others define it, but to me, being a friend means helping each other in times of need, and it also means stopping each other from making mistakes. Even though that person argued with you, their actions don't warrant death. I understand I have no right to stop you, and human laws cannot restrain you. But I worry that if you harm humans, you'll be hated by them. Deep down, you're not a bad being, are you? Giratina remained silent, eyes closed, but it absorbed every word Naoki said. It scoffed internally. Hated by humans? It couldn't care less about their opinions. But Naoki's words stirred something else within Giratina. Was Naoki implying he didn't want to see it stray down a destructive path? Did Naoki intervene not to oppose it, but because he wanted to guide it? Giratina's crimson eyes snapped open, focusing intently on Naoki. Through the connection forged by Naoki's dragon power, Giratina not only sensed Naoki's emotions, but also grasped his intentions. Naoki wasn't protecting the human out of loyalty to humankind. Instead, Naoki viewed Giratina as a friend and didn't want to see it cause unnecessary harm or invite consequences that would only isolate it further. The dragon also realized something else. Rotom had explained the consequences of harming humans on their journey back. In the human world, killing a person led to police intervention, arrest, and imprisonment. If Naoki were to take responsibility for Giratina's actions, he would likely face arrest too. And while Giratina could easily tear through a police station to rescue him, it understood this would be distressing for Naoki. Piecing everything together, Giratina finally saw the truth. Naoki wasn't opposing it out of defiance. He was trying to protect it from its own wrath. A subtle shift in Giratina's mood followed this realization. Though it maintained its icy demeanor, its voice, deep and resonant, betrayed a hint of grudging understanding. I'll forgive you this time, Giratina said, turning its head slightly. Naoki exhaled in relief, a weight lifting from his chest. It seemed Giratina had listened after all. Grinning, Naoki offered advice in a lighter tone. If someone insults you online in the future, why not just scare them? No need to escalate things as long as it doesn't go too far. This suggestion struck a balance. The online trolls could learn their lesson without escalating Giratina into a full-blown world-threatening disaster. And Giratina could vent its frustration without inviting universal retaliation. As Giratina mulled over this idea, its earlier anger melted away. Pokémon, after all, were emotional creatures, their moods shifting quickly. Soon, Giratina and Naoki were reconciled, their bond even stronger than before. Naoki eventually left the reverse world, satisfied that Giratina was calm again. But Giratina wasn't done contemplating what had transpired. After Naoki's departure, Giratina turned to Rotom and issued a command. Search for what it means when a human stops their friend from killing someone. Rotom's screen flickered nervously as it processed the query. Searching. Found 208 relevant results, Rotom. Read them to me, Giratina ordered, its tone as commanding as ever. Copy that, Rotom. Rotom replied, sweat dropping slightly, and began reciting. When a human stops their friend from hurting someone, it usually means they care deeply about their friend, Rotom. Murder violates the laws of the Pokémon Alliance. If such a crime is committed, Officer Jenny will lead the police to arrest the perpetrator. If the case causes significant damage or becomes widely publicized, Interpol may step in to take over, Rotom. Once caught, the offender could face life imprisonment or even the death penalty, losing their freedom or life entirely, Rotom. As a responsible and caring friend, one would definitely intervene to stop such actions before they happen, because they wouldn't want their friend to walk a path of no return. If you have a friend like that, please treasure them, Rotom. As Giratina listened, its tail swayed rhythmically. It nodded slowly, letting the words sink in. So, Naoki truly does care about it? Giratina's mood lightened slightly, and it urged Rotom to continue reading. When Rotom reached the 28th article, its voice hesitated for a moment before it announced excitedly, "Someone has become your fan, Rotom." Giratina tilted its head in confusion. "What is a fan?" it asked, its tone curious yet cautious. Rotom explained enthusiastically. "A fan is someone who follows you online, Rotom. It means they admire or respect you for your strength, appearance, or abilities. Fans often look up to their idols and follow them willingly out of appreciation, Rotom." As Rotom elaborated on the concept of fandom, it accessed Giratina's online profile to check the information of its new follower. The moment Rotom saw who it was, it froze. The follower was none other than the human who had insulted Giratina online. Giratina, noticing Rotom's hesitation, narrowed its glowing crimson eyes. "What's wrong?" it asked, its voice dropping to a low, dangerous rumble. Rotom stammered nervously. "It's the human from before, Rotom, the one who argued with you." Giratina's expression darkened instantly. "What does he want now?" it growled, its tail lashing against the ground. The memory of that human dismissing Giratina as inferior to Dialga flashed through its mind, rekindling its earlier frustration. Rotom, sensing the tension, quickly began investigating the man's actions. It reviewed his activity and discovered something unexpected. The offensive comment had been deleted. Not only that, but the man's profile now featured a prominent introduction post that read, "The third god of the Sinnoh region, a shadow Pokémon born alongside Dialga and Palkia." Both Rotom and Giratina paused, stunned. "Shadow Pokémon? Is he talking about me?" Giratina muttered, its anger momentarily replaced by confusion. The post had been published mere minutes ago. Rotom clicked on it and began reading aloud. "Shadow Pokémon, Giratina, a legendary Pokémon hidden beyond the world. It is said that Giratina was born at the same time as Dialga and Palkia. While Dialga governs time and Palkia commands space, Giratina resides on the other side of reality, overseeing the dark matter that stabilizes the world we live in and maintaining the delicate balance of existence." In response to this post, many Sinnoh residents flooded the comment section, expressing their skepticism. Having grown up with stories of the gods of time and space, these individuals had never heard of a Pokémon called Giratina. Their replies reflected their disbelief. "This has to be fake, right? Pokémon using the internet. This sounds completely fabricated. A stunt to gain attention. I don't believe for a second that Pokémon can operate Rotom phones to go online." Amid these doubts, some users shared their experiences. "Don't be so sure. My Antelian plays fighting games with me on my 3DS, and I've never won a single match." Faced with this wave of skepticism, Ishihara, the post creator and the man who had a near-death experience with Giratina, decided to lay all his cards on the table. He replied with undeniable evidence. A photo of his living room, now in shambles after Giratina's dramatic entrance. A screenshot of Giratina's response to their argument the previous day. A direct at mention of Giratina's online account. The response was explosive. Within moments, hundreds of curious individuals flocked to Giratina's profile. Meanwhile, in the reverse world, Rotom suddenly began receiving a flood of private messages. Notifications popped up in quick succession. Rotom was baffled, and Giratina shared its confusion. Humans swarming to its profile? This could only mean one thing. They were there to mock it. Giratina's face darkened, and it growled with barely contained fury. What are they saying now? If these weak humans dared to humiliate it again, Giratina would immediately pay them a visit, just enough to terrify them without crossing any lethal lines. However, Rotom's reply was entirely unexpected. "They're asking if you are truly Giratina, Rotom. Giratina froze. What kind of question is that? Who else could I be? Incensed by the doubt, Giratina's temper flared. Rotom, take a picture of me and post it. Show them who I am. Rotom dutifully snapped a photo and uploaded it to Giratina's profile. The image captured Giratina's imposing form, its gray and red-striped body, ghostly wings unfurled menacingly, and blood-red eyes glaring fiercely. At Giratina's insistence, Rotom added a caption. I am Giratina. Within 10 minutes, the post had gone viral. 20 minutes later, Giratina's follower count began climbing rapidly. An hour later, news of a legendary Pokémon using a Rotom phone to browse the Pokémon forums had spread like wildfire. 4 hours later, Giratina's fan counts surpassed 5 digits. Sinnoh region, Celestic Town. Cynthia, having just returned to her hometown, was preparing to revisit the ancient ruins when a notification from the Sinnoh League caught her attention. Logging into the forums, she came across the viral post by a user named the most powerful Giratina in the world. Clicking on the profile, Cynthia was greeted by the now-famous photo. She blinked, then muttered to herself, "What? Veilstone City, Team Galactic Base." Cyrus stared at the photo on his screen, his icy demeanor betraying a flicker of intrigue. A Pokémon hidden in the shadows of our world. Giratina, he murmured. Kanto region, Palatown. Professor Oak leaned forward, staring at his computer screen with the excitement of a child discovering a new Pokémon for the first time. Giratina, could it really be the legendary Pokémon of the Distortion world? Amazing, and it can use a Rotom phone to access the internet. He turned to his assistant, eyes alight with curiosity. No, I have to try to contact it. Without hesitation, Professor Oak followed Giratina's account and sent it a private message. Back in the reverse world, Rotom was overwhelmed as thousands of private messages flooded in. Should we reply, Rotom? Rotom asked cautiously. Giratina, now calm but still disdainful, scoffed. Ignore them. It looked away, wings folding regally. Mere humans aren't worthy of a god's reply. Rotom obediently replied. Understood, Rotom. After a moment, Giratina added, by the way, what's Naoki's account name? Follow him for me. Rotom reached out to Naoki's Rotom phone, but learned that Naoki was fast asleep, exhausted from his journey back to Paldea. Acting swiftly, Rotom obtained Naoki's account information and followed it on Giratina's behalf. When Naoki finally woke up, he grabbed his phone to catch up on updates. To his surprise, a notification popped up. The most powerful Giratina in the world is now following you. Naoki recognized the name immediately. It was one Giratina had proudly coined for itself. Curious, he clicked on the profile. What he saw left him utterly stunned. Giratina's fan base had exploded into 5 digits. What in the world happened while I was asleep? Naoki muttered, completely bewildered. Naoki sat up straight, leaning against the headboard as he scrolled through the Pokémon forum on his Rotom phone to understand what had unfolded. He didn't need to dig too deep. The situation was immediately clear. Right there on the homepage was a blazing hot topic. Shocking. A legendary Pokémon surfs the internet using a Rotom phone. It was ranked first, far ahead of the second most popular topic. Wow, Naoki muttered, his disbelief growing as he read. Things had spiraled wildly out of control, like being dragged by 10,000 stampeding toros with no way to rein them in. 58,678. That was the number of followers on Giratina's personal page, and it had only been 7 hours since its post went viral. Was this fate? Naoki wondered. The sudden fame of Giratina not only skyrocketed its follower count, but also brought attention to Naoki's account. His profile, named Gold King, was the only one followed by the now-celebrity Giratina, earning him an additional 400 to 500 followers overnight. The forum was abuzz with speculation about his connection to Giratina. Many users sent him private messages with questions like, "Are you Giratina's trainer?" Naoki groaned, completely at a loss for how to respond. Opting to avoid the avalanche of questions, Naoki turned off his phone and decided to head to the reverse world to speak directly with Giratina. When Naoki arrived, he found Giratina lounging lazily on Flower Sky Island. Its massive head rested on its forelimbs, while Rotom floated nearby, reading human comments aloud. Naoki sat beside Giratina's enormous head. The Rotom phone hovered in front of them, its screen alive with notifications. The private message inbox was filled with red notification dots, all reading 99+. It was chaos. Rotom continued to read out messages, while Naoki scrolled through them, curious about what people were saying. Some messages stood out. Invincible young hero. Are you really a Pokémon? Strongest trainer. Giratina, please accept my challenge. I want to battle you. Dragon hero. Respect. Then, Naoki stumbled across a message from none other than Professor Oak. Professor Oak? Hello, Giratina. I am Professor Oak, specializing in Pokémon research. If you have time, could you visit my lab in Pallet Town? We'd treat you with the utmost hospitality. Naoki sighed, a smile tugging at his lips. That's just like Professor Oak, he muttered. He checked the profile and confirmed it was indeed the esteemed researcher, certified and verified. Looking at the content, Naoki shook his head and turned to Giratina. The Pokémon, who had been in a foul mood not long ago, now looked completely at ease. Its eyes were half closed as it listened to Rotom's narration with a serene expression. Aren't you going to reply? Naoki asked. Giratina cracked open one eye and snorted disdainfully. Humans don't deserve a response from me. Naoki. Yep, that's Giratina, all right. After all, Giratina was a legendary Pokémon that had existed since the dawn of the world. Its pride was well-earned. Deciding not to interfere further, Naoki let the matter rest. If Giratina wasn't replying to netizens, he didn't need to either. Let the internet speculate about their connection. Back at the ranch, Naoki returned to his ranch as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting golden hues across the fields. The Pokémon roamed freely on the grass, basking in the soft light of dusk, their carefree laughter filling the air. Refreshed from his nap, Naoki stretched and took a deep breath, ready to prepare dinner for the Pokémon. As Naoki passed through the living room, he noticed that Calyrex was seated elegantly on the sofa. He had returned from the glass greenhouse and was now sipping black tea while watching a TV series on its Rotom phone. The legendary Pokémon exuded an air of sophistication. Naoki paused and marveled at the sight. Giratina has become an internet sensation, yet the king of bountiful harvests is still deeply engrossed in its dramas. If only these two legendary Pokémon could swap roles, Naoki mused. Imagine Giratina binge-watching shows while Calyrex became an online celebrity, spreading its legend far and wide. It could absorb the admiration of fans across the Pokémon world, strengthening itself with the collective faith of its followers. With the blessings of the entire world's belief, Calyrex would become truly invincible. Inspired, Naoki created a forum account that night under the username Cultural Ambassador for the King of Bountiful Harvests. He began posting about the legendary Pokémon, detailing its lore, abilities, and significance. His posts were crafted to inspire awe and admiration. All that's left is to let the idea sim. Mayor, Naoki thought with a satisfied smile. After dinner, Naoki returned to his room to rest. The newly hatched Dratini followed him eagerly. Its soft pink body wobbled slightly as it moved, and Naoki gently placed the little Pokémon on his belly to sleep. Dratini yawned widely and quickly drifted into a sweet slumber, surrounded by warmth and safety. In various corners of the room, his EVs had already claimed their spots for the night. With so many Pokémon, the bed had grown too crowded for comfort, so Naoki had recently purchased individual nests for them. Now, each EV retreated to its cozy little bed every evening for a peaceful sleep. Recently, Palmot had taken to spending nights in the pasture with its parents, leaving Naoki's room occupied only by Koraidon, Dratini, and the EVs. As Naoki lay on the bed, he absently pinched Dratini's adorable snout, then opened Pikachu Live on his Rotom phone. He searched for the stream, Iono Live, and quickly found it. Naoki chuckled to himself. Apparently, Iono had just started live streaming and wasn't ready to let familiar faces know about it. When Naoki had asked her about her plans a few days ago, she had replied cryptically, "It's a secret." Clicking into the live broadcast, Naoki saw only a handful of viewers in the room. On screen, Iono was welcoming a challenger for a gym battle. Even though it was already 8 o'clock in the evening, Levincia, one of the largest cities in the Paldea region, was just coming alive with its vibrant nightlife. The gym battle had reached an intense climax. Both Iono and her challenger were down to their last Pokémon. The challenger sent out a Quaquaval, while Iono unleashed her ace Pokémon, Mismagius. The battle escalated immediately as both trainers activated terrestrialization. With a brilliant flash of light, Mismagius transformed into an electric Terra type, while Quaquaval became a water Terra type. Naoki could tell the outcome of the battle at a glance. The challenger's Quaquaval lacked sufficient training. Even though it had undergone terrestrialization, its water Terra type left it vulnerable to Iono's Terra-electric Mismagius. Sure enough, the battle ended exactly as Naoki predicted. Mismagius overwhelmed Quaquaval with dazzling electric attacks, knocking it out in under a minute. The young trainer who owned the Quaquaval looked crestfallen. Seeing this, Iono smiled warmly and encouraged him. "Hey, even though you lost, I could see the strong bond between you and Quaquaval. Don't get discouraged. Keep training, and you'll definitely beat me next time." "Yeah." The trainer brightened up, visibly motivated. He thanked Iono with a shy smile, then hurried off to the Pokémon Center with his partner Pokémon for treatment. Iono turned back to her live stream, beaming at the camera. What an electrifying match, don't you think? That challenger had some serious spirit, just like a Watrel riding a storm. Naoki chuckled as he watched the stream. With a sly smile, he decided to reward Iono's performance with a generous donation in the form of a big rocket gift through the live streaming platform. It was both a gesture of support and a subtle investment, as he planned to recruit Iono as a future spokesperson for his ranch's products. Iono's eyes widened when she noticed the flashy notification about the donation. She glanced at the username and froze momentarily. Realizing something, she quickly changed the subject mid-sentence. "Oh, thank you so much for your support. You're too kind. Anyway, I've been streaming for quite a while now, so I think it's time to call it a day. See you next time, everyone." With that, the stream abruptly ended, leaving Naoki smirking knowingly. Moments later, his Rotom phone buzzed with an incoming video call from Iono. When the video connected, Iono's face appeared, slightly flushed with embarrassment. She leaned closer to the camera and said, "That donation just now? That was you, wasn't it?" Naoki feigned ignorance, shaking his head repeatedly. "It wasn't me. You must have me mistaken for someone else." Iono raised an eyebrow skeptically. "Oh, really? Then how do you know what I said during the stream?" Caught off guard, Naoki was silent for a moment, scrambling for an excuse. "You're way too easy to figure out." Iono huffed. "I mean, seriously, every single one of your online usernames is Gold King. How could I not notice?" Naoki mentally kicked himself for the oversight. It had indeed been a habit of his to use the same username for convenience. All right, you caught me," he admitted sheepishly. Iono sighed, her face softening into a shy smile. "You really didn't have to go out of your way to send me such a big tip. I don't even know how to feel about friends watching my streams. It's a little embarrassing." Naoki smiled reassuringly. "You'll get used to it. After all, as your popularity grows, more people you know will tune in. Think of it as preparation for when you become a famous streamer." Iono blinked, taking in his words. "You really think I can get that big?" she asked hesitantly. "Of course," Naoki replied confidently. "When that happens, I'm going to ask you to endorse my online store." "Your store?" Iono tilted her head, intrigued. Naoki let out a small sigh. "Yeah, I opened an online store to sell agricultural products and fresh moo milk, but so far, not a single order." Iono's face fell slightly as she murmured, "Oh no, I'd love to help, but I've only got about 300 followers on my channel right now. I don't think I can do much." Naoki waved his hand dismissively. "That's okay. I believe in you, Iono. Someday, you'll become a top-tier streamer with thousands of fans." Iono was MO. momentarily speechless. She hadn't expected Naoki to express such unwavering confidence in her abilities. This deeply touched Iono, who was still finding her footing in the world of live streaming. After a brief moment of surprise, Iono's face lit up with a radiant smile. "All right, when the time comes, I'll definitely help you promote it." Satisfied with the conversation, Iono prepared to call a night. Before hanging up, she made sure to remind Naoki, "And no more tipping, okay? I'm not streaming for the money. I just want to make Lavincia Gym famous." After all, the Paldea Pokemon League provided excellent benefits for gym leaders and staff, ensuring none of them were short on money. Reluctantly, Naoki agreed. In truth, aside from Iono, Naoki could also consider asking Giratina, now an overnight internet sensation, to endorse his ranch. However, he realized this would attract countless fans and tourists, turning the peaceful ranch into a bustling tourist destination. That wasn't the life he wanted for himself or his Pokémon. So, after some thought, he decided to stick with Iono's future potential as an influencer. Having napped during the day, Naoki found himself unable to sleep that night. To avoid throwing off his schedule, he asked the NDD siblings to use their hypnosis move to help him drift off. Meanwhile, in Lavincia City, after hanging up the call, Iono returned home and immediately took out her Rotom phone. She opened the Pokemon online shopping app and started searching for Naoki's online store. Typing Gold King into the search bar yielded no results, which puzzled her. Isn't his username Gold King? Iono wondered aloud. She racked her brain, trying to recall what Naoki had mentioned earlier, and finally typed Ranch Store into the search bar. This time, her search returned several results. Her eyes were drawn to one in particular, Naoki Ranch. Clicking on it, she noticed the store's disheartening 0 purchases record. Iono couldn't help but mutter, "I didn't expect someone as capable as Naoki to hit a roadblock like this. He must be feeling down." Determined to lend a hand, Iono chuckled to herself in her brightly lit living room and proceeded to place an order to show her support. As she browsed the store's inventory, Iono assumed Naoki would use Squawkabilly Express for deliveries. It was a common choice for ranch goods. However, when she reached the checkout page and saw Dragonite Express as the delivery option, she was completely taken aback. "It's so like Naoki," Iono murmured with a smile. Dragonite's flying speed was renowned for being exceptionally fast. Even though Kosagi Town and Lavincia City were located on opposite ends of the Paldea region, a Dragonite could cover the distance in just 20 minutes. With such swift delivery, there was no concern about the vegetables or Moo Moo milk spoiling en route. Realizing this, Iono added her parents' address to the delivery information and decided to buy some fresh vegetables and Moo Moo milk for them as well. She placed the order, ensuring everything would be delivered straight to their doorstep. After finalizing the purchases, she chuckled to herself. When Naoki sees all these orders tomorrow, he's going to be thrilled. The next morning, Naoki woke up to the sound of his Rotom phone chiming with notifications. The alert announced that a customer had purchased agricultural goods from his online store. In an instant, all traces of sleep disappeared. Naoki shot up, wide awake with excitement. He quickly opened the Pokemon online shopping app and found several new orders waiting for him. 3 crates of Moo Moo milk, 2 baskets of berries, a jar of rock salt, 2 jars of honey, a box of eggs, 2 cabbage. That's quite a lot, Naoki exclaimed, his smile widening. He immediately instructed his Rotom phone to relay the customer information and delivery addresses to the Dragonites assigned to transport goods. Then, Naoki went out to sort through the ordered items, preparing them for delivery. The Dragonites' delivery backpacks, enhanced with special spatial technology, could hold far more than they appeared to, easily accommodating over a dozen crates of Moo Moo milk. Once the Dragonites were loaded up, they spread their wings and took off, soaring into the clear morning sky. Watching them go, Naoki felt an immense sense of satisfaction. "This is a great start," he said to himself, returning to his room to admire his shop's progress. However, as he reviewed the orders more closely, he noticed something odd. All 3 orders were bound for Lavincia City, and the delivery addresses looked suspiciously similar. Not only that, but one of the names was already saved in his phone's contacts. Curious, Naoki quickly entered the details into his Rotom phone and confirmed his suspicion. One of the customers was Iono. He picked up his phone and dialed her number. Iono, who had been preparing sandwiches for her belly Bolt and Miss Smagius, saw Naoki's name flash across the screen. She wiped her hands and answered the video call, feigning innocence. "Good morning, Naoki," she greeted cheerfully, a playful smile on her face.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.